Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Hogwarts, inside the Gryffindor common room. Harry held the diary and hesitated. He knew that it was just Ronald or Hermione who were very wary of something that appeared suddenly and could communicate, but neither of them was here at this time, and Harry was very concerned about the things that appeared and communicated. Things were just too curious, and Harry thought there was a good chance that what was happening now was related to what happened 50 years ago. Just when Harry was hesitating, new content appeared in the diary. I think the attack that is happening now is likely an extension of the incident at that time. I'm not sure if he's still in Hogwarts now. I'll take you to have a look. Seeing the words in the diary, Harry finally made up his mind and wrote in the diary. Okay. When Harry wrote these two words, the diary seemed to be blown by a strong wind. The pages flipped over and stopped at a certain page in mid-June. Harry stared dumbfounded at what seemed to be a miniature TV screen on June 13th. With slightly trembling hands, he lifted up the notebook and put his eyes on the small window. Before he could react to what was going on, he felt himself falling forward. The window was getting bigger, and he felt his body leave the bed and fell headlong into the gap of that page and entered into 10 swirling colors and light and shadows. At this moment, Ronald walked in from the outside and saw Harry holding the diary without moving. Harry, are you still working on this diary? Seeing that Harry didn't move at all, Ronald thought Harry was obsessed with his research and ignored 853. He was still talking to himself and kept saying how much Percy hated him and so on. At this moment, Harry suddenly called out, "No, definitely not Hagrid's." The sound almost made Ronald pee. I said it. I said Percy, not Hagrid. At this time, Harry also came back to his senses, looked around, and found that he had already returned to the dormitory. Harry looked at Ronald solemnly, wanted to say something but didn't know how to say it, and finally just asked, "What time is it now?" Ronald looked at the time stupidly and told Harry that dinner was about to begin. Then Harry didn't say anything, just stood there in a daze without moving. Hagrid was the first person in the wizarding world that Harry actually met, the first person who gave him a birthday cake, and the first person who rescued him from the Dursley's house, although he was not as big as his father. It's an exaggeration, but Hagrid is definitely the person Harry trusts the most, so emotionally he doesn't believe that Hagrid is the murderer who opened the Chamber of Secrets. But Harry also knew that he was not the kind of person who was good at analyzing, and Ronald was even worse. So if he wanted to find Hermione or Richard, in Harry's opinion, there was nothing wrong with Richard. Thinking of this, Harry dragged Ronald to the auditorium, did not eat, originally wanted to go directly to Ravenclaw's table and wait for Richard to come over, but was stopped by Ronald. After all, Harry is not a popular existence now, so they still sat. He walked up to the desk of his college, staring straight at Ravenclaw's dining table. And our protagonist, Richard, is still sound asleep in the dormitory at this time. Catch! Until someone knocked on Richard's door. "Who is it?" Richard asked sleepily. "It's dinner time for Richard. Do you want to go with me?" Terry's voice came from outside the door. "Wait a minute, I'll be fine soon." Hearing the sound of dinner, Richard immediately jumped up from the bed like a cat seeing a fish, got dressed in a hurry, opened the door, walked out of the common room with Terry, and walked towards the auditorium go. As soon as he entered the gate of the auditorium, Richard was stopped by 2 big black mice that rushed over quickly. "Stop eating, Richard. I've made a big discovery. Let's go find Hermione now." No. Don't be in a hurry. Eating is the biggest thing in the world. You go first. I'll go find you as soon as I'm done eating. Just kidding. Eating is the most important thing for Richard, and it's absolutely impossible not to eat. Thinking of Richard's foodie nature, Harry also knew that he would not be able to persuade him, so he had no choice but to drag Ronald away. Ronald looked sadly at the various delicacies on the table, quickly took out 2 cloth factories, while Richard was happily eating dinner. In the ward where Hermione was, Harry told Hermione and Ronald everything in the diary. The trio had long known that Hagrid had a penchant for gigantic monsters. During their time at Hogwarts last year, Hagrid had tried to feed a dragon in his cabin, and the big three-headed dog he'd called Fluffy had been something they couldn't forget for a long time. Back then, when Hagrid was a teenager, if he heard that there was a monster hidden somewhere in the castle, Harry knew that he would definitely try his best to take a look at it. Hagrid probably thought it was a disgrace to keep the monster in captivity for so long, and that it should be given a chance to move its legs. Harry could just imagine 13-year-old Hagrid trying to strap and collar the monster. But Harry also believed that Hagrid would never intentionally kill someone. At this point, Harry even kind of wished he hadn't discovered how to read Riddle's diary. Ronald and Hermione asked him over and over to tell what he had seen and heard, and eventually he got tired of it, and got really tired of the endless wheel-on-wheels talk that followed. Riddle may have found the wrong person. Maybe another monster hurt people. But how many monsters do you think Hogwarts can keep? Ronald asked listlessly. We already knew that Hagrid was expelled. Since Hagrid was expelled, the attacks must have stopped. Otherwise, Riddle would not have won the award. Harry also said distressed. This was the last thing he wanted to face. Ronald bit his lip and then said tentatively, You met Hagrid in Nocturne Alley last time, didn't you, Harry? He's buying a potion to repel flesh-eating slugs, Harry said quickly. All three were silent. After a long silence, Hermione hesitantly asked the toughest question. You see, shouldn't we ask Hagrid about these things? But how to ask? Are you going to say that Hagrid was the one who released the monster from the Chamber of Secrets? Obviously, that won't work. Thinking of this, the three of them were all stunned. At this moment, Richard pushed open the door of the ward, walked in, and found a person with a dull expression. What's the matter with you? Richard waved his hand in front of Hermione. Harry told us that it was Hagrid who opened the Chamber of Secrets. Hermione came back to her senses, showing an indescribable expression. No, I mean Tom told me. Harry retorted hastily. Tom is the diary. Ronald slammed down a pudding and whispered to Richard. So, it's this matter. I know it too, but it shouldn't be Hagrid. Hearing Richard's words, Harry, Hermione, and Ronald all looked at Richard, and the three said in unison, How did you know? Headmaster Dumbledore told me. Richard lied calmly, but it wasn't really that much. Dumbledore really showed him memory. Seeing that several people still looked puzzled, Richard started to make up nonsense. Didn't I go to see the headmaster's Phoenix Fox this afternoon? It happened to be Nirvana at that time. I chatted with the headmaster. He told the headmasters that he wanted to restart the Quidditch game, but he didn't agree, because 50 years ago, the Chamber of Secrets was opened and people even died. For various reasons, the Chamber of Secrets was closed again, and the murderer who was released at that time was Hagrid. Of course, Principal Dumbledore did not agree with this at all. But there is no way there's no evidence that Hagrid wasn't, given that Hagrid had started liking pets that he thought were cute around that time. Richard originally didn't want to tell them so early, but he didn't expect the ability to correct the plot to be so powerful. The diary had already been given to Malfoy, but why did it end up in Harry's hands? By the way, what happened to the diary you mentioned? At this moment, Harry was completely uplifted, as if you just see and tell me. I found it in Myrtle's bathroom. Hearing that it was found in the bathroom, Lilu hastily pushed away Harry's hand. I have been researching what is going on in this diary, but I have no idea. I know that today I wanted to write something in this diary, but I didn't expect that it would disappear immediately after writing it. I was inspired, so I introduced myself to him. I didn't expect that he could respond to me. He said he was Tom's memory and knew about the Chamber of Secrets, and he also showed me his memory about the Chamber of Secrets. He was the one who reported it Hagrid. Of course, I don't believe it was Hagrid. Tom must have made a mistake. At this moment, all three of Harry felt ashamed for just suspecting Hagrid. Seeing the appearance of the three, Richard also knew what they were thinking, but he wanted to comfort them. After all, Hagrid is everyone's friend. Does he really have no trust in his friends? Of course, Richard still didn't intend to tell Harry the truth about the diary. Richard believes that the diary can't hurt Harry. After all, he is still a part of Voldemort's soul, and Harry can't resist the various things of the Voldemort brand. So he still doesn't intend to reveal the mystery, He wants to see what the diary will do next. What? The current Richard can be said to be sitting firmly on the diety, watching the situation with a smile. Soon time came to February. Hermione finally came out of the ward, and there was no cat-eared girl in the world after that. Richard couldn't help but fell into a faint sadness. But Hermione finally handed Richard the Christmas present, which was a sky-blue scarf with a crappy eagle and Richard's name embroidered on it. Seeing the color and the ugly pattern on it, Richard also realized that it should be woven by Hermione herself. I still remember the last time when Hermione bought a present for her aunt. She told her that a hand-knitted scarf would be more sincere, and the extra wool she bought at that time. This little girl is still very sincere. Richard felt like it's like eating honey, and my heart is sweet. The next morning, Richard put on the scarf. When he met Hermione, Richard obviously felt that Hermione's smile was even brighter when she saw that she was wearing the scarf she knitted. And Harry and Ronald, the two tough guys, dared to say that the pattern on it was ugly, and Hermione suppressed it on the spot. As for the school, the attack has never happened again. Everyone thinks that the Chamber of Secrets has been closed. This also makes the little wizards in Hogwarts uneasy and want to let themselves go. In desperation, Dumbledore announced the Quidditch team can practice, but games still cannot take place. This made Harry, who had been ruled out of Hagrid's suspicion of committing the crime and had no new suspects, become busy. I have to say that which training method was really tiring. And Richard here is going to class step by step, reading books, very comfortable. When having breakfast on February 14th, Richard, as a person who had trouble getting up early, got up late in the morning without accident. When he hurried to the auditorium and just entered the gate, he thought he had gone through the wrong door. The walls are covered in big, dazzling pink flowers, and, to make matters worse, there are heart-shaped confetti that keep falling from the light blue ceiling. Richard walked towards Ravenclaw's dining table, which was already full, so Richard had no choice but to squeeze in between Terry and Miles. "What's going on here?" Richard asked them, sitting down and brushing confetti off his bacon. Terry pointed to the teacher's dining table, just when he was about to say something. Meanwhile, Lockhart, wearing bright pink robes to match the ornaments, waved everyone to silence. The professors sitting opposite him all had serious faces. "Happy Valentine's Day, everyone!" Lockhart exclaimed. 46 people have sent me cards so far, and I want to thank them all. Yes, I took it upon myself to arrange this little surprise for everyone, and that's not all. Lockhart clapped his hands and strode in through the doors leading to the foyer into a dozen sullen-faced short men. And they are different from ordinary dwarves. Lowart made them all have golden wings and harps on their backs. "My friendly little Cupid with a greeting card," said Lockhart, beaming. "They're going to be wandering around the school today, delivering you Valentine's Day cards. And that's not all the fun. I'm sure my colleagues would love getting on it. Why don't you ask Professor Snape to teach you how to make an ecstasy? If you're interested, Professor Flitwick is more proficient at enchanting magic than any wizard I've ever seen, that cunning old dog." Hearing this, Professor Flitwick buried his face in his hands. "I feel like you're going to be unlucky." One left, one right humming, and the two generals suddenly said to Richard together. At this time, Richard was already in a daze, and suddenly felt that whether it was his own college or other colleges, a lot of glory was concentrated on this most outstanding little wizard in the history of Hogwarts. At the beginning, Richard didn't expect these little things to be so crazy. When Richard and his classmates were taking Transfiguration class together, a dwarf with wings suddenly broke in. Completely ignoring Professor McGonagall's black face, he came to Richard's side. "Richard Harris, you have a message for the soundtrack." As he spoke, he took out the harp from behind, cleared his throat, and was about to start singing when Richard stopped him. Richard, who has read the original book, knows that these little dwarfs are very stubborn. Think about the torture Harry suffered in the original book, being sat on the knee by the little dwarf and singing. So when Richard knew that it was too soft, Richard directly took out his wand and turned the little man who wanted to talk into an old-fashioned alarm clock. Even so, the old-fashioned alarm clock kept ringing. Very good transfiguration, but not perfect yet, Professor McGonagall said while pointing his wand at the alarm clock, which immediately stopped ringing. Then Professor McGonagall continued to teach. Just when Richard thought that this class could be passed safely, another little man rushed in. "Professor, please take a leave of absence for this class. I will deal with these things first." Richard didn't wait for the little man to speak and directly turned it into a pocket watch so that it wouldn't ring. "Yes, you have already mastered it anyway." Professor McGonagall also knows that if Richard stays here, it will only affect other people's classes, and just now, Richard's 2 transfiguration techniques have completely exceeded what he should master at this age, so I directly agreed to Richard's leave. After seeing that Professor McGonagall agreed, Richard took the alarm clock and pocket watch and walked out of the classroom. Before it came out, Professor McGonagall said suddenly, "Richard, you don't have class in the afternoon. Come and meet me in my office at 2 o'clock in the afternoon." After Richard agreed, he came to Snape's office. "Professor, I'm taking leave of absence from today's class," Richard said to Snape. "What? Don't you think you've reached the point where you don't have to go to class now?" Snape the Snake sarcastically said, "Of course not, Professor. You know what Harold is up to." Just now, Professor McGonagall's class has not been long, and 2 dwarfs broke in. I'm afraid it will be the same in Potions class. Then Richard kissed Snape lightly. "If you want me to say that someone like Harold is not worthy of being our professor at all, you should be allowed to teach us defense against the dark arts. But the main reason is that the professor's level of potions is too high, and no one can do it." Substitute. Snape felt as if he had been hit a little better. His usually cold face seemed to melt, but he reacted immediately and waved his hand at Richard. "Well, anyway, you probably won't learn anything in the current classroom. I approve your leave. And even if Harold is incompetent, he was hired by Principal Dumbledore. You should respect him a little bit. Remember, put those 2 little things away. After all, if you don't like it, someone might like it like Potter. 0 for flowers." Seeing that Snape pointed to the alarm clock and pocket watch in Richard's hands, Richard could only nod in agreement. After walking out of the office, Richard restored the 2 little men to their original shape. At this moment, the little man was so frightened by Richard that he didn't dare to send any message, so he just ran away. Then Richard went back to Ravenclaw's lounge, and when Richard was walking towards his room, he saw Senior Penelope put a box at Richard's door. Then, just as she was about to leave, when she turned around, she saw Lulu. Penelope's face turned red in an instant. Even his ears were red. "Sister, what is this?" When Richard was about to ask something, Penelope pushed Richard away and ran away. Curious Richard went to the door and saw several gift boxes already placed there. Richard first picked up the gift box that Penelope had put just now, and then pushed the other gift boxes into the room. At this time, Penelope, who was hiding in the corner, saw Richard's different treatment of his gift, smiled with satisfaction, and then walked away. 0. Richard opened Penelope's present and found that there was a box of chocolates and a scarf inside. This scarf was also sky blue. The difference from Hermione's was that Hermione embroidered the names of the eagle and Richard, and Penelope embroidered the Hogwarts school badge and Richard's name, but obviously Penelope's technique is better, although the pattern is more complicated than Hermione's, but the degree of completion is better. And there was a note under the gift. Richard opened the note and found that nothing was written on it. Only a faint lip print and Penelope's name were left. Looking at this note, Richard struggled for a moment, then immediately felt relieved he was reborn, so what to do with so much? Just take one step at a time. Then Richard wrapped the scarf Penelope gave him around his neck, took a piece of chocolate, and threw it into his mouth. It was sweet. Richard also opened the rest of the gifts one after another. Most of them were chocolates, but Richard didn't dare to eat them. After all, there are such things as love potions in the wizarding world. While Richard was huddled in his room, the whole of Hogwarts was in chaos. Throughout the day, shorties kept barging into their classrooms, delivering Valentine's Day cards, annoying the teachers, and in the afternoon, when the Gryffindor students were going upstairs for their magic class, one of the shorties caught up to Harry. "Hey you, Harry Potter!" A dwarf with a particularly gloomy face shouted, elbowing the crowd apart and pushing toward Harry. "You have a soundtrack message." Harry was completely panicked and just wanted to run away, but the dwarf grabbed his knees and made him fall hard to the ground. Then the dwarf sat down on Harry's lap, as in the book, and began his recitation. His eyes are as green as a toad that has just been pickled, and he is black and handsome like a blackboard. I hope he is mine. He is really handsome and a warrior who conquered the Dark Lord. It was at this moment that Harry understood the meaning of the social death that Richard said before, and now he is a social death. Helpless, Harry could only force himself to laugh loudly with others, but only he could understand this laugh, which was slightly bitter. The pleasant and joyous day finally came to an end, and at night Harry lay alone on the bed and silently wiped away the insulting tears. Thinking of the tough training tomorrow, the four characters of life are like a beacon, illuminating Harry's way forward. As for Richard, he also fell into a sweet dreamland, but the world in the dream was a bit scary. At this moment, Hermione was on the left and Penelope was on the right. Of course, they didn't hug each other from left to right, but the two of them pulled Richard's arm desperately towards him. Richard likes me the most, he must be with me. No wonder, Richard's favorite person is me. In this way, Richard was pulling all night, until the next day, when Richard woke up, he felt that his hands are not his own. Then Richard saw the two scarves hanging on the head of the bed, and couldn't help thinking about which one to wear today. Alas, the choices in life are really difficult. The peaceful life continued, and the Easter holiday came unknowingly. During the Easter holidays, the second graders had new things to think about. It's time for them to choose third-year courses. There are 6 elective courses in the 3rd grade, namely, the patron saint of 5-0's strange animals, alchemy, arithmetic and divination, Muggle studies, and ancient runes. As for the elective course, Richard has already decided that protecting magical animals must be chosen, which is related to his system. Since he helped Hermione make a necklace, Richard felt that leveling was too boring, so he gave up. Give up all divination. Don't ask why. Don't learn divination without that gene, Muggle research. As long as Richard's brain is not broken, he will not choose this thing. The last ancient rune, Richard didn't want to learn it first, but for some reason, seeing these words, Richard always had a special feeling, so Richard still chose this one. In this way, Richard's choice is to protect magical animals and ancient runes. Compared to Richard's casualness, Hermione was much more cautious. She specifically called Richard to the Gryffindor common room, carefully studied the list of new courses, and made marks on them from time to time. It affects our entire future. Richard, you have too few choices. Do you want to take another divination class? Hermione said to Richard, No, I don't know how to learn this. People who learn this are gossips. You see Professor Trelawney. She's a typical example. Hearing Richard's words, Hermione couldn't help thinking. I don't want to take any classes, I just want to give up potions. Harry said, looking at the class list. Impossible. I have to take all the original subjects, otherwise I would have thrown away the defense against the dark arts class long ago. But that class is important. Hermione said in surprise. But look, the professors of our defense against the dark arts class in the past 2 years, a Quirrell and a Herald, what have they done, and what have they taught us? Hearing Ronald's words, Harry immediately nodded in agreement. At this time, Richard really wanted to pull Dumbledore over to listen to the voices of the students. In the end, Hermione didn't follow anyone's advice and signed up for all subjects. Seeing a few little wizards choosing courses, Ronald's elder brother Percy Weasley knew that Ronald and Harry were going to start choosing courses, so he came here to guide them under the order of his mother. Although Ronald was not interested in Percy's guidance at all, the confused Harry just hoped that someone could teach him at this time. So he looked at the mung beans and met his eyes. Senior Percy, I don't know what course I want to change. Can you help me? Of course, Harry. In fact, the choice of courses depends on where you want to go and what job you want to do in the future. I recommend divination to you, which is more useful in many places. People say it's stupid to choose Muggle studies, but I personally think that wizards should have a thorough understanding of non-magical society, especially if they want to work closely with Muggles like my father. He has to deal with Muggle affairs all the time. And my brother Charlie has always liked the outdoors, so he took care of magical creatures. Harry, you should think carefully about what you are good at now and what you want to do in the future. Then you can make the right choice. It's the same with you, Ronald. Think about it. After speaking, Percy walked away as if he had completed the task. and Harry began to think about what he was good at. After thinking about it, Harry told the group that the only thing he felt he was really good at was Quidditch. In fact, Richard thinks that without Voldemort Harry, he can really consider Quidditch. Even if he can't play in the game, he could be the mascot of the English Quidditch team. In the end, he chose the same two new subjects as Ronald: divination and protection of fantastic beasts. In this way, the courses for the few people were finally selected, so Richard also decided to leave quickly. After all, it doesn't look like a Ravenclaw staying in the Gryffindor lounge all the time. After leaving Gryffindor's lounge, Richard came to the library again and took out the homework assigned by Professor McGonagall. Looking at the homework in front of him, Richard's thoughts came to the afternoon of Valentine's Day. When Richard came to Professor McGonagall's office, Professor McGonagall asked him if he was interested in transfiguration. What can Richard say when his subject professor asks if he is interested in his class? It must be quite interesting. So Professor McGonagall let Richard join the Transfiguration Club she prevented. Originally, Richard would join if he wanted to, and it didn't matter anyway. But after the first club meeting, Richard realized that he was young after all. Normally, Richard was exempted from homework in normal classes, but he even assigned homework for himself after joining this club. The first homework was relatively simple. It may be that Professor McGonagall saw that he was a newcomer, so he didn't set too difficult questions for himself. He just let Richard play freely and write about his knowledge of transfiguration. The number of words is not limited. For a time traveler like Richard who has experienced the information explosion, an article like this with unlimited formats and words is quite simple. So Richard relied on recalling all kinds of information he saw on the internet in his previous life, so that he could write freely. Wrote a long article, but I didn't expect that after Professor McGonagall finished reading it, although he was not shocked, he was quite satisfied with Richard, and he was almost accepted as a closed disciple. Finally, Professor McGonagall also brought up the joint use of ancient runes and transfiguration mentioned in Richard's article, and asked all of them to write some research reports and to discuss dialectically in the next club event feasibility. And the next club event is tonight. Thinking of this, Richard couldn't help but put on a mask of pain. It would kill him. To be honest, the last time Richard wrote something like this kind of thesis was the last time, that is, the graduation thesis required for graduation from the university in his previous life, and he has never touched it since then. But that is not the same as the current magic revision paper. Originally, Richard wanted to learn from Penelo. She was also in the club, his thesis, but Penelo was quite dissatisfied with the scarf he gave him every other day, so he didn't lend it to Leamy at all. There was no way. The hard-pressed Richard could only read the relevant books, while desperately recalling the content he saw on the internet in his previous life, and finally wrote this paper out before dinner. After dinner, Richard found Hermione first, and took back from her the book on transfiguration that he had borrowed from Professor McGonagall last time. Then I came to the classroom of the Transfiguration Club. This classroom is located on the 3rd floor of the main building of Hogwarts Castle. There is a picture frame hanging at the door of the classroom. There is a tabby cat inside. Of course, it will also visit sometimes. At least, Richard had seen the same painting in Professor McGonagall's office. After pushing the door open, Richard saw that everyone who came last time had already arrived. In this club, I don't know if Professor McGonagall did it on purpose or it was just a coincidence that there are 2 people in each college, 1 male and 1 female. Richard and Penelope for Ravenclaw, Percy and Oriana for Gryffindor, Cedric and Karina for Hufflepuff, Gemma and Alex for Slytherin. Except for Eric's from Slytherin, the others greeted Richard warmly when they saw Richard coming in. Percy seems to have given up on Penelo a long time ago, or rather, Percy also understood that he and Penelo were wishful thinking from the beginning. So his relationship with Richard is okay now. After all, the relationship between Richard and his 3 younger brothers both are better than 5.5. As for Slytherin's Alex, as a qualified Slytherin, it is impossible to have a good relationship with Muggle-born wizards, especially Richard, the chief culprit who interrupted their 7 consecutive championships. Not long after Richard entered, Professor McGonagall also rushed over. After copying everyone's papers, it was time for everyone to communicate. At this time, Professor McGonagall was reading the paper while listening to the little wizard's point of view. The inexplicable Richard felt nervous, and this feeling was like defending a thesis in his previous life. Professor McGonagall is not very satisfied with the content of today's thesis. She feels that these students are not as flexible as her old lady in terms of thinking. After everyone finished speaking, it was finally Richard's turn. As the last person to join the club, everyone took good care of Richard, usually letting him listen to others first and then let him speak at the end. Professor McGonagall took Richard's paper and set his sights on the topic. Sure enough, Richard still gave himself something new. The title of my thesis this time is On the Operability of Wizard Clothing and Equipment Transformation. It can also be called Transformers. Hogwarts Transfiguration Club Classroom. After Richard explained all his thesis, everyone was stunned. Is this something that normal wizards can come up with? Or how could normal wizards think so? In fact, Richard's idea is very simple. That is, wizards wear wizard robes anyway, and wizard robes are loose, so the space inside is wasted. These clothes are gathered together, and then they are collectively deformed with the transfiguration technique, and after being transformed into a suitable shape, a rune circle is added on it, so that when they transform back, they will be ordinary clothes, and after the transformation, they will be a wizard who can attack and defend utensils gone. Of course, this operation has a disadvantage. That is, it is expensive. After all, the materials that can transfer magic power are relatively expensive, just like unicorn hair, which is sold by the root. Now it is conceivable that you want to make clothes. How expensive? But think about it in another way. The wizard itself is on the elitist route. If you think it is expensive, it can only be said that you are not an elite. After all, being expensive is not a shortcoming of an object, but a shortcoming of oneself. Seeing that all the wizards and Professor McGonagall were shocked by him, Richard was quite complacent. After all, it depends on Lowley when it comes to brain holes. Seeing Richard's smug attitude, Professor McGonagall almost broke his defense, but fortunately, he held his breath in time. Then she directly assigned the homework for this semester to everyone, which was to turn her thesis into a substantive item. Richard was completely stupid when he heard that he had done 20 jobs. What's the matter? Professor McGonagall knew that Richard would definitely object, so he didn't give him a chance at all, and just patted his asterisk and left. And the other little wizards also gloated and encouraged Richard, you must work hard. While Richard was still worrying about his design, something unexpected happened to Harry. Apparently Hogwarts still allowed Quidditch matches now, but Dumbledore allowed them to train properly. Gryffindor's captain, Wood, insisted that the players practice after dinner every day, so Harry had little time to do anything other than practice and do his homework. But this is something that Harry has always been happy to do, so he is also painful and happy. But his happy mood didn't last long. As soon as he came to the dormitory upstairs, he saw Neville Longbottom with a panicked expression. Harry, I don't know who did it. I just found out. Neville looked at Harry in horror, speaking to Harry as he spoke. At this point in the dormitory, the contents of Harry's box were thrown everywhere. His clothes were crumpled on the floor, the sheets had been torn from his four-poster bed, and the drawers of the nightstand had been pulled open, spilling their contents on the mattress. Harry opened his mouth wide and walked towards the bed, stepping on a few pages from Walking with Trolls under his feet. Ronald came in as he and Neville put the sheets back on the bed. What happened, Harry? Have no idea. Someone is looking for something. You see, all the pockets have been rummaged. Is there something missing? Ronald asked Harry. Harry started picking up all his things, throwing them back into the trunk one by one. It wasn't until he threw in Lockhart's last book that he realized what was missing. Riddle's diary is gone, he said to Ronald in a low voice. Trouble. Harry and Ronald hurried downstairs and returned to the Gryffindor common room. There was no one there. Only Hermione was sitting alone, reading a book called A Simple Introduction to Ancient Runes. Hermione was stunned when she heard the news, and then said to the two of them, Let's go to Richard tomorrow at breakfast and tell him the news. I always feel he knows something. Harry and Ronald had no better choice but to nod in agreement. The next morning, the three of Hermione waited in the auditorium early. It didn't take long to see Richard appearing at the door of the auditorium. Harry went straight up and pulled Richard from the door and sat down at the Gryffindor table. "You can have breakfast here today." Hermione, who knew Richard's nature well, blocked what Richard wanted to say. "Now, you eat and listen to us. Last night, Harry's room was stolen and Riddle's diary was stolen. If you know anything, please tell us." Hearing Hermione's words, Richard was taken aback for a moment. The diary is really a disaster, but now Richard really doesn't know where the diary is. In the original book, Ginny should have stolen the diary again, but now the diary and Ginny have no contact. Richard looked up at the Gryffindor table first, where Ginny was sitting and eating breakfast, and then Richard looked at Slytherin, where Malfoy was still the same, directing Goyle to bring him something. "It doesn't look like these two people, so what's going on? I don't understand." "Forget it and forget it. The secret room is there after all. As the saying goes, monks can't run away from the temple. Just wait and see." However, Richard was amused to see the anxious looks of the three of Harry, and decided to tease them. "No, anyway, Harry picked up that diary in the first place, and he knows what's in it. So if you lose it, just throw it away. There's no need to worry." "But what's in it is, but," Harry stammered. "Isn't it Hagrid?" Anyway, Dumbledore also believed in him. "What are you afraid of? If there's a problem, Hagrid was not simply fired 50 years ago. You must know that he was dead at that time." Hearing Richard's words, Harry and Ronald were also stunned. Yes, it seemed that there was really nothing to worry about. No, it's Gryffindor who is stealing from Harry, especially the diary, which means that he or she must know something, and it's even possible that this person opened the Chamber of Secrets. And didn't you also say that the Chamber of Secrets didn't matter end that easily? Maybe the attack will happen again. It can only be said that Hermione, as expected of Hermione, was not caught by Richard's nonsense and immediately reacted. Are they worried that the contents of the diary will be discovered? No, what they were worried about was that the monster in the secret room came out to hurt people again. "Okay, you guys hurry up and eat some. Even if you're hungry, you won't be able to figure it out." "Okay, I can't stay here with you all the time. I'm going back first. You guys can eat too." After speaking, Richard returned directly to the dining table in his own academy. "Look, here is a Gryffindor," Penelope said to Richard suddenly. At this time, Richard suddenly remembered that after the diary was lost in the original book, both Hermione and Penelope were attacked and petrified. Hastily whispered to Penelope with a serious face, "Stop making trouble, Senior." Seeing that Penelope's eyebrows were furrowed and her phoenix eyes widened, Richard hurriedly continued to whisper, "Sister, don't go alone recently. Try to have as many people as possible. The monsters in the secret room are going to attack again." Penelope, who was a little angry at first, was taken aback when he heard Richard's words, and then whispered to Richard, "Is that why you just want a Gryffindor?" Hearing Penelope's words, Richard also froze for a moment. What time was it? And he was still concerned about what he was doing at Gryffindor. Thinking that Hermione already has a guardian necklace, but Penelope has nothing, so Richard decided to stay with Penelope as much as possible during this time. "After dinner, you come with me. Are you concerned about me?" Hearing Penelope's reply, Richard decided not to say anything more. Women, no, girls are all strange creatures. Seeing that Richard ignored him, Penelope was not angry, and brought Richard's favorite food from a distance very thoughtfully, and now Penelope just fed him directly. Gryffindor knew that Richard was a bit unreliable, so the three decided not to wait for Richard any longer. So Harry, Ronald, and Hermione left the auditorium together, and are going to Harry's dormitory to see if there were any clues left. 993 at this moment. Harry's already chaotic heart was filled with a very heavy worry, because just as he stepped on a marble stairs, he suddenly heard that voice again. "This time I'm going to kill people. Let me tear. Let me tear." He yelled, and Ronald and Hermione jumped away from him in horror. "That voice," Harry said, turning his head to look back. "That voice appeared again. I heard it again just now. Did you hear it?" Ronald shook his head, his eyes wide open. Hermione suddenly reached out and patted her forehead. "Harry, something suddenly dawned on me. I'm going to the library." She hurried away and went upstairs. What did she understand? Harry said distraughtly, still looking around, trying to figure out where the sound was coming from. "I don't know." Ronald shook his head. "But why is she going to the library?" Because that's what Hermione does, Ronald said, shrugging. When in doubt, go to the library. Harry stood there hesitantly, trying to catch that voice again. But at this moment, all the little wizards crowded out of the auditorium, talking and laughing loudly behind him, so that Harry couldn't hear any more voices. What are we going to do now? Ronald asked Harry. Let's go see if Richard is still there and tell him about it. Harry said, and walked into the restaurant. But when I came to the auditorium, I found that Richard was no longer there. What about now? The voice is gone, and Richard is not in the auditorium, so we can only go to the dormitory to see what clues we can find, and then wait to see what Hermione can find out. Ronald nodded helplessly after hearing this. Indeed, they can't do anything but wait now. It's not only waiting to see what Hermione finds out, but also waiting for the monster to move out again. Now our eyes shift to Hermione's side. At this moment, Hermione seemed to know something, but it was always a little bit off, but it was 1,000 miles away. What Harry said just now gave Hermione some inspiration, but these can only be confirmed by consulting some information. After arriving at the library, Hermione didn't rush to find a book, but sat in a quiet place, carefully recalling what happened just now. Just after eating, Harry said he heard voices, but neither Hermione nor Ronald heard them. This incident seems to have happened before. He searched his brain carefully. Suddenly, she remembered it was that time in the dueling club. Harry also acted very strange at that time. He also said that he was talking, but no one heard him. At that time, the object of Harry's speech seemed to be a snake, and it was indeed a snake summoned by Malfoy. So Harry is Parseltongue, so the words only he can hear must be Parseltongue. In this way, the monster in the secret room must be a big snake. Thinking of this, Hermione found a copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them in the library. Start looking for them one by one? Ruined snake? No, this magical animal mainly attacks with its teeth, and a little wizard who is attacked may have no bite marks inside. At this time, a magical animal came into Hermione's eyes, the basilisk. The basilisk is a large, dazzlingly green snake that can reach a length of 50 feet. There is a bright red feather on the head of the male snake. Its tusks are extremely poisonous, but its most dangerous form of attack is to stare at its target with its large yellow eyes. As long as anyone's eyes meet its eyes, they will die instantly. Provided that food is plentiful, basilisks eat all mammals, birds, and many types of reptiles. This snake can live a very long life. It is believed that the basilisk of Herbo the Vile lived to be almost 900 years old. Death? But the little wizards who were attacked were all petrified. Could it be a basilisk? Hermione continued to look down with doubts. The spiders run away when they see the basilisk, which is their natural enemy, and the only thing that makes the basilisk run away is the crowing of the rooster, which is fatal to the basilisk. Seeing these two lines, Hermione was basically certain that it must be a basilisk. They have seen many times that there are a large number of spiders fleeing at and near the attack site. And Harry also said that once he met Hagrid, he was worried about his chickens being killed by unknown creatures. At the end, Hermione found that there was another sentence in the book, except that the basilisks are controlled by Parseltongue. No one can do anything to them, so they're not only dangerous to other people, but also dangerous to most dark wizards. It seems that Hogwarts has other Parseltongues besides Harry. Speaking of Parseltongue, Hermione suddenly thought of Richard. Richard seemed to be Parseltongue too, and he himself said that he could understand what Harry said. Thinking of Richard, Hermione suddenly felt that Richard was a bit strange. He really seemed to know something. He still remembered that when he was on the Quidditch pitch, he told himself that he could look up the natural enemies of spiders, and since both he and Harry were snakes, loud accent, so why only Harry kept hearing the basilisk, but Richard never said it? Then Hermione unconsciously thought that Richard often went to Gryffindor's lounge recently, and she never thought of avoiding him when she called the door code, so he could enter Harry's dormitory and take the diary, which is exactly what happened. Because of this, he was not surprised when he and Harry told Richard that the diary had been stolen in the morning. The more Hermione thinks about it, the more doubts Hermione finds about Richard. Could it be that the real heir of Slytherin is Richard? No. How could it be Richard? It can't be Richard's. But this idea immediately took root in Hermione's mind, and it couldn't dissipate no matter what. Hermione turned pale and returned to the Gryffindor lounge. At this time, Harry and Ronald were sitting on the sofa waiting for Hermione, and when they saw Hermione coming in, they hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Hermione, how did your investigation go? Did you find anything?" No, I must have thought wrong. Well, I'm tired and I'll go back first." "Do you think Hermione is a bit weird?" Harry said to Ronald as he saw Hermione walking into the girls' dormitory without looking back. "Maybe she really didn't find any clues, so she's not happy." "Really?" Harry scratched his head and said nothing more. After Hermione returned to the dormitory, without taking off her clothes, she lay down on the bed and covered herself with the quilt. Now she regrets why she went to check the information. If she didn't check, then nothing would happen, and she wouldn't be so troubled. Go to sleep quickly, and when you fall asleep, you don't have to think about anything. But dozens of minutes passed, and Hermione still didn't fall asleep, and took the quilt off her head directly. "No, I'm going to ask Richard to see if it's really him." Thinking of this, Hermione quickly ran out of the dormitory and didn't stop when passing by Harry and Ronald. Seeing Hermione, who said that she was tired, she rushed out quickly at this moment, even ignoring the two of them talking to her. What's wrong with her? Who knows? Maybe she thought of something and ran to the library. Leave her alone. How about we have a game? Anyway, Harry, who had nothing to do, immediately agreed, and the two happily started wizard chess. After Hermione left Gryffindor's lounge, she immediately ran towards the library. There was no class at this time, so Richard should most likely be in the library. Just as Hermione was walking up the stairs, walking down the marble steps, she heard what seemed to be a little wizard scream. Hermione hurried over to check, and saw a witch in a dark green school uniform who looked like a poodle being chased by a big snake with green hair and long hair on its head. Pansy Parkinson? Hermione recognized the little wizard, and it was Pansy Parkinson from Slytherin. When Pansy heard the voice, she rushed directly towards Hermione. Soon Pansy came to Hermione's side, bypassed Hermione, and pushed Hermione towards the basilisk. Although Hermione knew that there were many bad types in Slytherin, she never thought that this Pansy was so bad. Unprepared, Hermione looked directly at the basilisk. Now, the basilisk stared at Hermione with two huge yellow eyes like lanterns. Dead, how is she going to die? Hermione was desperate. She knew that if she saw the basilisk directly, she would be fatal in an instant. Just when Hermione closed her eyes in despair, suddenly a purple light radiated from her neck, and instantly an oval light film enveloped Hermione's body. "It is a guardian necklace from Richard." Hermione suddenly thought that Richard had given him a guardian necklace last semester. At that time, he told himself that this necklace could protect the soul from black magic attacks. It turned out that the eyes of the basilisk directly attacked the soul. Realizing that she seemed not afraid of the basilisk's eyes, Hermione immediately drew out her wand and cast spells on the basilisk continuously. There are many obstacles, fainted, shattered to pieces, and the basilisk seemed to be wondering why the little wizard wasn't afraid of his own eyes and what the light around her was, so he stayed still. Hermione shot a series of spells at the basilisk, but it had no effect at all. Its thick scales resisted the spells like armor. At this moment, the basilisk suddenly raised its head and looked in another direction. At this moment, a member of the Slytherin Quidditch team was training. He flew near the window on this floor and happened to see the basilisk. Assailant, just about to shout out, saw two yellow eyes. The little wizard lost control in an instant from sweeping up and down. Hermione knew the little wizard was doomed, and he looked the basilisk in the eye. And the people who were training outside realized that someone had fallen in the air and fell straight to the ground with the back of their head stuck to their backs, and they immediately screamed in shock from this situation. And the basilisk seemed to have heard the shouting outside, and directly threw Hermione into the air with its tail, and then slid along the corridor at high speed. And Hermione's necklace obviously didn't need to defend against physical attacks, so it was thrown directly onto the wall by the basilisk, only to hear a sharp pain from her arm, and Hermione knew that her arm was broken before she lost consciousness. Up. When Hermione regained consciousness again, she was already lying on the hospital bed, Delise, and it turned out to be the same bed as last time. Could it be that it was specially reserved for herself? At this time, although Hermione still felt some pain in her body, she moved her limbs and found that there was no problem. Then she specially tried the arm that was hit by the basilisk, and there was no problem. It seems that what Ms. Pomfrey said last time was true. She is indeed very good at treating injuries on bones. Just when Hermione was about to raise her body, she found that her body was unexpectedly heavy. Hermione, you're awake? Are you okay? Richard, who was guarding Hermione's bed, was also awakened by Hermione's movement. Seeing this person in front of her, Hermione first showed a hint of obscurity in her eyes, and then became firm again. It seemed that she had made some big decision. Richard, let's leave Hogwarts. Don't go to school here. Go to Eton College. Yes, go to Eton College. What's the matter? Are you still scared? Don't worry. That monster will be dealt with soon. Richard thought Hermione was still in a state of shock, so he said these words about leaving Hogwarts. I know, Hermione whispered. I know that you opened the Chamber of Secrets and released that monster. Don't worry, I won't report you. Let's get out of here, out of the wizarding world. If you can use emoji to describe the current Richard, it would be a face full of question marks. Hogwarts Infirmary. Me? I opened the Chamber of Secrets. Richard called out to Hermione in surprise. Hush, keep your voice down. Do you want to be found out? Hermione hastily covered Richard's mouth. Okay, I'm almost fine now. Let's go directly to pack our luggage and then leave secretly. While talking, Hermione showed a look of reluctance. Wait, how did you think it was the secret room I opened? Richard asked Hermione curiously. Seeing that Richard still asked herself this question, Hermione also planned to tell him how she discovered his secret. First of all, I know that the monster in the Chamber of Secrets is the basilisk, and I knew it before it was attacked by the basilisk. Secondly, you told me to find a natural enemy of the spider, and you should be the one who took Harry's diary well. You know the Gryffindor password. You're also a parcel tongue in the end. Harry hears the basilisk all the time, and you never say it, and the basilisk only listens to parcel tongue. You should have known that the monster in the secret room is the basilisk. After all, you opened the secret room. By the way, you gave me this necklace in advance. Hermione took out the guardian necklace from under her clothes. You know that the basilisk attacks the soul, so you gave me this necklace for self-defense. After finishing speaking in one breath, Hermione went to grab Richard's hand, planning to get up. Wait, don't get out of bed yet. After all, you haven't fully recovered yet. Richard hurriedly stopped Hermione. I can't wait anymore. It's dawn now, and Dumbledore will come to me soon. If I don't leave now, I'm afraid it will be difficult to leave later. Hermione said anxiously. Okay, Hermione, now I'm telling you, I didn't open the Chamber of Secrets, you know? Hearing Richard's words and looking at Richard's expression, serious and serious, Hermione was also taken aback at this moment. Could it be that she really thought wrong? Then do you know that there is a basilisk in a Chamber of Secrets? I know when some words of Harry and Ronald are combined. Then why didn't you tell us? I think these are things on the bright side. So I want to see when you can figure out, and I also hope that you can exercise your logical thinking ability through this matter. Hermione looked at Richard with the eyes of making up. You continued to make up. Richard's scalp was numb, and finally he could only touch his nose. Well, the main reason is that I don't want too many people to know about it. I want to see who took the diary. This is true. Originally, all the developments of the matter were under Richard's control, but in the end, no one knew who stole the diary, which also aroused Lucien's interest. There is also the necklace. That was really unintentional when a welfare family gave my mother some jewelry. Only the amethyst could be refined, so I had no choice but to choose this. I didn't expect it to be so useful. It's really not you. Hermione looked at Richard suspiciously. It's really not me. Besides, the first time I attacked, I spent the whole night refining potions at Professor Snape's place. Compared to me, Harry seems to be much more suspicious. Tell me what you think. He actually thought that I opened the secret room and wanted to escape. I also care about chaos. Richard saw that Hermione had pursed her lips, so he didn't dare to continue talking, secretly wiped off the sweat from his palms, and quickly changed the subject. Are you still in pain? Hermione, who had been tense all the time, didn't feel that much pain, but now that she knew it wasn't Richard, her whole body relaxed, and she felt the pain immediately. Pain. Richard quickly helped Hermione to lie down again. Just then Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape walked in. Hermione, how are you? Professor McGonagall said to Hermione. Professor, I have nothing to do. Then can you tell us what happened yesterday? Yesterday? Hermione wondered. She slept for so long. That's right, last night, a little wizard from Gryffindor reported to Professor McGonagall that you were lying on the ground and seemed to have been attacked. Professor McGonagall rushed over and took you to the infirmary. 11. Dumbledore explained to Hermione. Yesterday, I went to see Richard for something. Hermione blushed. When I was on the second floor, I suddenly heard screams. So I rushed over and saw a huge snake. A gigantic snake? Dumbledore and the others interrupted Hermione at the same time. That's right, the whole body is green, and there are feathers on the head. It's the basilisk, Dumbledore said. It turned out to be a basilisk. How could there be a basilisk in Hogwarts? Could it be? Professor McGonagall exclaimed immediately. That's right. It seems that the secret of the Chamber of Secrets has been solved. It's the basilisk. But the basilisk's eyes are instant death. Snape added without a word. Hearing this, Hermione first glanced at Richard, saw Richard nodded to her, and then took out the necklace again. I can explain this for her. Richard also took the initiative to stand up. In the last semester, I gave Hermione an amethyst alchemy product, a guardian necklace, which can defend against black magic attacks from the soul. That's right. I can also testify about this. Dumbledore also spoke at the right time. Then, you continue to talk. Then, I saw that basilisk chasing Pansy Parkinson from Slytherin. But unexpectedly, she ran to me and pushed me toward the basilisk. Hearing this, Richard couldn't help clenching his fists. Pansy Parkinson, right, wait. Dumbledore, on the other hand, gave Snape a wink, and Snape walked out immediately. Hermione also ignored Snape, who went out, and continued. At that time, I thought I was going to die. Hearing this, Richard ignored the presence of the professor and quickly grabbed Hermione's hand, but Hermione struggled a bit, but it didn't work, and she let Richard's behavior go. Then, because of the necklace Richard gave me, so that the basilisk could not kill me or petrify me, I started to attack the basilisk, but my spell didn't work on the basilisk at all. I saw a person flying over on a broom outside the window. The basilisk took a look at that person, and the person fell off the broom. There's also a shout from outside. The basilisk swept me with its tail, and I feign I'm already here when I wake up. After listening to Hermione's narration, Professor McGonagall showed satisfaction with Hermione on his serious face, especially when he heard that Hermione dared to cast a spell on the basilisk. Even Dumbledore was deeply moved. He is really a qualified Gryffindor. At this moment, Snape walked in with a disturbed Pansy. You pushed Hermione to the basilisk. Dumbledore said to Pansy seriously. I said I was scared to notice who it was. Pansy began to cry. Okay, stop crying and tell me how you met the basilisk. Dumbledore continued to ask. At this time, Pansy's crying became quieter, and she said while sobbing. At that time, I went to the toilet, and suddenly there was the sound of something crawling behind me. I wanted to see what it was, but it happened that my bag fell off. When I lowered my head to pick it up, I looked under the reflection of the water stains on the ground. It turned out to be such a big snake, so I ran away quickly. As soon as I ran, the snake came chasing me. Did you not see the eyes of the basilisk? Professor McGonagall analyzed. Yes, at that time I was so scared that I just ran forward, and then I met her. Pansy pointed to Hermione as she said. Dumbledore waved his hand to indicate that Pansy could go when Pansy hurried out. Since the basilisk likes you so much and still chases you, then just wait, I will send you there. At this moment, Richard was muttering silently in his heart. With a bang, the door of the infirmary was pushed open from the outside. Hermione, why are you petrified too? Harry and Ronald ran in from outside, shouting as they ran. But when the two saw Hermione sitting on the bed looking at them, they were a little dazed. After looking at them, Richard was also there, which was normal why both Dumbledore and McGonagall were there. We just heard that Hermione was attacked, and thought she was petrified too, Harry said cautiously to Professor McGonagall. To be honest, Harry always thought that Professor McGonagall was more like the headmaster than Dumbledore, and he was very nervous every time he saw her. At this moment, Filch walked in, and he didn't know what to say to Dumbledore, so Dumbledore walked out with Professor McGonagall. When Harry and Ronald came to Hermione's hospital bed, they asked Hermione what happened. Hermione had no choice but to repeat what happened yesterday. After hearing that, Harry and Ronald cursed together. I knew there was no one good in Slytherin. They were all bad. Yes, especially their dean. Professor Snape, Headmaster Dumbledore, and Professor McGonagall were called out by Filch just now. Richard said suddenly towards the door. When Ronald said this, he didn't notice that Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin, had walked in. Hearing Richard's words, Harry and Ronald were both dumbfounded. They turned their heads tremblingly and saw Snape in a black robe standing at the door. They could only pretend that he didn't hear and buried their heads deeply. I don't know if Snape really didn't hear it or if he didn't want to pay attention to these two people. He turned and walked out. I'm going to the bathroom first. Wait, and I'll go too. The two of them were really scared to pee. For Principal Dumbledore's side, Filch just came here specially to tell Dumbledore that Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge is here with 2 Aurors. Just when Ronald and Harry were about to go back after using the toilet, they saw Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall talking to a strange old wizard. Originally, Harry was going to go back, but he was stopped by Ronald, and he brought Harry to the back of an armored knight, where the conversation between the two could be heard, and they would not be found. That man, the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, my father's immediate boss, must have come for the Chamber of Secrets. After hearing Ronald's words, Harry hurriedly looked at that person. Cornelius Fudge was a stocky man with tousled gray hair, an anxious face, and a strange mishmash of clothes: pinstripe suit, bright red tie, black long cloak, purple pointed boots. And he was wearing a dark green top hat under his arm. It's too bad, Albus. So bad that I have to come. If the attack happened only on Muggles, it could be handed over to you to deal with it. But the death of a young wizard from a pure-blood family is really too much, and the Ministry of Magic must take action. You should also understand how much pressure these pure-blood families put on me. So today I need to take Rubeus Hagrid away. Where is he? I hope you understand, Connolly, that I have complete trust in Hagrid. Dumbledore frowned at Fudge. But look, Albus, Hagrid's previous record is against him. The Ministry of Magic has to do something about it, and I've been in touch with the school board. But Connolly, I still want to tell you that taking Hagrid away will not help at all. Now that we know what the monster in the Chamber of Secrets is, give me a little more time, and I will hand over the murderer to you, the real murderer. It's a pity that what you say doesn't count now, Headmaster Dumbledore, or the former headmaster. At this moment, Mr. Lucius Malfoy strode into Hogwarts. He was tightly wrapped in a long black traveling cape, with a cold and satisfied smile on his face. Things are terrible, Mr. Malfoy said lazily. Then, while taking out a long roll of parchment, the calendar continued. The board of directors feels that you should be let go. This is the removal order, and you will see that 12 directors have signed it. We feel that you may not have played your talents. So far, how many attacks have occurred incident? If it was just Muggle students, we wouldn't say anything. There are no Muggle students left in Hogwarts. That's your problem, but a noble pure-blood wizard was killed, and he was the only one, the dead one. The board has no way of accepting this outcome, and it would be a terrible loss to the wizarding world. It's your fault too, ex-headmaster, Dumbledore. Oh, what are you talking about, Lucius? Said Fudge, panicked. Dumbledore is deposed. No, we absolutely don't want to now. The appointment of the headmaster. No, it's the dismissal. It's a matter for the board of directors, Fudge, and has nothing to do with the Ministry of Magic. Mr. Malfoy said in a steady tone, since Dumbledore failed to prevent these attacks. But, Lucius, if Dumbledore can't stop them, Fudge continued, his upper lip starting to sweat. I mean, who can stop that? We'll see. Malfoy had a smirk on his face. This is the result of a vote of our 12 school trustees. At this moment, Harry and Ronald behind the armor were both dumbfounded. Could it be that Principal Bretto is really about to be dismissed? By the way, the current daily affairs of Hogwarts are temporarily managed by Professor Snape. We still need to discuss the formal appointment of the headmaster. Hearing what Lucius said below, Harry was no longer simply dumbfounded, but completely dumbfounded. Thinking that Snape was going to be headmaster soon, Harry felt his days were up, and Ronald seemed to understand Harry's worry and immediately patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, Dumbledore won't leave. He is Dumbledore. No one can force him to do what he doesn't want to do." However, Dumbledore's next words made Ronald unable to accept it. "If the board wants me to go, Lucius, of course I will." "But," Fudge stammered. Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes remained fixed on Lucius' cold gray eyes. However, Dumbledore said so slowly and clearly that everyone present could catch every word he said. "I've only really left this school when everyone here has betrayed me. You'll also find that at Hogwarts, help is always given to those who ask for it." For a split second, Harry was almost certain that Dumbledore's eyes had glanced toward the corner where he and Ronald were hiding. "The emotion is commendable," Lucius said, bowing. "We'll all miss you. The very personal way you handled things, Albus, will miss you." After speaking, he came to the gate with his right hand stretched outside the gate, indicating that Dumbledore could leave. Dumbledore didn't waste any more nonsense. He walked directly to the gate, took a look at Lucius, and left. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Lucius hurriedly left Hogwarts. After all, there was another character, Richard, whom he didn't want to face even if Dumbledore left. Harry and Ronald, who saw Dumbledore leaving the school, hurried to the infirmary and told Richard and Hermione what they saw. At this time, Hermione also panicked. What to do? Dumbledore is gone. Then who can control that basilisk? "It's okay. We still have Harry Potter. This is the savior." Seeing that Richard was still acting foolishly, Hermione also relaxed a little, not as anxious as before. "Then what shall we do from now on?" Harry said wryly. "Go ahead and do what you should do," Richard said indifferently. "Then let's continue to investigate the matter of the Chamber of Secrets. As long as this matter is resolved, Dumbledore will definitely be able to come back." Ronald encouraged Harry. Seeing that Hermione has nothing to do, she still has the energy to discuss the Chamber of Secrets incident with Harry and the others. Richard decided to go back first. After all, he didn't sleep much all night. Now he feels a little tired and wants to go back to sleep. And Hermione heard that Richard was going back and knew that he must be very tired now, so she didn't say anything but told Richard not to sleep too long and delay lunch. After Richard returned to the dormitory, he closed the curtains and fell asleep soundly. Seeking flowers. When Richard woke up again, the sun outside had come to the center of the sky, and Richard also felt that his stomach was dissatisfied with himself, so he yelled twice. Richard quickly took out his pocket watch and looked at it. It was already lunchtime, so he hurriedly put on his clothes, left the dormitory, and came to the auditorium. When outside the auditorium, Richard once wondered if he came to the wrong place or the time was wrong. The main reason is that it is too quiet. According to the normal situation, there should be a lot of people in the auditorium right now. But when Richard walked into the auditorium, he found that basically all the little wizards were inside. But with so many people, everyone seemed to be trying to suppress themselves and try not to make a sound. Richard arrived, sat down at Ravenclaw's dining table, and patted Miles on the shoulder next to him. "What's the matter? Why is it so quiet?" Everyone knows that there was another attack, and some people died, but at this moment, Principal Dumbledore left Hogwarts. Now everyone is panicking, afraid that without the protection of Principal Dumbledore, they will become the next victim. And several classmates already plan to write letters home, telling the family that they are temporarily suspended from school. 0-0. In this way, in such a depressing environment, Richard finished his lunch without the slightest influence. Soon the Easter holiday passed, and the little wizards started their study life again. It seemed that everything was on the right track, but all the little wizards knew that it was different now. The hallway, which should have been very lively, has lost its former vitality. The little wizards try to stay in the classroom or the lounge as much as possible. Even if they go out, they walk together in large numbers. The students seem to be very happy to have the teacher escort them from one classroom to another. Classroom. Dumbledore was gone, and the terror was spreading faster than ever before, so that the sun that warmed the outer walls of the castle seemed unable to shine through the mullioned windows. Every face in the school looked panic-stricken, and every laugh in the corridors seemed harsh, eerie, and quickly stifled. However, there was one person who seemed to particularly enjoy the atmosphere of terror and suspicion. Draco Malfoy walked up and down in the lounge with great vigor, and then reclined directly on the sofa in the lounge. He boasted triumphantly to Crabbe and Goyle. "I've known Father would drive Dumbledore away," he said, raising his voice a decibel. "Let me tell you, he thinks Dumbledore is the worst headmaster the school has ever had. Now we probably have a decent headmaster. Although Professor Snape is only acting temporarily, I believe he will be our new headmaster soon, and my dad would definitely vote for him." Originally, Malfoy would never have been like this when there were senior Slytherins around, but now it seems to him that there is nothing in Hogwarts that he should be afraid of. "Go away, you're blocking my way." At this moment, a cold figure came from behind Malfoy. Malfoy was about to curse, but when he saw that it was Gemma Foley, he had to obediently step aside. After all, there has always been a legend in the wizarding world that the Foley family cannot be touched, and Lucius also specifically told Malfoy, "At Hogwarts, don't provoke the Foley family. They are all lunatics, and they are very powerful lunatics." In this way, the whole of Hogwarts spent several weeks in a panic. Fortunately, these weeks were still calm, and there were no more disturbances. Gradually, the students got used to the current life, and their nervousness gradually stabilized. Although it was said that Snape was appointed to act as the headmaster, he has never fulfilled the relevant rites. All the affairs of Hogwarts are handled by the vice-headmaster, Professor McGonagall. Malfoy's arrogance is also more than one day, and his classmate, the poodle Pansy Parkinson, has also recovered from the panic. In order to please Malfoy, she is still preaching that she deliberately pushed Hermione to the basilisk. Yes, after all, the basilisk would definitely want to clean up the mudblood more than her pure blood. And this kind of remarks also inadvertently spread from Slytherin to the ears of Harry and the others. "Damn it, we have to find a way to fix her," Harry said angrily to Hermione and Ronald. "Yeah, I said Slytherins are all bad." Ronald agreed. "Forget it. Snape is the acting headmaster now. If we do something, we will be severely punished, and we have nothing to do with them." Hermione turned against 630 and looked more openly. "Comfort the two. Okay, you don't have to worry about this matter. I will deal with it," Richard said suddenly. Seeing that there was a flash of light in Richard's eyes, Harry didn't say anything. After all, Richard was not what he always showed, from killing trolls in the first grade to playing against the Slytherin Quidditch team alone in the second grade. It all showed that this was a werewolf who was a little bit more ruthless than a ruthless man. "Don't go too far," Hermione said to Richard worriedly. "Don't worry, I won't be found out." Richard didn't promise not to go too far, but only guaranteed that he wouldn't be found out. The three of Harry also heard what Richard meant, and thinking about his behavior when he was angry, they couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. Hastily changed the subject. "By the way, should we feed Fanya?" Harry said. "Yes, I almost forgot. Let's go now." Ronald also took over the topic. Because Hagrid was captured, they automatically took over the task of taking care of Fanya for Hagrid, bringing a lot of food from the kitchen to Fanya every time. And now, there is no Hagrid to take him for a walk. The timid Yaya dare not go anywhere. So now Yaya is a lot fatter than when Hagrid left. When Richard and the others came to Hagrid's hut, Yaya had already come outside the hut. Seeing 4 people coming, barking nonstop, it seemed that they were hungry. Harry quickly put the food into Fanya's exclusive basin, and Fanya jumped on it immediately. Richard stood aside and watched quietly, but his mind was constantly thinking about how to give the city to the basilisk without anyone noticing it. Now Pansy will never travel alone. He will act with several people. Of course, it is not that Richard can't deal with a few little wizards. First of all, Richard is not a pervert, so he must not affect others. Some people were bound to think of Hermione's, and this was not what Richard wanted. At this time, the conversation between Harry and the others caught his attention. Ronald said, if he had known that Malfoy was so arrogant now, he should have taken advantage of his transformation and beat him up, and I heard that there are many little wizards in Slytherin now. Everyone admired him, and so did Pansy. After listening to them, Richard suddenly had an idea. Since Pansy would not act alone, what if Malfoy asked her to go out? She should agree. As for the aftermath, Richard carefully recalled the situation of Ginny in the original book. She didn't seem to remember what she did at that time, and Malfoy also had access to the diary for a period of time, so he must have this kind of experience. No, as for what Malfoy will explain later, that's not what Richard needs to worry about. Now, just prepare strong hypnotics and compound medicines. Fortunately, he made 5 points of compound medicines from Snape at that time, and Snape also gave him a copy, so there is no need to waste time to re-refine them. If you use strong hypnotics, you can use them. Water of life and death. This refining process is relatively simple and does not take too long. Then Richard made an overall plan in his mind, and after making sure there was nothing wrong, he joined the ranks of a few people teasing the dog. In the evening, after dinner, Richard didn't go back to the dormitory, but went directly to the room of requirement and directly refined 3 servings of life and death water. Now that everything is ready, it's time to wait for the right time. Fortunately, Richard didn't have to wait for a long time. After dinner one day, they didn't know what Malfoy had said to Goyle and Crabbe. The two separated from Malfoy directly at the door of the auditorium, and Malfoy returned to the Slytherin lounge alone. Seeing this, Richard hurriedly followed, and when he reached the door of the lounge, Malfoy directly called out the password and went in. In order to avoid being seen by the people in the lounge, Richard directly activated the aura and followed. Sure enough, there were already people in the Slytherin common room at this time. Malfoy didn't stay in the common room and went straight back to his dormitory, and Richard followed. In the dormitory, Richard revealed his real body directly behind Malfoy and then used the stunning curse on his back without Malfoy noticing. Seeing that Malfoy was limp on the ground, Richard used his wand to control Malfoy, transferred him to the bed, took out a portion of the water of life and death, and poured it down for him. Then he plucked a hair from Malfoy's head, put it into the compound potion taken out of the reservoir, and drank it in one gulp. Immediately, Richard felt his insides start to churn, as if what he had just swallowed were some live snakes, forcing him to bend over. Suddenly, a burning sensation spread from his stomach to his whole body, reaching his fingers and toes. Then there was a horrible melting feeling, as if his skin was bubbling like hot wax, and a pinprick in his forehead told him that his hairline was receding. Soon the uncomfortable feeling stopped suddenly, as if everything that happened just now was an illusion. Richard came to the side of the mirror and took a closer look. Now, he can be said to be exactly the same as Malfoy in appearance, but there are still some differences in demeanor. Richard recalled Malfoy's usual posture carefully. The various Outyin cases I saw began to gradually, just soon 10 vivid Malfoys were born. Then Richard took out 2 small cakes, added the remaining 2 parts of life and death water to them, put them on the beds of the 2 of them respectively, and cast the disillusionment spell on Malfoy who was lying on the bed. This kind of double insurance ensures that Goyle and Brack will not find Malfoy to the greatest extent. After doing everything, Richard first carefully observed the outside and found that there was no one in the common room, so he walked out in peace. He didn't choose to sit on the sofa because he didn't know Malfoy's usual sitting posture, so just stand there and wait. Soon Goyle and Brack came back, and when they saw Malfoy standing there, they hurried over and were about to say something when they were interrupted. I'll talk about anything later. Gore, go and call out the feudal city. But there is a dormitory for girls, and we're not allowed to go in there. A thick voice came from Gore's mouth. Then you won't go to the entrance and find a random girl and ask her to call you? Yeah. Why didn't I think of it? Gore showed a suddenly realized expression. After speaking, he pulled Crabbe and walked towards the girls' dormitory. Soon, Pansy was brought over by them. Malfoy, what do you want from me? Pansy said to Malfoy in a flattering tone. Okay, you 2 go back first. I put a little gift for you on your bed. You'll definitely like it. Hearing Malfoy's words, Goyle and Crabbe happily ran back to the dormitory, and they were even happier when they saw the little cake on their bed. In order to let them lie on the bed, Richard deliberately put the small cake on the inside of the bed. Sure enough, the two 5.8 people took off their shoes and climbed onto the bed, and then ate the small cakes. Soon, the two of them passed out. At this moment in the common room, Richard said to Pansy, "Professor Snape has something to ask you, so let you go over there." Seeing that there was no one around, Pansy would definitely not dare to go out by herself, so she couldn't help showing a hesitant look. "Of course, for your safety, I will go with you." Hearing Richard's words, Pansy immediately revealed a look of surprise, because Lucius kicked Dumbledore out of Hogwarts. Malfoy's status in the school has risen, and it is Pansy's urgency to be alone with Malfoy, hopefully. Seeing that Pansy agreed, Richard led her directly out of the Slytherin common room, and was seen by several people while going out, and Pansy also showed a complacent look and even told a little witch that he wanted to out with Malfoy alone. Seeing Pansy's cooperation so much, Richard didn't stop and urge her, and even cooperated with her a little bit, which could be regarded as hospice care. Pansy was pleasantly surprised to see that Richard cooperated so well, and thought that Richard was also interested in her, so she was even happier. Hogwarts, door to the Slytherin lounge. Pansy, who had finished chattering in front of her classmates, walked forward with Richard like a little daughter-in-law. "Huh, isn't Professor Snape's office over there? Why are you going upstairs?" Seeing Richard leading him upstairs, Pansy asked quickly. "The professor isn't in the office, it's on the second floor. But it's night now, isn't there that basilisk in the school? Let's go up like this." Pansy felt nervous when she heard that she was about to go upstairs. "It's okay. I'm with you. Why don't you want to be with me?" "No, Draco, of course I want to be with you. Let's go." Speaking of which, Pansy took the initiative to hold Malfoy's arm. As the two walked up the stairs, Hogwarts was in darkness at this time, and the flickering torches could not bring much light. Richard could clearly feel that Pansy's hands were already sweating. "Pansy, did you really push that person out without seeing who it was?" Richard felt Pansy's trembling body, and suddenly his heart softened, and he decided to give her one last chance. If it was true that she pushed without seeing who it was, then Richard decided to just teach her a lesson tonight and make her regret what she did. If she had gone for Hermione at that time, then Richard would have just taught her a lesson, but I'm afraid she wouldn't have the chance to regret it. Of course it was intentional. At first I saw 20 people appearing there. I thought I was just using that person as a shield, but after getting closer, I realized it was the mudblood, so I pushed her. Pansy paused and continued, and I deliberately pushed her down from behind her. A friend of mine told me that it would be easier to push her. After Pansy finished speaking, she looked at Malfoy expectantly, hoping that Malfoy could praise her for this. "You did a good job," Richard said indifferently. "It's a pity. I have already given her a chance, but she didn't live up to it and didn't grasp it, so I can't blame myself." After talking, the two came to Myrtle's bathroom on the second floor. "Draco, why is Professor Snape here? Are you lying to me?" At this moment, Pansy finally realized something was wrong. How could Professor Snape find her in a girl's bathroom? Speaking of which, she was about to go back. Richard snapped his fingers directly, and Pansy immediately became motionless, as if he had been petrified. Richard used his wand to control Pansy to walk into the bathroom. As early as Richard had finalized the plan, he asked the Bloodman Barrow to arrange for Peeves to bully Myrtle away. Now Myrtle dare not come out at night, or dare not come back because she has gone out. So now Richard's actions are not human. Even ghosts don't know. After coming to the bathroom, Richard first went to the sink to check one by one, and finally found a small snake logo on the side of Copper Faucet. "Open," Richard said to the copper dragon head in parcel tongue. Immediately, the dragon hair emitted a dazzling white light and began to spin rapidly. Then, the pool moved. Seeing that the pool slowly disappeared from sight, a very thick water pipe was exposed, which could allow a person to get in. Although she stood aside. She couldn't move at all, but from her restless and rapidly moving eyeballs, it could be seen that the little girl was probably terrified now. Richard first put a floating spell on himself and Pansy respectively, and then controlled Pansy to jump directly into the water pipe with him. After jumping, Richard felt like he was rushing down a dark, sticky, endless slide. He could see that there were many other pipes branching out in all directions, but none were as thick as this one. Their pipe was twists and turns, and the slope was very steep all the way down. Then it fell to the ground. The pipe became horizontal, and he emerged from the spout, plopping to the wet ground. It's a dark stone tunnel large enough to allow one to stand inside. Richard hastily cast a luminescent charm. Luminescence. It was so dark in the tunnel that Richard could only see a small area in front of him. The wand's light cast their shadows on the wet wall, looking like monsters. The whole tunnel was as silent as a grave, and when Richard walked straight ahead, there was a click. Richard quickly looked down, and it turned out that he had stepped on a mouse skull. Lowering the wand and looking at the ground, there were some small animal bones scattered here and there. At this time, Ponchi's tears came down directly. It turned out that she knew her ending after seeing these bones. At this moment, Richard saw the silhouette of a huge coiled figure, lying motionless on the other side of the tunnel. He hurried over and increased the output of magic power. The light shone on a pair of huge snake skin, which was green and very bright. At first glance, it was the skin of a poisonous snake lying coiled on the ground of the tunnel. Apparently the animal that had just shed its skin was at least 20 feet long. This should be the slough of the basilisk. Richard said to himself, walked through the huge snake skin. Richard followed the tunnel from turn to turn. Better yet, before he turned yet another bend, he found a solid wall ahead, carved with two intertwined snakes with large, shining emeralds in their eyes. Richard cleared his throat. The emerald eyes seemed to twinkle. "Open it," Richard said in a low, hoarse hiss. The two snakes parted. The stone wall split in the middle and slowly slid to the sides and disappeared. Here Richard stands at one side of a long, dimly lit room. Many stone pillars engraved with coiled and entangled snakes stand tall and support the ceiling that melts in the darkness on the heights, casting long and treacherous black shadows on the entire room, filled with the mystery of the Green Emperor. The basilisk should be nearby. Richard quickly closed his eyes and then projected his mental power out. After several experiments, the output and feedback of mental power were stabilized. At this time, all the information from the outside world was transmitted to the in Richard's brain. Even though Richard's eyes are closed now, his perception of the outside world is even clearer than when Richard sees it by himself with his eyes open. Just like that, Richard pulled out his wand and led Pansy slowly between the stone pillars surrounded by giant snakes. When he came parallel to the last pair of stone pillars, there loomed before him a statue as tall as the room itself, clinging to the dark wall behind. Richard carefully observed that giant face. It was an old, monkey-like face with a long, sparse beard that almost stretched to the hem of the wizard's robe carved in stone, two gray hair standing on the room board. Then Richard carefully recalled the relevant details of the original novels and movies he had read in his previous life, came to the towering stone pillars, stopped in his tracks, and looked up at the face of the Slytherin stone statue hidden high in the darkness. "Speak to me, Slytherin, the greatest of the Hogwarts Four," Richard said to the statue in parcel tongue. The Slytherin's massive stone face moved. Its mouth opened slowly, and it opened bigger and bigger, finally forming a huge black hole. Something was moving in the statue's mouth. Something rustled and slid upwards from the depths of the statue. At this time, Richard released the spell on Pansy. After the spell was released, she didn't run away. I don't know if it was because she had completely collapsed and despaired at this time. "It was you who opened the secret chamber. It was you, Draco. It turns out that you're really the heir of Slytherin. But why? Tell me, why you did this to me. Why? Because of what you did to Hermione." "Hermione? That mudblood? Are you doing this to me because of that mudblood?" 060 Pansy also reacted at this time, stood up all of a sudden, took out his wand, and pointed it at Richard. "You're not Draco. Who are you?" Richard didn't have the habit of explaining too much to a dying person. He ignored Pansy, just waved his hand at her, and Pansy's wand flew into Richard's hand. At this moment, A huge object suddenly fell to the stone floor, and the whole secret room was shaken. One of the giant snakes was unfurling its coiled body from the Slytherin's mouth. The basilisk was moving towards Richard, and Richard could hear its heavy body gliding slowly across the dusty ground. "Come here," Richard said to the basilisk in parcel tongue. After a while, the basilisk came to Richard's side. "Who are you? Why can you talk to me?" "Generally, people who talk to me have the smell of the master. Why don't you have it?" Richard knew that the master, it said, was Slytherin, and the smell of its master should be the smell of the soul. As long as the soul is stained with the breath of Slytherin, it means that it is the heir of Slytherin. "I am indeed not your master's heir, but I can speak parcel tongue. Will you obey my orders?" "Of course not. Snake will only obey those who have the smell of the master. But you can communicate with me. I don't have to kill you. You go, don't come again. The master doesn't allow people who don't have the smell of it to come in." When the basilisk appeared in front of him just now, although Richard didn't turn around to check, he clearly saw that Pansy had completely lost his breath of life because he was staring at the basilisk's eyes. The purpose of coming in has been achieved, and there is no need for Richard to stay here any longer. He turned around and controlled Pansy's body to walk outside, and said to the basilisk while walking, "In a few days, I should come again." The basilisk ignored Richard and climbed back into the mouth directly along the statue. After a roar, the giant mouth closed again. Hogwarts, inside the girls' bathroom on the second floor. A little wizard with a pale golden back led another little witch who seemed to be asleep and crawled out of the pipe. Richard first came out to observe by himself, and found that there was indeed no one outside. After all, the current situation in Hogwarts generally does not allow people to go out at night, but there is no way to prevent someone from committing suicide, so Richard should be more cautious. After coming out of the bathroom, Richard carefully avoided all the portraits and put Pansy's body at the door of Professor Lockhart on the third floor. Then he returned to his dormitory, and when he returned to the dormitory, Richard did not use the password to enter, but directly opened Shanine, walked through the door of the Ravenclaw lounge, and returned to his room. "I checked the warning spell I cast on the door. It was very good. No one came to find me." Richard simply tidied himself up, did not go out to wash up, and used a cleansing spell on himself. Then he lay on the bed, carefully recalled all the things that happened tonight, and after making sure that there were no loopholes, he really relaxed. At this moment, Richard didn't feel any guilt, nor did he feel the same sense of excitement as in the novels he read in his previous life, but he was very calm, without any waves. After all, people have to be responsible for what they have done. Of course, if someone finds out about Richard and wants to avenge Pansy, then he can understand it, and it will be time to break his wrists. Forget it, don't want to go to sleep. There was no dream all night, until the next morning, when Richard woke up by himself after tidying up. He just opened the door and found Terry was already standing at the door. "Richard, you are already awake. I thought you were not awake. Let's go have dinner together." Hearing Terry's dinner invitation, Richard of course readily agreed. "When I came to the auditorium, I found that there was no breakfast on the table, and everyone started talking about it. In this noisy and disorderly time, suddenly several professors appeared at the gate of the auditorium, but they didn't come in, as if they were waiting for someone. Soon, an old man with a white beard, whom all young wizards in Hogwarts knew, walked in from outside. "It's Dumbledore. Dumbledore is back." Countless cheers came to mind instantly. At this time, Dumbledore took all the professors and Hagrid, who came back with him, to the professor's chair with a blank face. Hagrid also winked at Harry as he passed by. Still the same, Professor McGonagall tapped the wine glass with a spoon, and the auditorium immediately fell silent. "Now our headmaster Dumbledore has something to say." Dumbledore cleared his throat and spoke. "Yes, I'm back again, but it's not a pleasant thing." Dumbledore continued after a pause. "Because yesterday we lost another classmate forever, Pansy Parkinson of Slytherin, who was found dead at Professor Lockhart's door last night. Maybe she wanted to ask me for help, but unfortunately, I was not in the office at the time. If I was there, she would not have died." Lockhart interjected directly. Dumbledore squinted at Lockhart, didn't say anything to him, but continued the topic just now. The school board thinks that Hogwarts still needs me now, so they let me come back again. At this moment, all the houses except Slytherin applauded spontaneously. Dumbledore raised his hand and pressed it down and continued. I said it's not a pleasant thing to do, even if she was one. Seeing that Dumbledore was about to say something that would be beneficial to learning harmony, Mimo coughed dryly twice, and Dumbledore also stopped in good time. Okay, let's eat first. After finishing speaking, all kinds of food appeared on the table immediately, and the little wizards also started breakfast. But in Slytherin, there was indeed an undercurrent. Didn't Pansy go out with Malfoy yesterday? Yes, I saw that too. Yes, Pansy was showing off to me then. Then why was she attacked? That's right. You see, Malfoy is still eating and drinking there. Hearing the discussion of people around him, Malfoy thought he was talking about Dumbledore's return and didn't pay attention until Goyle suddenly said to him, Draco, what were you doing with Pansy yesterday? Malfoy was in a daze at the time. Yesterday, he went out with Pansy himself. However, Malfoy, who had already had relevant experience, did not immediately deny it, but asked Goyle, How do you know that I went out with her yesterday? Didn't you ask us to call her? Although I didn't see you going out with her, didn't they all say they saw you going out together just now? Hearing Goyle's words, Malfoy had a familiar feeling in his heart. No wonder he had no memory as soon as he returned to the dormitory yesterday. Malfoy first calmly and perfunctorily dealt with Goyle, and then left the auditorium directly after taking 2 casual bites. After leaving the auditorium, Malfoy quickly ran to the girls' bathroom on the 2nd floor, walked over the malfunction sign, and walked in. After checking all the places, it turned out that the notebook had disappeared. Then Malfoy returned to the dormitory and began to rummage through the boxes. Damn it, it must be that Tom's diary. How could this be? Isn't it already thrown away? Did someone bring it back? But the result was doomed. Malfoy searched through the entire dormitory, but did not find the diary. At this time, Goyle and Crabbe also came back, seeing the messy dormitory turned up by Malfoy, and asked in doubt, What's wrong with you, Draco? What are you looking for? Did you see a diary? It's just a black cover. It's a little old, and there's Tom Riddle written on it. Hearing Malfoy's words, neither of them wanted to answer directly. No, we don't use diaries. Without getting a satisfactory answer, Malfoy stopped asking. He knew it was useless to ask, and that diary could still change memories. The most important thing now is how to explain the matter of going out with Pansy, which has been seen by many people. I believe someone will come to him soon. While Malfoy was thinking hard, a little Slytherin wizard came to Snape's office. Professor, was Pansy killed last night? Do I need to report to you? Snape said coldly. No, Professor, what I want to say is that last night, several of us saw that Draco Malfoy and Pansy went out together, and we heard that Pansy was killed in the morning. What relationship? Hearing the little wizard's words, Snape's expression also changed. He didn't know what he was thinking, and then said to the little wizard, Okay, I see, you go back first. The little wizard obediently left Snape's office. In fact, many people in Slytherin were very unhappy with Malfoy's arrogance during this period. With Dumbledore's return, the little wizards of those small families were fine, but many young wizards of big families decided to add some trouble to him. The young wizard who sued Snape was a young wizard from a big family. At that time, Malfoy had said about him in front of everyone, and he had always held a grudge in his heart. Of course, such a good opportunity should not be missed now. After Snape heard the news, he didn't intend to cover up Malfoy, so he went directly to the headmaster's office and told Headmaster Dumbledore. Draco Malfoy. Dumbledore knocked on the table, thought for a while, and suddenly remembered what Richard said at that time. It was Malfoy at that time. Then Dumbledore said to Snape, Looks like we need to have a chat with him. Severus, please bring Mr. Malfoy over. Snape didn't say anything, just walked out the door. By the way, don't tell Lucius. Snape paused, nodded slightly, and left the headmaster's room. When Snape came to the Slytherin lounge, Malfoy was still in the dormitory, thinking about how to justify himself. Damn Tom, didn't he hide it well before? Why was he so careless this time? Everyone saw it. Malfoy muttered quietly. At this moment, Slytherin's prefect, Chu Lin, walked in. Malfoy, the professor is looking for you. Come out quickly. Although Malfoy had long been mentally prepared, when he heard Flint's words, his heart trembled. But Malfoy didn't dare to delay, and quickly followed Flint out. "Draco, come with me. Headmaster Dumbledore wants to see you." After speaking, Snape walked out of the lounge, and Malfoy quickly followed. "Professor, can you help me contact my father?" Snape stopped immediately when he heard it, and turned to look at Malfoy, staring at Malfoy with his cold eyes. "Did you do it?" Malfoy was taken aback for a moment, then said immediately, "Of course not the professor." Malfoy himself thought so, and it had nothing to do with him because Tom did it, so what he said was very natural. Seeing Malfoy's behavior, Snape turned around and continued walking. "You didn't do it, so you don't need to worry, and you don't need to contact Lucius. You can write to him afterwards. Don't worry, I will be there too. As long as you didn't do it, no one will wrong you." Snape obviously knew Malfoy was worried about Dumbledore, so he said more. "Okay, Professor, I see." Hearing Snape's words, Malfoy felt a little relieved. After all, Snape was still Malfoy's godfather. In a sense, it can also be called a father. Soon, an uneasy Malfoy was taken to Dumbledore's office. Hogwarts, inside the headmaster's office. "Mr. Malfoy, did you and Pansy Parkinson go out last night?" Dumbledore asked Malfoy, seemingly kindly. "Yes, Headmaster Dumbledore, I did go out with her last night." Malfoy knew he couldn't hide it, so he admitted it directly. "Then can you tell me, what did you go out to do, and when did you separate?" "Okay, Mr. Principal, I went out with Pansy yesterday because she likes me, and I don't have any feelings for her, so I just want to find a place where no one is around and make it clear. As for when we separated, the specific time I don't remember, but after I finished talking with her, I left. At that time, I told her that the school is not safe now, and invited her to go back to the lounge, but she refused me and left alone. I also know that I just rejected her, and I can't say anything, so I can only go back to the dormitory alone. But I didn't expect that she would." Malfoy slowly and methodically narrated the excuse he had conceived just now. And at this moment, the upbringing of the pure-blood family was vividly reflected. "Mr. Malfoy, did anyone see it when you went back? And your roommates, Mr. Gower and Mr. Crabbe, do they know? When I went back, because my mind was in a mess, I didn't notice anyone who saw it. As for Gore and Crabbe, they were already asleep when I went back. It turned out to be like this, and I'm sorry to trouble you. Mr. Malfoy, you can go back now." I don't know what Dumbledore was thinking, but he sent Malfoy back directly. After Malfoy 810 returned to the dormitory, he wrote to Lucius everything that happened in the past 2 days and said that Hogwarts is very dangerous now. Can he go home first and come back after the incident is resolved? As for Richard, they saw Hagrid come back in the morning, and after breakfast, they went to Hagrid's hut immediately. "Hagrid, how are you? Have they hurt you?" "How is this possible?" Hagrid was only taken away on suspicion. They couldn't possibly hurt Hagrid. Hermione said righteously, "Well, they didn't hurt me. They just sent me to Azkaban." Speaking of this, the giant-like Hagrid showed a look of fear. "Azkaban? Where is that?" Harry asked curiously. "It's a prison for wizards. You don't want to know what it looks like. There are all dark wizards there, and they are all evil wizards. And there are—" Ronald was interrupted by Hermione before he could finish his sentence. "How can they do this? Hagrid is only suspected. How can he be put in prison?" "Hermione, this is not the world of ordinary people. There is no detention, only imprisonment," Richard said to Hermione at the right time. "Then how did they find out you were wronged?" Harry continued. "Oh, it's because of Professor Dumbledore. He appealed to the Ministry of Magic, and I was locked up, but there was still an attack at Hogwarts, so it could be proved that it must not be me. Through the Wisingamoth's judgment, I was just released. That is equivalent to the highest court of wizards, and Dumbledore is the chief wizard of the Wisingamoth." Seeing Harry and Hermione's puzzled looks, Ronald explained to them. Seeing that Hagrid was still relatively sluggish, everyone didn't stay any longer. They just bid farewell to him and told him to come back to see him in a few days. Just when several people were walking towards Hogwarts Castle, a discussion also started. "I didn't expect this attack to be a blessing in disguise. Now Dumbledore and Hagrid are back," Harry said excitedly. "Yeah, It wouldn't be such a bad thing if the basilisks only attacked Slytherins, Ronald said. Ronald, you can't think like this. Slytherins are also a school in Hogwarts. Not all Slytherins are bad guys, and there are good guys among them. Hermione said seriously. But look, that pansy, she actually you. Having said this, the three of Harry stopped talking, and the atmosphere was slightly awkward. In the end, it was Harry who broke the awkward atmosphere. Richard, did you do this? Harry asked cautiously. Hearing this, both Ronald and Hermione looked at Richard. At this moment, Hermione's heart was very contradictory. She didn't want Richard to do it at all, because if it was Richard, it must be because of her own reasons. That is, she killed Pansy indirectly. She really didn't know what to do, face it. Of course it wasn't me. Originally, I just wanted to teach her a good lesson, but I didn't expect that she would be killed before I could make a move. What a pity. Richard also saw Hermione's contradictions, so he didn't tell them the truth of the matter, and had to tell them a white lie. Do you still tell a few lies? After hearing Richard's words, several people relaxed, and the atmosphere suddenly became lively again. I heard that Malfoy took Pansy out, but only Malfoy came back, and Pansy was killed. Do you think there is something wrong with Malfoy? How is it possible? Didn't we ask Malfoy? He won't lie to Goyle and Crabbe, after all. Harry directly refuted Ronald's guess. Leaving aside this question, haven't you ever thought about how such a big basilisk moves in the school? The key is that no one sees it when it's not attacking people. Hermione directly raised the question. A crucial question. Hearing Hermione's question, both Harry and Ronald showed pensive expressions. After a while, the two who really had no idea gave up. Why don't you find a map of Hogwarts and mark all the places where the attacks happen to see if there are any similarities? Seeing the puzzlement of several people, Richard directly put forward a constructive suggestion. That's right, we should really do this. I always watch detective movies like this on TV. Hermione's eyes lit up, and then she said, But where's the map of Hogwarts? Libraries, there must be libraries. After finishing speaking, several people came to the library together, and there was indeed a map of Hogwarts here. The first attack was here. The first attack was Filch's cat, right here. Harry said, pointing at the map. In this way, for the second and third time, they marked all the places where they were attacked, and found that there was one thing in common except where Pansy was killed. Bathroom, the three yelled. At this moment, Mrs. Pingsy, who had been eyeing them for a long time, walked over quickly. Go out. Hearing Mrs. Pance's words, Richard hurriedly dragged the three of them out of the library. Harry and Ronald didn't care. He and Hermione would come to the library often. It would be very troublesome if Mrs. Pance recorded it. After arriving outside the library, the three of Harry were still discussing nonstop. Each attack took place near the bathroom, but the last two, one with Hermione and one with Pansy, were some distance from the bathroom. Does that mean that the basilisk's attack distance is gradually increasing? At first it couldn't stay too far away, but now it is gradually expanding outward. When Richard heard Harry's analysis, he wanted to applaud him. The juvenile hole is indeed good. Were these things? The attack distance is also expanded. If the internet is not developed now, otherwise you must be a person who writes online articles handy. Both Ronald and Hermione agreed with Harry's guess. I finally understand why every time I hear the sound, it is inside the wall. It must be those water pipes, and the basilisk walks along the water pipes. Unexpectedly, Harry thought of the way the basilisk walked independently. Now, not only Ronald and Hermione, but even Richard felt admiration for Harry. However, there are so many bathrooms in the school. Where did the basilisk come from? Or can every bathroom basilisk come out? If so, how do we find a secret room? Ronald raised his own doubts. Hearing Ronald's words, Harry and Hermione fell into deep thought again. Richard felt that he had given them enough reminders today, and they were already very close to the truth. He believed that even if he didn't remind them, they should be able to think of Myrtle's bathroom soon. Then shall we tell the professors about these discoveries? Hermione said suddenly, I think it's better not to. Have you ever thought that if it was really related to the secret chamber incident 50 years ago, would the murderer at that time? Although Ronald didn't finish speaking, the other three also understood what he wanted to say. That is, whether the murderer is not a student, but a professor. At this moment, Harry suddenly felt a sharp, cold wind coming out, which made him shudder. Yes, what Ronald said was correct. Could it be the teaching? Could it be Snape? Hearing this name, Richard was immediately dumbfounded. No. Why are you all pressing on Snape like this? Is this something you can guess at will? But don't say it. It's getting more and more interesting now. The corners of Richard's mouth began to involuntarily rose up. Then we can tell Headmaster Dumbledore that there is nothing wrong with him. If it weren't for him, more people would have been killed, and he and Hagrid were not there in the last attack, so he and Hagrid are not suspected. Hermione said, but Headmaster Dumbledore trusts Snape so much, we can't directly tell him that Snape is also suspected. He will definitely tell Snape. Ronald continued, didn't he hear something? Richard was very puzzled as to why Snape was now suspected. In the end, it was Harry Potter who set the course. Forget it. Let's investigate first before deciding whether to tell the professor. Time gradually passed as the three of Harry slowly investigated, and the weather gradually became hotter. This morning, when Richard was eating breakfast, countless owls flew in from outside, and Richard's Barnaby was undoubtedly the most beautiful cub among them. Barnaby did not return the letter directly to the addressee like other owls, but gently flew to Richard's shoulder and then rubbed his head against Richard's head. Richard patted Barnaby's head, then gave him a small jerky. After taking the letter, Richard looked it up, and it turned out that Olivia had given birth, and it was indeed a baby girl. Now the mother and daughter are well and have returned to Harris Farm. Seeing this, Richard was so excited that he had a younger sister. Richard immediately jumped up, ran to Gryffindor's dining table, showed the letter to Hermione, and took the letter away before Hermione could say anything. No, I have to go back and have a look. Richard can't wait for the holiday. Thinking of this, he immediately ran to the professor's chair. Professor Flitwick, I'm going to take a leave of absence and go home. Hearing what Richard said, all the professors looked over. Of course, what's the matter at home? Do you need my help? Professor Flitwick immediately agreed. It's okay, Professor. I just had a younger sister. I have to go back and see. Oh, the birth of new life always means new hope. Dumbledore took the words and continued. So, how many days off do you want to take? It doesn't need to be too long. I'll just go back and have a look just one day, and I'll be back at night. In that case, I'll take you back. Oh, okay. Thank you, Headmaster Dumbledore. Richard was a little surprised when he heard that Dumbledore was going to send him back. Are you so free now? You don't need to guard Hogwarts anymore. With the professors here, I believe it's okay for me to go out for a while. Dumbledore seemed to see Richard's doubts and said directly, and, sister, what a beautiful name it is. A tear seemed to flash in Dumbledore's eyes as he spoke. I'm really sorry. It's easy to recall the past when you're old. All the deans here know about Dumbledore, and know that Dumbledore also had a younger sister who died in an accident because of him. This has always been Dumbledore's biggest heart disease, and it is also because of this reason that Dumbledore has always been at odds with his brother. Under Richard's constant urging, Dumbledore finally finished his breakfast and then took Richard back to the headmaster's office. When he came to the principal's office, Dumbledore asked Richard to wait for a while, then walked up the stairs by himself, put something in his arms, and took Richard away with apparation. At Richard's house, Wilson and Olivia are teasing the baby together, while Phoebe is directing the bowl and laughing at herself. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound in the air, and Dumbledore and Richard came outside the door. Professor, I remember that you can't apparate in places you haven't been to. Richard said suddenly to Dumbledore. Really? I don't know when. I have been here. Yes, it should be like this. At this time, Richard, who was already impatient, didn't want to say anything, although what Bullado said was very false. A house elf pushed open the door with a bang, pointing his finger outside. This is the Harris family. Please get out of here if you have nothing to do. Phoebe's trembling fingers could tell that it was very nervous. It's me, Phoebe. Seeing Phoebe's performance, Richard was very satisfied. Lord, Master, you're back. Seeing Richard, Phoebe stammered excitedly. That's right, I'm back. You've done a great job. I'm very satisfied. Richard's contrasting praise was not stingy. That's what Phoebe should do, Master. Are you here to see the baby? She's perfectly healthy. Yes, by the way, Phoebe, go get a cup of tea. We have a guest. Good master, said Phoebe, casting a sneaky glance at Dumbledore. Richard led Dumbledore into the room, just as Wilson put down his shotgun. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Where's my sister? Richard shouted loudly. Come here, Richard. Let Mommy take a good look at you. Your sister is here too. Okay, Mom, I'll go right away. After speaking, Richard introduced Dumbledore to Wilson and then walked directly inside and came to Olivia's side. Olivia grabbed Richard and kissed him on the forehead. Originally, she regretted that her son was not around for a while, but now Richard is back. Looking at the pair of children beside her, Olivia felt a sense of happiness welling up in her heart. And Richard looked at the little baby lying in the crib and felt an inexplicable feeling. This is a kind of blood connection. This is his sister, the sister of the same father and mother. At this time, the little baby seemed to have noticed his brother, looked at Richard with big blue eyes, and giggled. Look, my sister seems to like you very much. She smiled at you. Olivia found out in surprise. Can I hug her? Richard asked Olivia. Of course, but you have to be careful. She's too young. Speaking of which, Olivia picked up the baby and then gently handed it over to Richard. Richard took it over in a hurry, froze, not daring to make any big moves. After holding for a while, Richard, who was really afraid that he would make the baby uncomfortable, handed her back to Olivia. Did you come back by yourself? The baby Olivia asked Richard. No, and my headmaster, Mr. Dumbledore, who sent me back. Then I'd better go out and say hello. Olivia didn't put the baby down, as she said, but went outside holding the baby together. At this moment, Wilson and Dumbledore were sitting on the sofa, chatting awkwardly. Headmaster Dumbledore, thank you very much for sending Richard back. You're welcome, Mrs. Harris. Dumbledore stood up and said to Olivia, keeping his eyes on the baby, would you like to take a look at Richard's sister? Seeing that Dumbledore seemed to be very interested in the baby, Olivia said, That's really my honor. After saying wow, Dumbledore came to Olivia's side and looked at the baby. Zero looking for flowers. She's so pretty, Dumbledore said with emotion. By the way, does she have a name? Not yet. We have chosen a few names, but none of them feel very ideal, so we haven't named them. At this moment, Olivia suddenly thought that the other party is a principal, so he must be knowledgeable, or not. Principal Dumbledore, can you name her for us? I don't know what you want. At this moment, Dumbledore looked at the baby helplessly and murmured, Ariana. Next to him, Olivia heard Dumbledore's whisper. Ariana? Ariana. It's a good name. What do you think? Olivia looked at Wilson and Richard. I think it's very good, Ariana. What a nice name. Wilson said in agreement. Richard knew that the name Ariana was the name of Dumbledore's sister, but since his parents liked it, he didn't care. The name was just a code name, and he believed that he could protect his sister. What do you think, Richard? Zero. I think it's good too. Let's call it Ariana. Okay, since everyone thinks it's good, then the baby's name will be Ariana. Ariana Harris. Ariana seemed to know that she already had a name, and she also started giggling. Ariana, Ariana. Olivia kept teasing the baby with names. Dumbledore's eyes were moist when he saw the scene in front of him. It was a familiar scene. He had experienced it before, but his own Ariana had left forever. Master, tea is here. Phoebe suddenly appeared in the living room, which also interrupted Dumbledore's meeting. Headmaster Dumbledore, come and have some tea. Wilson greeted Dumbledore. Hearing Wilson's greeting, Dumbledore also sat down and bid farewell to them after drinking. Richard sent Dumbledore out the gate. Dumbledore took a small locket from his pocket and handed it to Richard. There's a small pendant inside, which can protect Ariana from external harm. Of course, only physical harm. Okay, Professor Dumbledore, I see. Thank you. By the way, don't you have anything to say to me when you send me back? Don't say that you just send me back. I don't believe it. Sure enough, I still can't hide it from you. I just want to ask, where did Harry and the others investigate? You can ask Harry directly about this. Why do you ask me? Richard was puzzled. Because I think what they investigated is what you want them to investigate. What? Why want them to investigate? Headmaster Dumbledore, don't talk nonsense about things without evidence. There's a crime called defamation in the world of ordinary people, which refers to your situation. Oh, is it? Then it's not about you. You just tell me how far they have investigated, can you? That's about it. They already know that the way the basilisk travels is through the school's pipes. That's all. After listening to Richard's words, Dumbledore didn't say anything, just operated away. Leaving aside Richard's happy time at home, the eyes returned to Hogwarts. When Richard received the letter, Malfoy finally received a reply from his father after many days. The content of the reply letter was short and powerful, summed up in a few words: "For the honor of the Malfoy family, death must be at Hogwarts." After reading it, Malfoy felt bad and felt that there was no more love in the world. The whole person was sluggish, and he didn't have the bragging rights of the previous few days. He had to be accompanied by Gore and Crabbe in everything he did. He is so scared now, afraid that the diary will find him again. As for Harry, Ronald, and Hermione, they split up and searched for the suspicious bathroom. But the thing looked the same, and there was no difference. At night, Hagrid brought Richard back, and in Hagrid's hut, the trio held a meeting with Richard. At this time, Harry and Ronald were constantly exchanging their inspection experience, but Richard and Hermione ignored them. Richard took out the photos he took of Ariana today, and Hermione looked at each one carefully, not saying it was so cute emotion. Hey, what are you doing? Don't you see we're talking about business? Ronald was very dissatisfied with Richard and Hermione's fishing. That's right, we worked so hard today, and you still don't listen. Harry also complained about the two entering 607. Well, these are not things you should worry about. Dumbledore is back, and he will take care of it. Hagrid said something fair. You can't say that. I didn't see that the things that happened 50 years ago have not been resolved. Barging, Ronald directly retorted. In desperation, Hermione had no choice but to join their discussion, and Richard lost interest at all after listening to it. It was all unnutritious things, so he secretly took out the photos and asked Hagrid to share them. But Hagrid has no appreciation for human cubs at all. He would say how wrinkled he looks like a little old man, and why he has so little hair. Hearing this, Richard has veins popping out. What is this? This is a human, not a cat or dog, with such little hair. Richard grabbed the photo and thought about Hagrid. Hagrid scratched his head in embarrassment, then pretended to glance at the time. It's already so late. You should go back. It's not too late, and I have to report to the principal that Richard has been picked up. Saying that, Hagrid stood up and kicked the four of them away like chickens go out. Of course, he also came out. After all, Hogwarts is still relatively dangerous now. Hagrid sent Richard back to Ravenclaw's common room first, and then sent Harry and the others back before heading to the headmaster's office. After Richard entered the lounge, he found that Penelo was sitting on the sofa in the common room. Richard walked over with a brisk walk and took out Ariana's photo from the storage. "Sister, let me show you my sister, my own sister." Hearing Richard's words, Penelo also took the photo with great interest and looked at it. Sure enough, no matter how big or small a woman is, she has no resistance to cute things. After a while, Penelo exclaimed again and again, "It's so cute. You can see that her eyes have the same wink as yours, but she is blue, and her face is also very similar to yours. She must be a great beauty when she grows up. And this one, she also has dimples. She's so cute." Apart from Penelo, there were several girls sitting there in the lounge, and when they heard her shout, they all surrounded her. What Richard wanted to hear the most at this time was the praise of his sister from others. Seeing so many people coming, he was even happier and distributed all the photos. These little witches also praised her generously. Richard was very satisfied when he heard it, and even said that he was even happier than when he got the skill for the first time. At this time, Professor Flitwick came in suddenly and said when he saw Richard among the flowers, "Richard, you're back." "Yes, Professor, I'm back. Hagrid picked me up." "I'm so sorry, Professor. I forgot to tell you." "It's okay, just come back. By the way, what were you doing just now?" Richard quickly took some photos and handed them to Professor Flitwick. "They're looking at my sister. Here's a picture of my sister." Professor Flitwick took a few glances at the photo and said directly, "Well, it is very beautiful." Then he was going to return the photo to Richard, but Richard didn't say it directly to Professor Flitwick. "Is that all?" "Professor, you were taking a good look." Professor Flitwick was taken aback for a moment, then took the photo back, looked at it seriously, and then said to Richard with an uncertain tone, "It's very beautiful. What's wrong with it?" 2 eyes, 1 mouth, 2 ears, 1 nose, no problem, no tail, I've seen it. Now Richard is not calm. Look, is this speaking human language? What the hell are the eyes, nose, mouth, and tail? This is still a professor with no eyesight at all. Richard directly snatched the photo from Professor Flitwick's hand. This made Professor Flitwick even more depressed. That's right, that's right. Seeing Richard's unhappy look, Pinello covered his mouth and smiled. Professor, Richard wants you to praise his sister more, not to say that there is something wrong with her. Hearing Pinello's explanation, Professor Flitwick was also embarrassed. He didn't say much, and he directly confirmed with Pinello that all the students of Ravenclaw were in the dormitory and left. The other girls saw the professor leaving, and after looking at the photos for a while, they also left the common room and returned to their dormitories. And Pinello was still watching carefully one by one, and his face turned slightly red at the end. I don't know if I will be so cute if I have a child in the future. Thinking of this, Pinello's face turned redder. Senior sister, what's wrong with you? Richard went online. It's okay, by the way, what is my sister's name? Pinello asked. This is my sister. Her name is Ariana. As if afraid of being robbed, Richard first declared his sovereignty and then told his sister's name. Pinello gave Richard a blank look and then drew one from the middle. This picture was sent to me. Richard glanced at it and saw that he was holding Ariana in the photo, but because of the angle, Ariana's picture was not very clear and Li Jian-smack was abnormally photogenic. Huh? Why did you choose this one? I'm not very clear about this one. Let me choose another one for you. No, that's it. You can keep the rest and treasure them. After speaking, Pinello took the photo and hurried away, as if afraid of being seen. When Pinello returned to the dormitory, he lay directly on the bed, took out the photo just now, rubbed his fingers against Richard's face in the photo, and looked at it seriously. I don't know how long it took. Luo found himself pressing the photo onto his face. After Richard returned to the dormitory, he took out all the photos and pasted them on the walls of the dormitory one by one, and even pasted 2 photos on the ceiling that he had magnified with the magnification spell. Ariana, Richard fell asleep contentedly. At the same time, in Hogmeade Village next to Hogwarts, exit from the post office on Central Avenue and turn into a small road next to it. There is a small bar at the intersection. On the stained bracket, a severed pig's head was painted on it, and the blood seeped into the white cloth that wrapped it. Headmaster Dumbledore was standing there right now, staring blankly at the portrait hanging on the wall in the living room, which showed a blonde-haired girl. Didn't I see the closing sign outside? Why are people still coming in? A tall and thin old man with gray long hair and beard, who seemed to have a weird temper, yelled as he walked out. It's me, Aberforth, Dumbledore said. Aberforth paused for a moment, then rushed out faster than before, came to Dumbledore, and grabbed him by the collar. Oh, who made you stand in front of Ariana? How do you have the face? Aberforth burst into tears as he spoke, and Dumbledore couldn't stop crying. For his sister's death, he really couldn't forgive himself. Even if Aberforth hated him 100 times, he wouldn't blame him. He deserved it. After crying for a while, the 2 old men, over 100 years old, gradually calmed down. Come on, what are you doing here? Aberforth said first. That locket, I gave him away. Dumbledore said softly, as if he dared not admit it. Aberforth was taken aback for a moment, and then tightly held the wine glass in his hand. At this time, he felt that if he hadn't had this wine glass, he would have rushed to beat him hard, even if he was Dumbledore, Hogwarts the principal, the greatest wizard in the world. But then he relaxed again. Whatever you want, it was given to you by Ariana. Even if you throw it away, I don't care. Dumbledore walked to the counter of the bar by himself, took a glass, and poured a glass of wine. He knew that Aberforth would never be able to pour him a drink. If he didn't do it himself, he would be thirsty tonight. After all, what he had to say, there are many things. After taking a sip, Dumbledore slowly told everything he knew about Richard. Why, met such a talented little wizard. No, talent is not enough to describe him. Are you afraid at 5.9, afraid that when he grows up, if he does evil, you will not be able to resist at all? So you want to win him over? Aberforth said sarcastically. No, Richard won't turn bad, or he has a bottom line. Although he did go a little too far in some things, but this is also forgivable. He may have underestimated someone who has been in Hogwarts for a long time, an old man of more than 100 years. If Richard was here, he would be able to understand that what he did to Pansy at Hogwarts has already been mastered by this old man. Aren't you afraid he'll be the next Voldemort? Aberforth continued to challenge Dumbledore. Of course it's impossible. A professor once had this doubt. I didn't. I firmly believe that he will never become the next Voldemort. You don't know. He grew up in a loving environment, and he has a deep love for his sister. Caring, even I can feel it. He has a sister? Yes, not long after birth. Speaking of which, Dumbledore took a careful look at Aberforth and stepped back a little. Her name is Ariana too. I named her. As soon as Dumbledore finished speaking, a wine glass flew over, and he ran away quickly. After running out of the bar, Aberforth's voice could still be heard from behind. Get out, and never come to my bar again. Hogwarts, Defense Against the Dark Arts Classroom. I don't know when it started, but now the Defense Against the Dark Arts class has become Lockhart's reading club, and every class is read by him, which is not wasted. It was the time of Ravenclaw and Slytherin's defense against the Dark Arts class. Lockhart jumped into the classroom, and the classmates stared at him in surprise. Every other teacher at the school looked more serious than usual, but Lockhart seemed lighthearted. Well, he said, looking around beamingly. Why are you all so long-faced? Exasperated glances were exchanged, but no one answered. Didn't you see that? Lockhart said, slowing down as if they were all a bit dull. The danger has passed, and there has been no attack for a long time. It is obvious that the heir is afraid of my existence, so he dare not come out. Then why have there been no attacks before, and only this year when you came here? Could it be said that you opened the secret room? A little Slytherin wizard didn't give Lockhart any face at all, and said directly it was he who opened the secret chamber. Hearing the little wizard's words, Lockhart was not angry at all. As a top-tier figure in the wizarding world, he knew how to create heat. It would be of no use to quarrel with the little wizard here, and the little wizard was still Slytherin, may be the heir of a pure-blooded family. It is not worthwhile to offend such a person. Of course, the most important thing is that his ultimate purpose of coming to Hogwarts is to add some topics to the next book, and this year's Hogwarts gave him 22 many surprises: the Chamber of Secrets, the Basilisk, the heir of Slytherin, and now the little wizard said that he opened the secret room. That's really great. This can increase a lot of topicality. Afterwards, Lockhart didn't continue to say anything, completely disregarding the discussion in the audience. He took out his book, Walking with Ghouls, and continued to start his reading session. Seeing this situation, Richard couldn't help admiring Lockhart. Sure enough, no one can succeed casually. Look at his face. Richard has no doubt that Lockhart's face can't be used even if it is a death curse. Smash! Although many young wizards in the audience despised Lockhart, there was one person, our Draco Malfoy, who had a different opinion. Since Dumbledore asked him to teach defense against the dark arts, does that mean he is real? Powerful? And you see that other professors are nervous about the attack on the Chamber of Secrets. Only Lockhart is calm. Does it mean that he doesn't care at all, or that he has the strength to ensure his own safety? Because of Lucius' reply, Malfoy was like a drowning child, desperately trying to grasp all the things that would allow him to survive, and now he really had no choice but to set his sights on Lockhart. After class, because there are no other classes after this class, no other professor came to pick them up, but Lockhart sent them back to the lounge. After everyone arrived at the dormitory, Malfoy took the initiative to stay and said to Lockhart, "Professor Lockhart, can I have a word with you?" Looking at the little wizard in front of him, Lockhart also knew who he was, a child of the Malfoy family. Although the Malfoy family is not the top family in the wizarding world, it still has a certain influence. Talk to this child, to be sure. He could hook up with the Malfoy family so that his book could be further promoted. Thinking of this, Lockhart agreed. Then he took Malfoy back to his office. "Mr. Malfoy, what do you want to talk to me about?" After arriving at the office, Lockhart asked Malfoy, directly after guiding Malfoy, to sit down. "Professor Lockhart, I want to know, are you really not afraid of the Basilisk and the Slytherin heir behind the Basilisk?" Malfoy asked Lockhart directly without hiding. Of course, As a recipient of the third-class medal of the Order of Merlin, an honorary member of the Anti-Dark Arts League, and 5-time winner of the Witch Weekly, Most Charming Smile Award. And of course I am still your defense against the dark arts professor. How could I be afraid? A mere basilisk. Hearing Lockhart's words, the inexplicable Malfoy actually felt the approval. That is, Lockhart, who has many honors, must be capable. Professor, I hope you can protect me. Malfoy made his request directly. Of course I'll protect you. Lockhart flashed his trademark grin. No, Professor, what I mean is that before the holiday, you have to ensure my safety. As long as I can board the Hogwarts Express home safely, I will tell my father when I get home and let him, through my own influence, I can help you increase the sales share of your books. Malfoy deeply understands tomorrow. There is no such thing as a free lunch, and Lockhart will never protect himself just because he said a few words. If he wants Lockhart to be sincere, if you want to protect yourself, then you have to come up with a bargaining chip to make the other party's heart beat. And Lockhart is not a professor at Hogwarts. He is still a book writer and seller in essence. And the share will definitely make him tempted. Sure enough, Professor Lockhart was tempted when he heard about increasing his sales share. And he also knew that the Malfoy family did have the strength to do it. But after all, it wasn't what the Malfoy family master said. It was just a little wizard who didn't know that he can you decide. Mr. Malfoy, I definitely believe that the Malfoy family has the strength. But there's no basis for what you say if... Lockhart did not continue. After all, the following words are not good. There is no need to bring them to the table explain. I can sign a contract with you, but I also need you to prove your strength. You also know that people are criticizing you a lot now. Although I believe that Lockhart must have strength, if you can prove yourself, strength would be even better. Malfoy was not stupid. He still wanted to make a final confirmation whether Lockhart did what he said to himself. Hearing Malfoy's words, Lockhart suddenly felt bad. His own strength. How could he have any strength, except for a relatively easy to use the Oblivion Curse? The others are probably not as good as when he just graduated, right? The physical strength is also good. But this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Lockhart doesn't want to give up. You have to know that you have been stuck in the sales share by the publisher for so many years. As a half-blood wizard, you can't resist without the support of your family. Now that the opportunity comes, how can you give up? How do you want to prove it? Wizard Duel. As long as you can defeat any dean of the 4 colleges in the Wizard Duel, where you challenge Dumbledore and fight him for several rounds, no matter whether you win or lose. Hearing Malfoy's words, Lockhart's back teeth were about to gnaw into pieces. Is he going to test his strength at this time? This is to send himself to death. Originally, he thought that Snape, as the youngest dean, must be weaker in strength, but the first duel club allowed him to see Snape's strength, and he almost beat himself in one round. Professor McGonagall, that skill of transfiguration is ever-changing. I'm afraid I will be beaten by her as a toad. As for Professor Flitwick, as the dean when he was in school, it can be said that Lockhart knows Flitwick the best. As a former fighting champion, should he take the lead? There's also that very kind-looking Professor Sprout. I was lucky enough to witness her battle once. Thinking about the magic plants flying all over the sky makes my heart chill. The rest of the Dumbledore, need I say more? The atmosphere in the college is quite tense now. Even if I'm sure to deal with 1 or 2 professors, do you think they will fight me? Malfoy heard and understood that in this situation, no professor would accept a duel. Now the 753 people are in trouble. Finally, Lockhart came up with a method he could have avoided at first. Well, let's make an unbreakable oath. The Unbreakable Vow is a magical spell used to form vows between wizards, and if the vow is broken, the person who broke it will die. Lockhart knew his level of strength, so he didn't want to mention this thing at all, but there was really no way to do it now. If there was no guarantee, Malfoy would definitely not agree. So he proposed this curse after helplessness. This method is good. The witness should find Gore. Gregory Gore. He is a member of the Gore family and my classmate. He has a good relationship with me. Okay, you wait here. I'll go to the Slytherin lounge and call me. After saying that, Lockhart left the office. But at this moment, Malfoy was like a frightened bird. He didn't dare to be alone in the office and went out with Lockhart. After a while, Lockhart brought Malfoy and Goyle back to the office. Under the witness of Goyle, Lockhart and Malfoy made an unbreakable oath. The content of the oath is that Lockhart will guarantee Malfoy's safety at Hogwarts, and Malfoy will guarantee that the Malfoy family will fully increase Lockhart's sales share after returning home safely. In this way, the oath of the two took effect. After the oath was made, Lockhart gave Malfoy a double-sided mirror, so that if Malfoy had anything there, he could tell Lockhart through the double-sided mirror. In the following time, Malfoy would ask Lockhart to pick him up as soon as he left the lounge, and he didn't know where Malfoy got it, Lockhart's class schedule, so Lockhart couldn't even find an excuse. Lockhart can understand this from the beginning. After all, is it a little wizard? It is understandable to be afraid, but even if a professor comes to pick them up for class, Malfoy will call him over, which annoys Lockhart. Since having Lockhart's protection, Malfoy has started his life of swaggering again. As a result, Lockhart's last small fans were exhausted, and now many young wizards are saying that Lockhart has joined the Malfoy family. Look how well Malfoy and Lockhart fit together. Once Harry and the others saw Malfoy passing Lockhart in the corridor, Ronald said angrily, "Okay, you also know who Malfoy and Lockhart are. Isn't it normal for them to be together?" Harry reassured. "Harry, aren't you angry?" Richard asked curiously. "Angry, but not that angry. What's wrong?" Harry asked, puzzled. "It's okay. Then do you have the feeling that your things have been taken away?" What do you mean? You mean the diary?" Harry became even more confused. Forget it. Forget it if you don't understand. You're still too young." Richard wanted to say something, but Hermione cut it off with ruthless double clamps. "How's your investigation going?" Richard asked Harry. "It's not very ideal. Even though we now know that the basilisk travels through pipes, we have investigated all the bathrooms, and there is nothing special, and we haven't found that special one." Harry said dejectedly, "Have you investigated the attack 50 years ago?" Richard couldn't help reminding. 50 years ago. That's right, since the attack happened 50 years ago, and we're sure that it is related to the current one, we must investigate the incident 50 years ago. That's right, let's ask Hagrid now. Hagrid has experienced what happened at that time. He must know everything. Harry and Ronald ran directly outside the castle. "Well, the exam is coming up soon, and they haven't finished their study. I don't know why they are not in a hurry." Hermione just wanted to stop them when Richard stopped her. "It's okay. It's obvious that they don't have the heart to review at all, and even if you stop them, they won't be able to review. It's better to let them investigate." Then, Richard was dragged down to the library by Hermione, and had Hermione's fourth round of review. As for Harry, after arriving at Hagrid's hut, he hurriedly grabbed Hagrid and asked, "Hagrid, do you remember the attack from 50 years ago?" "Of course I remember. You also know that I was expelled because of that, and I can't use the wand for life." When talking about the wand, Hagrid unconsciously glanced at his little red umbrella. "I bet you must have used a spell." Ronald looked at the huge vegetables and fruits outside and said with certainty, Those are not spells. They're just some tricks. Well, don't talk about me." Hagrid's blushing could not be seen at that time. "What are you doing here? Don't you need to go to class? I remember that you should have an exam soon." "Now is not the time to talk about the exam. Hagrid, I want to ask about the attack at that time." "The attack at that time?" "It was very simple at the time. It was a little witch who was attacked and killed by a monster in the secret room. There was nothing else." "Who was attacked? And where? Do you remember?" "It seems to be in a girl's bathroom. As for who it is, I don't remember. After all, it's been too long." Hearing what Hagrid said, both Ronald and Harry showed disappointment, but they didn't blame Hagrid either. After all, it's been too long, 50 years, and they don't remember the time of last year very clearly. Just when Ronald was about to pull Harry away, Harry suddenly seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly asked Hagrid, "Is the girl who was killed at that time called Myrtle?" Ronald was also shocked by Harry's words. "Myrtle? What's the matter with Myrtle?" But after thinking about it carefully, Myrtle seems to be very suitable. First of all, she has been staying in the girls' bathroom on the second floor, and she herself said that she was killed. "Myrtle? Sorry, Harry, I really can't remember." Hagrid thought for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. But at this time, Harry was not disappointed and directly pulled Ronald towards Hogwarts Castle. Come on, let's go straight to Myrtle. Soon they came to the girls' bathroom on the second floor, and after entering it, they came to the third compartment. Harry called Myrtle's name loudly, but there was no response. What's the matter? Isn't Myrtle always here? Where is she going now? Ronald asked strangely. Maybe she went out to play again? Harry made a wild guess. Then shall we wait here, forever? Forget it. Let's go to the library to find Richard and Hermione first, and tell them what happened. With that said, the two walked out of the bathroom. But at this moment, the two suddenly met Malfoy and Lockhart, who did not know why they appeared here. Isn't this the famous savior? Why do the saviors go to the girls' bathroom now? Malfoy, who saw the two of Harry, immediately mocked. Or do you have some dark secret with Weasley? Before Harry could reply, Malfoy's expression turned wrong. Why are they here? Could it be that they took the diary? Harry and Ronald looked at Malfoy with embarrassment at this moment. They didn't want to ignore him and walk straight away, but they were stopped. Professor Lockhart, hold them back and don't let them go. Lockhart stood directly in front of Harry and Ronald, blocking their path. Professor Lockhart, how can you help Malfoy? He is not a good person. Ronald said angrily. Don't be in a hurry. Listen to what Mr. Malfoy has to say. Malfoy came to Harry's side, speaking in a voice only the two of them could hear. Tom Riddle. Harry immediately looked at Malfoy in shock. Why did Malfoy say this name? How did he know it? Could it be that he stole the diary? No. How could he follow the Gryffindor password? Could it be that he threw Tom's diary here? All of a sudden, Harry was thinking a lot, but now is not the time to think about it. He and Ronald are definitely not Lockhart's opponents. Yes, he has to pretend he didn't understand. That's all. What are you talking about? What Tom Riddle? I don't know what you're talking about, Harry said with faux composure, but he forgot about Ronald. After hearing Harry say the name, Ronald blurted it out. How do you know Tom Riddle? You stole the diary. Hearing what Ronald said, Harry knew it was over right away. Sure enough, upon hearing Ronald's words, Malfoy instantly changed his face and shouted loudly. Professor Lockhart, help me subdue them. Lockhart took out his wand directly, but he didn't do it for a long time. At Hogwarts, if he shot the little wizard, he was still the savior. So what would Dumbledore do? Come on, Professor Lockhart. The two of them involve my safety, and you don't forget our oath. Hearing this, Lockhart pointed his wand at the two of Harry helplessly, and was about to cast a spell when a voice suddenly came from behind them. What are you doing? The four looked at the speaker together, and it turned out to be Percy, the prefect of Gryffindor. Percy, watch out for Lockhart. They're going to attack me and Harry. Harry and Ronald were overjoyed to see that it was Percy, and hurriedly shouted, No, we were joking with them. I'm a professor. How could I attack them? It's all a joke. You can go. Lockhart grabbed Malfoy, who was about to talk, and said directly to Harry and Ronald. Harry took a few glances at Malfoy and ran away with Ronald directly. And Percy glanced at Malfoy, and a mysterious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Malfoy was terrified by Percy's look and hurriedly pulled Professor Lockhart around and was about to leave when he suddenly heard a voice. Faintly, Malfoy then saw Professor Lockhart collapse to the ground. Before Malfoy could turn around and say anything, a strong sense of drowsiness hit him, and then he lost consciousness. And Harry pulled Ronald and ran towards the library in a hurry, as if he heard the sound of something heavy falling to the ground, but he ignored it and ran forward in one go. When I came to the library, I saw Richard and Hermione reading a book there, and I quickly came to them. I was about to say something, but was stopped by Richard, Zhao's good. Richard stopped Harry mainly because he really didn't want to be kicked out by Mrs. Pants, so he left the library with the three of them. Harry, Ronald, what's the matter with you? Hermione asked strangely. Just now Ronald and I went to Hagrid to ask about what happened 50 years ago, but Hagrid didn't remember most of it, except that a girl was killed in the bathroom. Myrtle. Have you asked Myrtle if it could be her? Hermione immediately thought of Myrtle. Yes, we also thought it was Myrtle, so we went to the bathroom, but she wasn't there, so Harry and I want to come out to find you, but we didn't expect to meet Malfoy and Lockhart right after we came out. Said here Ronald paused. And then? Then what happened? Did Professor Lockhart deduct your points? As expected, the first thing Hermione thought of was points. Harry continued. It didn't deduct points from us. At first Malfoy taunted us. Then he came to my ear and said the name Tom Riddle. How did he know? Hermione asked curiously. I don't know either, but there must be something wrong with it. So I just said that I don't know about Tom Riddle, but I didn't think of it. Having said this, Harry stopped. Hogwarts, library entrance. All three of Richard and Hermione were standing here. At this moment, Harry seemed hesitant to speak, while Ronald was full of embarrassment. What's going on behind the scenes? Hermione asked anxiously. Seeing that Harry didn't want to talk, Ronald spoke up himself. I didn't expect Malfoy to know Tom Riddle, so I just said, "How do you know Tom Riddle?" Hearing Ronald's words, Hermione covered her face. She was quite speechless. Harry said that. Why are you still throwing yourself into the trap? Then Malfoy asked Lockhart to stop us, and luckily Percy happened to pass by later, so we escaped. You mean Malfoy asked Lockhart to stop you, and Lockhart stopped you? Richard questioned for the first time. Yes, at that time Lockhart didn't want to shoot us, but what kind of oath Malfoy is his own safety? Lockhart is ready to shoot us. The unbreakable vow. Richard and Hermione said together after looking at each other. That's a little strange. Why did Falhart sign this oath with Malfoy? Jisoo was even more puzzled. What's so strange about it? Aren't they all saying that Lockhart has joined the Malfoy family? No, it's impossible at this time. Lockhart is a refined egoist. It is impossible for him to join a family. He will only be loyal to himself. Richard directly denied this statement. Forget it. Let's not think about this for now. First, think about why Malfoy knows the name Tom Riddle. Seeing this situation, Hermione directly changed the question. Do you think he stole the diary? Harry asked directly. Not to mention how he knew Gryffindor's password. If he stole the Jeban 280, would he still need to confirm with you? Hermione said directly. Then it can only mean that he threw the diary into the bathroom, and the diary was his in the first place? Ronald said uncertainly. Then why did he throw away the diary? Harry asked strangely. Now the few people returned to the state of silence again, wondering why Malfoy threw away the diary. Okay, it's time to eat now. Let's go eat first. Richard felt a little hungry and suggested in a hurry. In desperation, several people could only return to the auditorium, ready to eat. After dinner, let's go to the bathroom to see if we can find Myrtle and find out if she was killed by the basilisk. Harry suggested to several people, and after getting everyone's consent, they all went to their own positions in the academy. By the time Richard finished eating, Hermione and the others were already waiting at the door. A group of people came to the girls' bathroom on the second floor, and they went to the third cubicle and began to call Myrtle. After a while, Myrtle cautiously pushed her head out from the toilet seat and then immediately retracted it. Myrtle, don't go. We have something to ask you. Then Myrtle stuck her head out again. What's the matter? Tell me quickly, or Peeves will bully me again. Hearing what Myrtle said, Richard blamed himself for forgetting about it. The last time I told the Bloodman Barrow to tell Peeves not to let Myrtle come out at night, I didn't expect that it is still like this until now. Alas, Myrtle is really suffering. Don't worry, I'll go to the Bloody Baron and ask him to tell Peeves not to bully you in the future. Really? Myrtle looked at Richard expectantly. Really? He knew the Bloody Barrow. You should have known that since you attended Nick's death anniversary party. Harry said directly. He was already very anxious now. How the hell did you die? After hearing that Peeves would not look for her anymore, Myrtle also let go and came out of the toilet seat directly, found the top of the toilet tank, and even raised her legs. Then recall carefully. Ouch, that's horrible, she relishes, taking it as an honor to explain her own death to others. That's where it happened. I died in this toilet. I remember it very well. I hid here when Olive Hornby laughed at me for wearing glasses like a four-eyed dog. I locked the door, and I was crying inside when I heard someone come in. What they were saying was funny. I thought it must be in another language. But what annoyed me the most was, I heard a boy's voice talking. So I opened the door, yelled at him to go away, go my boy's bathroom, and Myrtle puffed out her breasts, thinking she was great, and her face was radiant. I'm going to die. How did he die? Harry asked hastily. I don't know, Myrtle whispered mysteriously. I just remember seeing a pair of terribly large yellow eyes. My whole body seemed to be grabbed, and then I floated away." She looked dazed, looked at Harry intently. "And then I came back. I was all about getting revenge on Oliver Hung." "Oh," and she regretted making fun of me for wearing glasses. "What did you see those eyes?" Seeing that the answer was about to come, Hermione became excited and asked. "It's almost there," said Myrtle, pointing vaguely to the pool in front of her. Hermione, Harry, and Ronald hurried over. The pool looked ordinary. They checked it inside and out, up and down, and they didn't let go of the water pipes below. Then, Harry saw, on the side of a brass dragon head, carved a small snake. "Water never comes out of this faucet," Myrtle said happily when she saw Harry try to unscrew the faucet. At this time, Professor McGonagall's voice, amplified by the spell, resounded throughout Hogwarts Castle. All students returned to their dormitories immediately. All teachers returned to the staff lounge. "Please act immediately." "Did something happen again?" several people said together. "Then shall we keep checking?" Ronald asked. "Let's go and have a look. We won't run here anyway, and see what happened." Hermione directly made a decision. Although Harry was in a hurry, he also knew that what Hermione said was reasonable, so he could only do this first. The four left the bathroom directly, regardless of Myrtle's persuasion. Gryffindor's lounge is on the 8th floor, and it's not on the same floor as Ravenclaw's, but for safety reasons, Richard sent them back before slowly walking towards his dormitory. As soon as he walked to the door, he found that Professor Flitwick was already waiting there. "Come on, Richard. Headmaster Dumbledore asked me to take you there." Flitwick walked ahead on his short legs. Soon, the two of them came to the staff lounge, and as soon as they opened the door, Richard found that Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Sprout were already inside. It wasn't until Richard walked inside that he realized that there was another person lying on the ground, so he took a closer look. "Hey, guess what? Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, who has been playing for a whole year, has been lying on the ground as if dead." Richard looked at it carefully and finally made nonsense. It turns out that Lockhart is not as if he is dead, but is indeed dead. Sure enough, there is no easy word in the world of adults. They just wanted to find a subject for their new book, so why did they put themselves here? Professor Lockhart should have died in order to protect the students of Hogwarts. Dumbledore explained that Richard had been staring at Lockhart's body. At this moment, Snape walked in first, not surprised to see Richard there, and said directly to Dumbledore, "Draco Malfoy is gone. In the past few days, other people have been seeing Lockhart and Draco together. It seems that he should have been taken away." "What the hell? Malfoy's been taken?" Richard couldn't believe his ears. Professor McGonagall found the words, "Left by the heir of Slytherin, his bones shall remain in the Chamber of Secrets forever." Professor Flitwick saw Richard's bewildered expression and explained to him. At this time, Professor McGonagall also walked in and said anxiously, "Percy Weasley is gone." Now everyone was surprised and anxious. Why is there another one? Could it be that two people were taken away? Suddenly, Richard heard a crash against the closet. Did those three people come too? Richard looked carefully, but found nothing, and then he looked at Dumbledore. But Dumbledore didn't respond to him, just sat there silently, like a statue. "Let the students go home tomorrow. I often say that if we can't protect our students, there is no need for Hogwarts to continue." "The old statue." "No, it was Dumbledore," said suddenly. The other professors also fell silent. "Does that require me to notify parents now?" Professor McGonagall said, "Not yet. Wait until tomorrow when the notification comes in time, so as not to worry the parents and cause some bad things to happen." "Okay, you all go back and appease the students. Richard will follow me." As soon as he said that, Dumbledore apparat directly to the office with Richard. When he came to the headmaster's office, Richard couldn't help it anymore and asked Dumbledore, "Is Hogwarts really going to be closed?" "Of course not. Didn't you say tomorrow, since you have found the entrance to the secret room? Can't you solve the secret room tonight?" Dumbledore said to Richard with a smile. Now Richard was completely speechless. It seemed that the old guy knew what he and Harry had done these 2 days, even found the entrance to the secret room. Hogwarts headmaster's office. At this point, Richard was sitting across from Dumbledore. "How did you know we've found the Chamber of Secrets?" Richard asked curiously. "To be precise, not you. You already know where the Chamber of Secrets is. Haven't you been in it?" Dumbledore still smiled and said something that shocked Cha. You know all about it? Richard was ready to enter the hidden space at any time. As long as he entered the hidden space, Richard would be sure to enter the Forbidden Forest quickly. He believed that even Dumbledore would have nothing to do with him in the Forbidden Forest. Richard, you have to know that I have been in Hogwarts for more than 100 years since I went to school, and I have been the headmaster of Hogwarts for almost 50 years. Most of this school is defenseless against me. Then why didn't you stop me? Richard asked, puzzled, but he didn't expect Dumbledore's answer to be exactly what he thought. Everyone has to be responsible for what they have done, so I think that although your approach is indeed a bit extreme, it is not wrong. Of course, the most important thing is that I only knew it after the fact. If I knew it at the time, it must be true. It will stop you, and this is also my responsibility as the principal, but don't worry, since the matter has already happened, I will definitely not pursue it. In the final analysis, it is my negligence of duty, not your fault. You were no longer the principal at the time, Richard corrected. Dumbledore was taken aback, then smiled. That's right. I had already been dismissed at that time, so I didn't dereliction of duty. After speaking, Dumbledore winked at Lisua. Okay, you can go. They have arrived at the door. By the way, did Harry and the others enter the staff lounge just now? Richard asked. Yes, Harry and Ronald just came in. How did you see it? Could it be that you can see through the cloak? If so, Richard would have to reassess Dumbledore's strength. How is this possible? Harry's is one of the 3 treasures of death. I still can't see through the real invisibility cloak, but I have my own way. Dumbledore smiled mysteriously. Then what about this? Richard directly entered the hidden space. At this time, Dumbledore found that Richard in front of him had mysteriously disappeared. It must not be apparition. Could it be some kind of invisibility technique? Dumbledore radiated magic throughout the room, but felt nothing. Suddenly, Richard reappeared in front of his eyes. Dumbledore quickly sensed it with magic power. It was a real person, not some illusion. How is this possible? How'd you do it? Dumbledore, who had always been calm, also showed a shocked expression at this time. It's my secret, too. Richard imitated Dumbledore's mysterious smile and walked out of the headmaster's office. In fact, the last move was intentionally done by Richard. He was led by the nose by Dumbledore all night. Showing off his fangs in a timely manner will help stabilize the relationship between the two so that people will not easily think of something that should not be done. Idea. Of course, the most important thing is that Richard believed that this Harry Potter world could not have any way to counter the shadow. Hey, I will show you the light. Do you have a solution? Satisfied, Richard left Dumbledore's office. And just as he walked to the door, he suddenly stretched out a hand in midair. Richard barely suppressed the urge to cast a skill. He knew it must be Harry's hand. Suddenly, Richard was pulled into Harry's invisibility cloak. Then Harry didn't say anything and hurriedly led Richard to the bathroom on the 2nd floor. And Hermione and Ronald were already waiting here. What did Headmaster Dumbledore ask you to do? Hermione asked. Nothing. Just let me sort out my things and tell me that Hogwarts may not reopen in a short time. Do I need to go to the principal's office to talk about such a small matter? Hermione was about to ask, but was interrupted by Ronald. Hurry up. Percy is still inside. As long as we hurry up, he should be fine. Although the relationship between Ronald and Percy is not very good, Percy is still Ronald's brother after all, so he's very anxious now. That's right. If we can solve the Chamber of Secrets, then maybe Hogwarts won't have to close, and I don't want to stay at the Dursleys' house any longer. Harry was also anxious. Harry, Ronald said, say a few words. Say a few words in Parseltongue. But Harry thought desperately. Before, he could only speak Parseltongue when confronted with a real snake. He stared intently at the little carved snake. Try to imagine it as. Open it, he said. Then Harry looked up at the crowd. Ronald shook his head. No, you're speaking human language, he said. Let me do it. Richard passed Harry and said directly to the copper dragon head in Parseltongue, open it. Immediately, the scene from last time was restored, and the dragon hair emitted a dazzling white light and began to spin rapidly. Then the pool moved. They watched the pool slowly disappear from view. revealing a water pipe so thick that a person could slip through it. "It's really here." Seeing the scene in front of them, the three of Harry showed surprised expressions. Then Harry and Ronald looked at each other and jumped right in. Hermione was about to say something, but before she had time, she could only helplessly watch the two of them sink into the pipe. And finally, she could only helplessly cover her face and let out a sigh. Soon the voices of Harry and the others spread from below. "Come on down, it's fine. I'll go down first, and then you'll come down after 10 seconds. After speaking, Richard jumped straight down. With the previous experience, Richard cast a levitation spell on himself when he was about to reach the exit, so that when Richard slipped out of the pipe, he flew directly into the air. Then Richard slowly fell to the ground, waiting for Hermione at the entrance of the cave. After a while, a cry of surprise came, and then Hermione also flew out of the pipe. Richard hurried forward, hugged Hermione, she didn't fall down. Seeing that neither of them fell down, Harry and Ronald sighed in disappointment. "We must be miles below the school," said Harry, his voice echoing in the dark tunnel. "Probably down to the bottom of the lake," Ronald said. He narrowed his eyes and surveyed the dark, sticky walls around him. Then they all stared at the dark front in a blink of an eye. 0 for flowers. Luminescence. Hermione took out her wand and cast a luminescence spell directly, but the faint light only allowed everyone to see the way in front of them. "Wait, if you hear something, everyone close your eyes," Harry said with a serious look. In this way, the four of them walked straight along the tunnel, and after a while, Ronald stopped suddenly. "Harry, there's something over there," Ronald said hoarsely, grabbing Harry's shoulder. The three stood still for a moment, watching. Harry saw the coiled silhouette of a huge creature lying motionless on the other side of the tunnel. "Maybe it's asleep," he gasped, looking back at the other three. Ronald pressed his hands tightly to his eyes, and Hermione had wrapped his arms around Richard's arm at some point. Harry turned his head to look at the behemoth again. His heart was beating fast, and he felt a dull pain in his chest. "Don't be afraid. It should be the slough of the basilisk, not the basilisk," Richard explained to everyone. Hearing Richard's words, all three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Harry and Ronald stepped forward to check, and it really wasn't a basilisk. It was just a piece of snake skin with an empty inside. "My God, this basilisk must be at least 20 feet long." Ronald sighed feebly. Harry also felt a sense of powerlessness from the bottom of his heart. How could he deal with such a huge monster who couldn't even look into its eyes? Then they followed the tunnel, turned one turn after another, and finally came to the front of the wall carved with two snakes. Except for Richard, the three of them were all very nervous. They stared at the wall in a daze for a while, as if they would see a basilisk if they opened the wall. Or, "Let's go to Professor Dumbledore. I don't think there's anything we can do about it." Hermione was quite rational at this time. "No, we slid down the pipe. How do we get up? If we waste time looking for the exit, Percy will probably be too late." Harry retorted, "Even if we found Percy, how are we going to deal with such a big monster? If we can't deal with the basilisk, it doesn't make any sense if we find it." Hermione said firmly, "Well, Hermione, you take Ronald to find the exit there just now, and Harry and I go in and find Percy." Richard suggested. "No, I want to go in too," Ronald retorted loudly, and Hermione also expressed her disapproval. "Listen, Harry and I are both Parseltongues. According to Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, basilisks are controlled by Parseltongues. Although Hermione has a necklace, she is not afraid of petrification. But here, Ronald alone, people, I'm afraid it will be dangerous. And if you can't find the exit, you can only go out through the pipe just now. The one with the highest level of magic spell among you three is Hermione." After hearing Richard's words, all three of them knew that this was the best choice, so they had no choice but to accept it. Before leaving, Hermione hugged Richard and whispered in his ear, "Be careful. If you really can't do it, don't go looking for it. Just come back." After speaking, Hermione let go of Richard, grabbed Ronald, who had just hugged Harry, and walked back. Hogwarts, before the walls of the Chamber of Secrets. "Harry, don't blame me for keeping you here," Richard asked Harry. "Of course not. Since we are all Parseltongues, this is our fate, and we must face it." Harry said resolutely. Okay, then I'll open the wall now. Let me try. Harry figured that if the basilisk was behind the wall, he could buy Richard a little time. After speaking, Harry walked directly to the wall, staring closely at the stone snake's emerald eyes. Open it, Harry said in a low, hoarse hiss. At this time, the two snakes separated, and the stone wall split from the middle and slowly slid to the sides and disappeared. Seeing this situation, Harry hastily closed his eyes and reminded Richard, "Be careful of the basilisk. Close your eyes quickly." "Okay, open your eyes. The basilisk hasn't come out yet." Richard's voice rang in Harry's ear. Harry slowly opened his eyes and saw Richard's figure walking inside. Harry took 2 quick steps to keep up with Richard's footsteps. After coming to Richard's side, Harry looked inside and saw many stone pillars standing in the hall, and each stone pillar, 227, was carved with coiled and entangled snakes. Harry felt his heart beating wildly. "Richard, tell me, will the basilisk hide behind these beads and then suddenly jump out? Be careful." Compared to Harry's carefulness, Richard seemed to be strolling in the garden because he walked inside with strides. "I don't know, but we are definitely going to go in, and shrinking here won't solve any problems." Hearing what Richard said, Harry also raised his head and raised his chest, but he retracted after taking 2 steps. "Richard, do you see a person lying there?" Harry pointed to the huge statue. Between its feet lay face down a small figure in a black robe. After speaking, Harry ran over in a hurry, shouting while running, "Percy, you must not die, Percy. Are you colorblind? I wonder if the Weasleys are all redheads." This person is obviously not redheaded. Richard couldn't help but want to complain, but worried about Harry's safety, he could only follow along. When Richard came to the stage, Harry had already turned Malfoy over and was looking at Malfoy, who was lying on the ground with distaste. "What about Malfoy? Where's Percy? Has Percy been killed?" Harry kept asking Richard. "Who knows? How is Malfoy?" "Still alive." Before Harry could answer, a voice sounded behind the two of them. "Alive, of course he is alive. I will not let him die. So simply, I will have fun with him again." Shocked by the sudden voice, Harry turned around slowly, only to find that the person speaking behind him was Percy Weasley. "It's great that you're all right. Percy, do you know how worried Ronald is about you now?" Harry was about to run towards Percy excitedly, but was stopped by Richard. "What's the matter, Richard? That's Percy. We just need to take Percy with us, and then tell Headmaster Dumbledore about their situation here. Let them deal with the basilisk." It seemed that Harry Potter finally knew how to measure it. He realized that he came to find the basilisk to feed it, so he wanted to take Percy away as soon as possible. Unfortunately, it was a bit late to wake up. It's late. You see, Percy said that. He might not be Percy," Richard said to Harry. "Oh, I didn't expect you, a little wizard, to be very smart. It's sad that Malfoy has always been worried about you and misses you." "Really? Then I can't afford it. Why don't you come to me?" Richard said to Percy in front of him. "It's up to you. I don't want to waste my precious time, but now that you came here on your own initiative, don't blame me." Speaking of which, Percy took out his wand and shot a spell directly. Avada Kedavra, a green light flew towards Richard. Richard took out his wand and cast the iron armor curse to protect himself, but unexpectedly, the killing curse passed through the iron armor curse. Although the speed dropped a lot, there was no sign of dissipating at all. Seeing that the curse was about to concentrate on Richard, Richard simply waited until the killing curse was about to hit and disappeared directly, and then reappeared. From Harry's line of sight, the green light passed through Richard's body and shot directly to the ground. Harry nervously came over to check on Richard, but found that he was fine. Could it be that it was stuck? Ignore Harry. Now Richard still has lingering fears. He remembers that in the movie, isn't the iron armor curse able to block the killing curse? It has been shown many times why it can't work when it comes to him. Could it be a problem of magic power? Then it's impossible. My magic power must be higher than Percy's. Seeing that Richard dodged his killing curse in an unimaginable way, Percy on the opposite side was also stunned. Could it be that the body he possessed had something wrong with his eyes? "Who the hell are you? Why did you attack us?" Harry also realized that this person really wasn't Percy. Percy, who was afraid that there might be something wrong with his eyes, didn't continue to make a move and silently checked his body with magic power while answering Harry's question. Me? Who am I? Ha ha ha. Percy started laughing as he spoke. Don't you know me? Harry Potter. Have you forgotten that I took you to see things 50 years ago? Are you Tom Riddle? Harry knew immediately when he heard this. But why are you on Percy? Aren't you a ghost? I'm not a ghost, just a memory, kept in a diary for 50 years. He pointed to the statue's big toe, where lay the diary Harry had found in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Isn't that diary already stolen? Why is it here? Forget it. Tom just happens to be in control of Percy's body. Richard and I are carrying Malfoy. Let's go quickly, or the basilisk will die. Coming soon. Don't worry, it won't come out unless it is summoned. Thinking of the basilisk, Tom seemed more confident, although that Richard was a bit weird. But with the basilisk, Tom was not afraid of anyone, except Dumbledore. Haven't you seen it, Harry? At this time, Richard also spoke. What do you see? Harry stared blankly at Richard. He won't let us go, Tom. Marvolo Riddle, am I right? Bro. Now Harry was even more confused. What the hell were they talking about? Seeing Harry's stupid look, Tom became even more angry. Why? Why Harry Potter? Seeing his stupid look, now he doesn't know who he is facing. Looking at Harry's lightning scar, Tom now wants to buckle it off and put it on the head of that little wizard named Richard. But then he calmed down again and decided to ignore Harry for now. You are very smart. Yes, although you're not my main target. But there is no way. Who let you come with Harry Potter? Wait, what is not the main goal? What is your main goal? What are you going to do? Harry was completely dumbfounded now. Seeing Harry's appearance, Richard decided to explain to him, so as not to suffocate the child. Shall I talk to him? Or you? Richard looked like Tom. Tell me, and I'll add it to you. If Tom hadn't cast the killing curse on Richard just now, Harry would have thought that the two of them were friends who had known each other for many years. Harry, in fact, as long as you know this person's real name, or the name you know, many of your doubts will be solved. As he spoke, Richard tapped the air 3 times with his wand, and 3 gleaming words of Tom Marvolo Riddle appeared in the air. Then Richard reversed part of the English letters, and it instantly became, I am Voldemort. It's impossible. Seeing the words in the air, Harry's mind seemed to freeze. He stared dumbly at Riddle, the man who had been a parentless orphan who had grown up and killed Harvey's parents, and so many others. It's impossible. At this moment, Tom seemed to be interested in talking. Looking at Harry, who was on the verge of collapse, he was in an unusually good mood. Now you know what his goal is. It's you, Harry Potter. He doesn't understand why 10 Mighty Dark Lord 0.4 can lose to one who knows nothing. I want to interrupt you here, but I understand. Oh, then please tell me how you know. Tom cleared his throat and began his speech. It all started when Harry picked up the diary, when this bloody Malfoy threw me into a bathroom. And that's when you stepped in, Harry. I couldn't be happier you found I did. I didn't expect you to find this diary among so many people. You are the person I want to see the most. But it's still this damn Malfoy. Because of what he did, he drained all my magic power. Tom couldn't help but cast a spell on Malfoy, but Richard picked it off. Continue, Tom. Don't be influenced by the outside world, and continue the topic just now. So I can only slowly seduce Harry. Let him fully trust me so that I can control him, so I don't hesitate to let him check my memory. Let him witness my famous feat of catching Hagrid, that big fool, to gain his trust in me. Hagrid is my friend, Harry said through gritted teeth. Hogwarts, inside the Chamber of Secrets. Yes, I didn't think of this, but I can't blame me for that. Who knew that weird half-breed B************ D was still Harry Potter's friend? I had lied to everyone at the time. No, you didn't hide it from everyone. Headmaster Dumbledore has always suspected you. Harry seemed to have possessed himself and immediately found Tom's language problem. Yeah, ever since Hagrid got fired, he's been watching me closely, very annoyingly, Riddle said casually. I know that it's not safe to open the secret room when I was in school, but I don't want to waste so many years of trying to find the secret room. I decided to keep a diary and save the 16-year-old me in those pages, so that someday, by luck, I may guide another in my footsteps, to the noble cause of Salazar Slytherin. However, you haven't finished it, so Harry has to go to the hall. This time no muggle wizard died, not even the cat. Within a few hours, the Mandrake potion was prepared, and those who were petrified could be brought back to life. Instead, the 2 who died, plus the 3 of Malfoy, are all pure-blood wizards. Didn't Slytherin just want to keep purebloods in the school? How did you kill them? 1. Looking at the sharp-tongued Harry at this time, Richard began to wonder, could it be that Tom also influenced Harry? Didn't I just say that? Riddle said softly, when I was 20, mudbloods and purebloods didn't matter anymore. For many months, my new target has been you, Harry Potter. Okay, both of you, please suspend your current topic. I'm just curious about why you're on Percy. Richard quickly changed the subject. This was the only thing he didn't understand about the whole incident. Okay, then I'll continue. I just said that I didn't gain Harry Potter's trust, but because he kept me around all the time, I also absorbed some magic power. Finally, after accumulating, I can manifest it again. Come out, so one night I came out trying to cast some spell on Harry to modify his memory, make him think I was his best friend, and open up to me so that I could control him, but it didn't happen when I cast a spell. I was actually blocked by a red mask, and I tried various spells, and only then did I discover the reason why he was able to defeat the greatest wizard in the world, Voldemort. The greatest wizard in the world is not you, but Dumbledore, and after Dumbledore must be Richard, as the professors say. Harry interrupted suddenly. Tom ignored Harry, but continued to talk. These words were what he wanted to say all the time, but because he had no one to talk to, he kept it in his heart. The wizard's ignorance interrupted himself. It turns out that Harry was cast an ancient Patronus spell by his mother at the cost of his life. It is because of the protection of this spell that as long as it is me, no matter whether it is the past, present, or future me, there is no way to directly treat him. Cast a spell, so I had no choice but to give up. Just when I continued to accumulate magic power to attack his friend, that little redhead, I didn't expect that my secret would be discovered by this person, and this person is the big redhead. Hearing Tom's description, Richard almost couldn't hold back, and the corners of Harry's mouth trembled twice. This big redhead is not only older, but also has stronger magic power, and Malfoy once told me that he is still the prefect of Gryffindor, so it is definitely much easier to do things than a little wizard. So when I'm full of magic power now, I want to seduce him. I didn't brag. I've always been able to confuse people as I like, but I didn't expect it to be surprisingly simple. He has infinite yearning for power. Actually, I saw Harry and the little redhead walking into the bathroom that afternoon. I thought I'd take the 2 of them directly to the secret room, but I didn't expect that there were 2 other people going ahead of me. In order not to disturb me plan, so I can only help them out, but as the price of interfering with my plan, I let the basilisk kill that idiot professor, and then brought Malfoy here unexpectedly. This time it made Dumbledore want to close Hogwarts. I originally gave up, but the fate is on me, and Harry Potter was sent to me again. I don't need to talk about the rest. Of course, there's only one thing I want to ask you again, and that is, did Malfoy say he would deal with me? And how would he deal with me? Li Jian asked Tom directly. That's right, he did ask me to help him deal with you, and he wanted me to deal with you severely. Didn't want the basilisk to kill me? That's not true. I have to say that the current pureblood families are all trash and rubbish. When he knew that he might have opened the secret room, he threw away the diary immediately. He didn't know anything at all. Malfoy also didn't expect that he had already walked through the gate of hell. As long as Tom said that Malfoy once wanted to kill Richard, then Richard would definitely not let Malfoy out of the secret room today. Okay, enough time has been given to you, and it's time to send you on your way. You should actually thank me for allowing you to understand so many things before you die. Music came from nowhere. Tom turned sharply and looked into the empty chamber. The music got louder and louder. This voice is illusory, ethereal, and mysterious, and it is exciting to listen to. It made the hairs on both Richard's and Harry's scalps stand on end, and made their hearts double in size. The sound of the music is getting higher and higher, as if the sound seems to be vibrating in his own chest. At this moment, flames burst out from the top of the nearest stone pillar. Suddenly, a crimson bird, the size of a crane, descended from the sky and played its strange music on the vaulted ceiling. It has a golden tail, as long as a peacock's tail, and a pair of golden claws, holding a tattered package on the paws. A second later, the big bird flew straight towards Richard, but it dropped the tattered thing in its paws at Harry's feet, then perched heavily on Richard's shoulder. When it folded its two huge wings, Richard looked up and saw that it had a long, sharp golden beak and two shiny black eyes. The big bird stopped singing. It sat quietly on Richard's shoulder, pressing warmly against Harry's cheek, its eyes fixed on Riddle. "This is a phoenix," Riddle said, also staring at it viciously. "That thing is—" Riddle turned his gaze to the tattered thing Fox dropped just now. "It's the school's broken sorting hat?" Sure enough, it was it. Dirty, wrinkled, and patched, it lay motionless at Harry's feet. Riddle laughed wildly again. He laughed so hard that the dark secret room trembled slightly, as if 10 riddles were laughing out loud at the same time. That's what Dumbledore gave his protector, a singing bird and a battered hat. "Wait, tell me first, Fox is for me, and the hat is for Harry, don't get me wrong." Richard looked at the dirty hat and said hastily, "Harry, you can try it. What's in the hat?" Hearing Richard's words, Harry put his hand in directly, and then dug and dug and dug in the small hat. Suddenly, Harry felt something long and hard. Then Harry brought it out, a gleaming silver sword with a dazzling ruby the size of an egg set in the hilt. Gryffindor's sword? Tom recognized the treasure at a glance. At this time, there were Harry Potter, Gryffindor's 193 swords, a phoenix, and a strange little wizard Richard. The face of a Slytherin stone statue lost in the darkness. Tom opened his mouth and made a hissing sound, but everyone present understood what he said. "Speak to me, Slytherin, the greatest of the Hogwarts Four." The Slytherin's massive stone face moved. Harry was utterly horrified to see its mouth open, widen, and finally form a gigantic black hole. Then something rustled and slid upwards from the depths of the statue. "Close your eyes, Harry. The basilisk is coming." Hearing Richard's words, Harry immediately closed his eyes tightly, then put the sorting hat on his head and held Gryffindor's sword in both hands, ready for battle. Richard also closed his eyes, and his mental power radiated out again. But when Richard's mental power swept over Fox, it rubbed its head against Richard's face. At this moment, a huge object fell to the ground with a bang, and the whole secret room trembled. "Richard, what should we do now?" Harry asked Richard in a panic. "Turn around now and run towards the stone wall that came in." "But what about you?" "Don't worry, the basilisk can't kill me yet. I'll play with it. Don't hurt you by mistake." Harry also knew that he was of no use here and would only hinder Richard, so he turned around and wanted to run, but he hesitated and dragged Malfoy away. "Kill them," Tom commanded the basilisk in Parseltongue. Hearing the order, the basilisk hissed and attacked Richard, who was not moving. But for some reason, Richard, who should be able to understand the language of the basilisk, can't understand what the basilisk is saying at this time, as if he knows every word clearly, but he really doesn't know what it means when put together. Hogwarts, inside the Chamber of Secrets. At this time, a gigantic basilisk was crawling towards Richard at a speed that did not match the reminder, like a green lightning bolt, continuously drawing Z-shapes. Two big yellow lantern-like eyes stared at Richard intently. Richard took out his wand, first cast a layer of iron armor curse on himself, and then kept using obstacle curse. There are many obstacles. There are many obstacles. The obstacles are many. Facing the obstacles that kept appearing in front of him, the basilisk ignored them, and with Fong Jun's unstoppable momentum, directly broke through the heavy obstacles with his head. But in this way, the forward momentum of the basilisk has also dropped a lot. Richard first fired a round of shots at the basilisk. Bones in pieces, thunderbolt explosion, drowsed, shunfeng wuxia. Although the first 3 spells didn't have much effect on the basilisk, they still made the basilisk stagger when hit, and the last shunfeng wing did indeed break through the basilisk's defense, tearing the scales on its body. Several pieces were scraped off, and, Several small wounds under the scales were bleeding continuously. Looking at the amount of bleeding from this wound, it is estimated that the basilisk should be able to bleed to death next year. Seeing the effect of Shunfeng Wuing, Richard hastily continued to use it. However, except for a few hits, most of them were dodged by the basilisk's death movement. Seeing that the basilisk had arrived in front of Richard, it raised its body high, opened its mouth wide, and bit Richard directly. Richard went directly into the hidden world, just watching helplessly as the basilisk's mouth pierced through his body and bit the ground. Richard came to the side to release the hidden world. Avada Kedavra. At this moment, Tom, who had been waiting for an opportunity, shot Richard with a killing spell. With no other choice, Richard had to enter the hidden world again, and got the green killing spell and shot directly at the basilisk's body. Don't die. If you die, you will lose everything. Richard looked at the basilisk and prayed silently. But obviously, he underestimated the basilisk's defense ability. After getting the green light and shooting it at the basilisk didn't react much, and it was even worse than the damage caused by Li Shi's God's Shadowless Curse. Then can I also try to experience it and become an immortal existence under the death curse? On the other hand, Tom saw that Richard had actually used the magic spell. He thought it was a magic spell that could avoid attacks and was immediately surprised. How could he continue to use it? At this time, the basilisk also reacted from the gnawing on the ground just now and saw that Richard was beside him and directly used its own tail to grab Richard. Fortunately, Richard has not withdrawn from Shanine yet, and this tail attack has also been dodged. Seeing this situation, the basilisk was completely enraged and slammed its tail at Richard frantically. Although it didn't hit once, it hit the ground directly, but it still kept hitting the ground. And Phoenix Fox, who had already flown into the air, saw that Richard seemed to be at a disadvantage now, and flew directly to the head of the basilisk, and the singing just now rang out in the hall. Fox was circling around its head, and the basilisk angrily jumped at the phoenix, its mouth showing thin and long fangs like sabers. Fox swooped down suddenly, and its long golden beak pierced the basilisk's head. Suddenly, a stream of black blood splashed on the ground like a shower. The basilisk's tail swung wildly, and the basilisk had already turned its head. Richard saw its face from the front and saw its eyes. Those two huge yellow eyes, which were like light bulbs, were pecked blind by the phoenix. Black blood spurted to the ground. The basilisk grunted in pain. "Don't!" Tom screamed in there. "Get off that bird! Get off that bird! Go to the door. You can still smell him. Kill the boy at the door." The blind basilisk turned around. It lost its target and didn't know what to do, but it was still menacing. Fox flew around its head, singing weird songs, pointing at the basilisk's scaly nose from time to time, pecking here and there, and black blood spurted from the basilisk's blinded eyes out. Just when Tom was about to continue commanding the basilisk, suddenly there was something hard behind him against his back. "Are you too noisy? Can't you be quiet?" It turned out that when the phoenix attacked the basilisk, Richard had already quietly arrived behind Tom. Remembering that the villain died because of talking too much, Richard directly used the purification lightning on Percy's body. Since this skill can attack the soul, it should be useful for this kind of possession. Of course, if you caused any harm to Percy, you can only say sorry. Holy lightning shot out from the tip of Richard's wand and immediately enveloped Percy's whole body, and two different screams came from Percy's body impressively. Richard, who heard these two voices, immediately knew that his system skills were really useful, so he ignored Percy's screams and continued to use purification lightning at him. Soon a blue soul floated out of Percy's body, rushed towards the diary, and quickly disappeared into the diary. And the basilisk finally understood Tom's order and crawled directly towards Harry. "Open your eyes. The basilisk is already blind. It is crawling towards you." Richard shouted loudly to Harry. At this moment, Harry, who had been hiding behind, opened his eyes tremblingly and immediately saw the huge basilisk. Its whole body was green, with the unique radiance of poisonous snakes, and its body was as thick as the trunk of an oak tree. It stretched its upper body high into the air, and its big flat head was scrambling around the stone pillars, as if drunk. "Help me. Save me," Harry replied bewilderedly. "Richard, come and save me." The basilisk's tail swept over again. At this moment, a sudden force pulled Harry to the side. "Are you okay?" Richard's familiar voice sounded from Harry's side, and Harry immediately had an urge to hug Richard and cry bitterly, but he suppressed it forcibly. "It's okay, how are you?" What else can I do, by the way? Go and see Percy. I just expelled Tom's soul from his body, and I don't know how he is now." Hearing Richard's words, Harry quickly ran towards Percy, tentatively put his hand under Percy's nose, but luckily he was still breathing. On Richard's side, because the basilisk's eyes are already blind, the accuracy of its attacks is much lower, so there is no need to use Shanine anymore. As long as you pay attention to your position, you can still easily avoid its attacks. With the constant pecking of the phoenix, the basilisk was covered in blood soon, but these injuries didn't seem to have much effect on it, and it still kept attacking Richard head-on tail. "Richard, do you want to use this sword?" Harry called from behind. Seeing Richard playing with the basilisk so effortlessly, Harry also relaxed, seeing the sword in his hand, and suggested to Richard, "You can try it. I think this sword is still very sharp." "No, I'm not Gandalf with a wand in one hand and a sword in the other." Richard ruthlessly rejected Harry's proposal. However, even Richard himself feels that playing is a bit boring now, not as passionate as last year. So he first took out a piece of high-calorie compressed biscuit that he had prepared earlier from the storage space, and started to eat it. "Are you hungry, Richard?" Harry came to Richard's side at some point, surprised to see that Richard took out a biscuit and ate it during the fight. "You are disrespecting the basilisk." In fact, I can't blame Richard. He has used too many times of divine concealment just now, which has exhausted his physical strength. Now he is still avoiding the attack of the basilisk nonstop. "It's okay to be hungry. Why are you here? It's so dangerous. Get behind you." Richard pulled Harry to avoid another tail swipe from the basilisk. "Danger?" Harry looked at the compressed biscuit in Richard's hand. Could it be that the two of them have different understandings of danger? After eating the compressed biscuits in his hand, Richard decided not to stay in the ink and shouted out in a slightly ostentatious way, "Dragon's breath." In an instant, a red and purple flame shot out from Richard's wand. When the flame touched the basilisk immediately let out a painful hiss. And both Richard and Harry saw that even the scales of the basilisk began to melt where the flames had burned. "Well, it's amazing." Richard showed off to Harry. "Why didn't you use this spell just now, okay?" Harry asked, puzzled. "You don't understand, because the trick must be released at the end." While the two were chatting, under the constant pecking of Long Yin and Fox, the basilisk was soon dying. Richard, who was afraid of the death of the basilisk, quickly stopped the output of Long Yin, and then stopped the attack of the phoenix, came to the side of the basilisk, and lightly touched the basilisk with his hand. The system detects that the host has touched a magical animal, and the magical animal has no ability to attack the host. "Do you want to activate the extraction mode now?" "No. Save it for now. Let's talk about it later when we get back." While Richard was fiddling with his own system, Harry also came to the side of the basilisk, seeing the scorched outside and inside of the snake meat exposed under the scales of the basilisk, coupled with the smell of barbecue in the air. Think about it, just now Richard was eating, and Harry's stomach couldn't help but growl. "What? Are you hungry? Would you like to have a taste? I think it should taste good." Richard teased Harry. "Then why don't you eat it? I just ate, and I'm not hungry now." Just after finishing speaking, Richard's stomach also made a growling sound because of the consumption of the dragon's breath just now. The two looked at each other and laughed. Hogwarts, school infirmary. At this time, Harry was talking about the things he investigated and what happened in the secret room just now. Time went back to just now, when Richard was talking with Harry about how to deal with the basilisk entity after extracting it from the basilisk. Suddenly a voice came over. "It looks like we're late. Obviously, they've sorted everything out." Afterwards, Hermione and Ronald walked into the Chamber of Secrets with Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape. When Hermione walked in, her eyes were a little red, and then she ran to Richard and hugged Richard tightly. And Ronald wanted to imitate Harry and hugged Harry. "My God, what should you do at this time? It's too dangerous," Professor McGonagall exclaimed when he saw the dead basilisk covering his mouth. Professor Dumbledore walked to the diary and picked it up. "Okay, without further ado, I think Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Weasley need to get medical treatment as soon as possible. Lee Jin and Potter had better have Ms. Pomfrey examine them as well." At this time, Professor Snape picked up Malfoy, who was lying on the ground, and Professor McGonagall also helped Percy up. Everyone formed a circle. Dumbledore stood in the middle. Everyone put a hand on his body. A violent explosion sounded, and everyone appeared in the school's infirmary. Hermione fell into her arms, while Ronald, Harry, and Percy lay in a mess on the ground. "What's the matter? Is there another attack?" Ms. Pomfrey rushed over when she heard the voice. "No, ma'am. The matter is settled, and there will be no more attacks in the future." "Then these two 640s? Pomfrey came to Percy and began to check. "These two are the final victims, and it's up to you to determine if they need treatment." "Let me chime in. I think that Chamber of Secrets needs to be dealt with now." Snape, already impatient, said suddenly, "You must know that as a master of potions, in Snape's opinion, the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets is full of treasures. Although it was almost roasted by Richard, there's still many good things that can be collected." Richard, who suddenly thought of this, spoke immediately. "I killed the basilisk, and I want the materials." Snape looked at Richard, nodded helplessly, and pushed the door straight out, while Dumbledore continued. "And our two little heroes, Richard and Harry, need you to check them out too," Dumbledore explained to Madame Pomfrey. No, it's Richard. I'm not a hero. I've been avoiding the basilisk." It was Richard who fought the basilisk. After Madame Pomfrey finished listening, she put down Percy in her hand, took Richard's own to observe, and said, "Richard is fine. I think he's healthier than me." After speaking, he continued to inspect Percy, Malfoy, and Harry. Malfoy was just under the stun spell, as long as he could undo the spell, but apparently no one except Snape was willing to do it, and Snape was not around now. As for Madame Pomfrey, she clearly remembered the last time Malfoy had nothing to do. He was still lying on the hospital bed, crying and howling. So Malfoy should be in a coma first. Harry was also fine. He hadn't participated in the battle in the first place. The last one is Percy. Percy's situation is relatively serious. First of all, he was possessed by Tom, and he was hurt by Ki, the soul. More importantly, he was hit by Richard's purification lightning, which also caused damage to the soul. Some shock, so that Percy needed hospital treatment. Okay, since there is nothing wrong, shouldn't it be time to tell us everything? Richard gave Harry a wink, meaning, tell me. Harry didn't refuse either. He concealed the matter of himself and Ronald's transformation investigation and started to tell the story directly from the diary that Malfoy had thrown away. He said that he always heard that disembodied, ghost-like voice. Hermione racked her brains and finally realized that what he heard was a basilisk lurking in a water pipe. He also said that he and Ronald went to ask Hagrid, and Hagrid told them where the last victim of the basilisk was 50 years ago. Where he had been murdered, he guessed that Moaning Myrtle was the victim, and that the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets was probably in her bathroom. Very well. Professor McGonagall encouraged him to continue when he paused. So you found out where the entrance is, and I have to add that you violated more than 100 school rules along the way. So Harry continued, his voice hoarse from talking all the time. He told them how Richard dealt with the basilisk, how Fawkes arrived in time and blinded the basilisk, and the Sorting Hat gave him a sword, which was useless but gave Harry courage. Even Harry was useless. And Professor McGonagall was also excited when he heard that this sword was Gryffindor's sword. You must know that this Gryffindor's treasure has disappeared for hundreds of years, and it is also the first house treasure found among the 4 Hogwarts houses. But then his voice became hesitant. He had previously avoided mentioning Riddle's diary. Harry knew that talking about Riddle's diary was going to talk about Percy, and he didn't know what to say about it. Even if Percy was controlled by Tom, but now that Tom was no longer controlling Percy, he didn't know how to help Percy proved, and he also had some doubts to know that the following 3 deaths occurred in Percy's diary. Everyone except Dumbledore believed that Pansy was attacked and killed by a basilisk. Then Harry habitually looked at Richard for help. There's one thing Harry didn't say, and that's the root of the whole thing, and that's Tom Riddle's diary. I think that's the crux of the whole thing. Diary? What happened to that diary? Isn't it the diary of a top student 50 years ago? Why is it so important? Hermione didn't know the fact that Tom was Voldemort because she hadn't entered the final chamber. Harry took out his wand excitedly at this time, and then there was no more. He thought Richard's act of displaying Tom's name in the air was very cool, but after taking out his wand, he realized that he couldn't. Harry could only smile awkwardly and put his wand back. Richard didn't hold his wand this time, but just snapped his fingers, and Tom Marvolo Riddle, appeared in the air. As Richard dragged the letters, it became a sentence of Tam Lord Voldaloft, I am Voldemort. Tom is Voldemort. Hermione and Ronald both exclaimed. That's right, Tom 50 years ago was Voldemort, and he was the one who reported Hagrid as the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets. Dumbledore confirmed beside him. This diary is his memory when he was 16 years old, and it is also his immortality. Before Richard could finish speaking, Dumbledore interrupted him directly. Remarkable, he said softly. It goes without saying that he's probably the best student Hogwarts has ever seen. Richard is the one, Harry and Hermione said together. Dumbledore was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. That's right, Richard should be the best little wizard ever. After speaking, he winked at Richard. Richard knew it was a matter of telling himself not to mention the Horcrux, so he just skipped it. This was supposed to be Malfoy's stuff, but when the Chamber of Secrets was opened, there were successive attacks, which made him very panicked, and then he threw the diary away. But he didn't expect it to be picked up by Harry, but because Harry couldn't control Harry, he controlled Percy instead. Richard looked around, then continued. The thing Harry can't say is that, judging from the time, the diary was all petrified when it was with Malfoy, and it was all petrified when it was in Percy's hands, from Miles Bletch to Pansy Parkinson, shameless, to Professor Lockhart at the end, all dead. Hearing Richard's words, Ronald was immediately dumbfounded. This should have nothing to do with Percy. At this moment, the door of the infirmary was suddenly opened, and the little wizards were all taken aback. When they turned around, they found that it was the Weasleys. They didn't say anything. Molly came directly to Percy's side and hugged him tightly. And Arthur came to Dumbledore's side and said with a sad face, Sorry, we heard what you said just now. I will pack Percy's things now, and I will send him to the Wisingamot. Even if he goes to Azkaban, he will be responsible. He shouldn't. Before the words were finished, Arthur broke down in tears, and Molly had already burst into tears. At this moment, Richard spoke up. I think it was a painful ordeal for Percy. The Weasleys, Ronald, Hermione, Harry, Dumbledore, and McGonagall all looked at Richard. The school shouldn't have punished him. It was the school's fault for allowing something so dangerous to enter Hogwarts, and many wizards older and more resourceful than her were fooled by Voldemort. In the end, if you're going to enter Azkaban if you were deceived, then the wizarding class should not have pure blood outside. Of course, the Weasley family is not counted. What do you think, Headmaster Dumbledore? There is no more correct explanation than this. We will not have any punishment for Percy, and I hope everyone will not tell about today's incident. Draco Malfoy brought the diary to school. I think, Lucius, we need an explanation. Okay, let's give up the room to the Weasley family, Richard and Harry. Come with me. Minerva, please send Hermione back. By the way, all 4 of you have won the Special Contribution Award to the school. And let me see, by the way, you've each earned 200 extra points for your house. What do you think, Richard? Richard knew this was asking himself, would it be okay to give Gryffindor the House Cup this term? And of course, Richard, being a Ravenclaw, didn't care about that. And you know, Minerva, Professor Dumbledore said thoughtfully to Professor McGonagall, I think things like these deserve a party to celebrate. May I ask you to inform the kitchen? Tomorrow evening. Professor McGonagall nodded and led Hermione away. Hogwarts headmaster's office. At this point, Dumbledore put Tom's diary on the table. There were a lot of people just now, and some things are difficult to talk about. Now it's just the three of us who can talk about it properly." Harry looked at Dumbledore in bewilderment. Hadn't everything been said? Why didn't he say anything? Dumbledore looked at Richard. "Got it, or said it myself. Give me a cup of black tea first. I'm thirsty." With a wave of Dumbledore's hand, a cup of black tea and a cup of hot chocolate appeared on the table. After taking a sip, Richard continued. "Harry, according to my investigation with Professor Dumbledore, we discovered the secret that Voldemort did not die. That is the Horcrux. And this diary is a Horcrux, which he made when he was 16 years old. When he killed Peach Jean Yong, made this Horcrux, and as long as the Horcruxes are not completely wiped out, he can guarantee immortality. Then let's destroy this Horcrux quickly, and then we can completely wipe out Voldemort," Harry said eagerly. Richard picked up his teacup, took a sip, and then glanced at Dumbledore before saying anything. "Harry, we don't know how many Horcruxes Tom made at that time. You know, he was only 16 years old when he made this Horcrux. From what I know about him, he certainly wouldn't just make one and end it. He still has a lot of time and opportunity to continue making Horcruxes. Then if he keeps making Horcruxes, then we won't be able to eliminate him," Harry said with a look of disappointment. "No, there is a limit to making a Horcrux. To make a Horcrux is to split the soul, and there's a limit to the number of times each person can split. If you exceed this limit, you can't make any more. Tom's limit, I guess, should be 5 to 5. 7. And ordinary items should not make Tom a Horcrux. As long as we can find one or two, I believe we can find a pattern." Hearing Dumbledore's words, Harry regained a little bit of confidence, but thinking that the Horcruxes made by Voldemort at the age of 16 were so difficult to deal with the Horcruxes made by the shop, it must be even more difficult. "And Harry, I want to thank you. You must have shown absolute loyalty to me in the secret room below. Only this kind of loyalty can summon Fawkes to your side. Fawkes is looking for Richard, not me," Harry explained hastily. "Richard will not be loyal to me. Fawkes was summoned by your loyalty, but obviously he prefers Richard." Hearing Dumbledore's words, Richard raised the teacup in his hand to Dumbledore in satisfaction. "That's right. Richard, who is a time traveler with the system, will never be loyal to anyone except himself." Dumbledore also smiled and nodded to Richard. He didn't want Richard to be loyal to him. He expected Richard to be his collaborator. "Okay, let's talk about the rest. I'm really sleepy, so I'll leave first." Richard first came to Fawkes, stroked Fawkes lightly, and walked out of the principal's office. Originally, Harry wanted to go with Richard, but something made him stay. Something that had been bothering Harry blurted out from his mouth. "Professor Dumbledore," Riddle said, "I resembled him. There were some curious resemblances," he said. "That's what he said? What do you think, Harley? I'm not like him. I mean, I'm in Gryffindor, and I think Richard's more—" He didn't go on with the following words. Obviously, he thought Richard was more like Tom. "Oh, why do you say that?" Dumbledore asked curiously. "Pansy, it probably wasn't killed by the basilisk controlled by Voldemort. I have to say that Harry's intuition is still very sensitive sometimes. Pansy, it was indeed killed by the basilisk." Dumbledore seemed to say something, but he didn't seem to say anything. "Harry, we shouldn't doubt our friends. Even if sometimes he does things that you can't understand now, we must learn to start from the source. Do you know Richard? Do you think he will become the next Dark Lord?" "Of course it's impossible. Richard is my friend, a very important friend. While I was at the Dursleys' house, he took me out shopping and celebrated my birthday. If it wasn't for him this time, I must have died in the secret room inside. He's a good man and will never become the Dark Lord." "That's right. Richard won't become the Dark Lord. Harry, you have to know that everyone has a bottom line and a reverse scale. Richard's bottom line and reverse scale are Hermione. If someone touches his bottom line, he will become terrible. Then why is it Hermione?" Lung Tuching asked in a daze. Now it's hard for Dumbledore to explain, so he can only talk. "You are still young. You will know when you're older, and you will have your own bottom line and reverse scale. That should be Ronald. He's my best friend, and so are Hermione and Richard." When Harry said Ronald's name, Dumbledore almost blurted out, "Subclass me." Harry was silent for a while, then continued. "Professor, the Sorting Hat told me that I would be excellent in Slytherin. For a while, Everyone thought I was the heir of Slytherin because I could speak Parseltongue. Harry, you speak Parseltongue, Dumbledore said quietly, because Voldemort spoke Parseltongue. He is the last heir of Salazar Slytherin. If I'm not mistaken, he was scarring you transferred some of his own spells to you that night. He didn't mean to, I'm sure. Voldemort transferred a part of himself into me. Harry gaped in surprise. Obviously so I should really be in Slytherin. Harry stared hopelessly at Dumbledore. Listen to me, Harry. You happen to have many of the qualities that Salazar Slytherin particularly valued in his careful selection of students. Some rare gifts of his own, Parseltongue, resourcefulness, strong will, and a certain disregard for the rules of the law. Dumbledore's silver beard was trembling again. But the Sorting Hat put you in Gryffindor, and you know why? Think about it. The reason it put me in Gryffindor, Harry said in a disheartened tone, is because I offered not to go to Slytherin. That's right. The Sorting Hat only detected the magic that Voldemort had left in you, not the real you, said Dumbledore, smiling again. That makes you very different from Tom Riddle. Harry, expressing who we really are is our own choice, which is more important than our abilities. Harry sat motionless in his chair, completely transfixed. Harry, if you still need proof that you really belong to Gryffindor, I suggest you take a closer look at this yet. Dumbledore took the silver sword back and handed it to Harry. Only a real Gryffindor can pull it out of the hat, Harry, Dumbledore said simply. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Harry was completely relieved. He really was a pure Gryffindor and not some Slytherin. Zero looking for flowers. Okay, it's getting late now. You should go back to rest. The Chamber of Secrets has been solved, so I don't need to send you back. Dumbledore looked at his pocket watch and said to Harry, by the way, after breakfast tomorrow morning, you ask Richard to come over together. Let's see what to do with this diary, and don't talk about the Horcrux after all. This is Tom's secret. Harry nodded and left Dumbledore's office. At this time, Richard had packed himself up and lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and opened the system interface in his mind. Storage extraction selection. Found the only storage extraction, Basilisk, 25 times. Whether to open it, confirm to open it. Whether to use autonomous extraction. As expected of a Basilisk, there are actually 25 chances to draw it, which is even 5 times more than that of the Phoenix who had just Nirvana. But it should be because this Basilisk is relatively old. You must know that it was put in by Slytherin. Otherwise, this kind of magical animal that can be cultivated artificially will definitely not have so many times. As always, don't use free choice first. First come to a random wave to see how the character is. If you can draw it, you can save it once. 0. No. Random charge. 1/25th. Random selection. Experience value plus 65. Seeing this experience point, Richard was also very pleasantly surprised. It is really strong. It is 15 points more than Phoenix. Nice. 2/25ths. Random selection. Experience value plus 65. 3/25ths. Random selection. Experience value plus 65. 4/25ths. Random selection. Skill acquired. Longevity. Passive. I rubbed it, and it turned out to be a skill. Although it is not the eye kill that Richard wants most, but this longevity skill can be said to be very good. After all, no one dislikes his long lifespan. I ordered it, but I don't know how it will work. Is it true that if I order it to level 5, I will be able to live forever? Taking advantage of the heat in his hand, Richard quickly took all the remaining times. Sure enough, the first skill is already the limit, and the others are all experience points. Richard wasn't angry either. After all, one skill was already good, so Richard happily used the last guarantee. 1. Soul attack. 2. Longevity drawn. 3. Fong attack. 4. Tail flick. 5. Experience value plus 65. No nonsense. Richard directly chose the soul attack, and then upgraded. 2-4-3-1-2-3-3-1. Soul attack 1/5 can be upgraded. 2-3-3-1-3-3-1. Soul attack 2/5 cannot be upgraded. Seeing that the remaining ones could even be upgraded with a skill, Richard directly added it to Nirvana without hesitation. 1-3-3-1-3-3-1. Phoenix Nirvana 2 of 5 cannot be upgraded. then loaded the soul attack into the skill bar. After loading it, Richard could clearly perceive that now he could control the strength of the soul attack. How much energy he consumed could petrify the target, and how much energy he consumed could directly kill the target. After the upgrade, Nirvana has been shortened from 1 month at the first level to half a month. But if it is killed again within half a month, it will really die. Richard took a look at his skill bar again. Although the 3 guaranteed chances of self-selection have been used up, it is equivalent to leaving the novice village. But at present, Richard's system skills are almost perfected. Satisfied, Richard slowly entered the gate of Dreamland. Previous chapter to see next chapter. After breakfast the next day, Richard was called to the principal's office by Harry. When the two of them came to the office through the password, Dumbledore and Snape were already waiting in the office. Seeing that Snape was there, Harry didn't say anything, and he still couldn't agree with Professor Snape in his heart. Professor Snape, have you cleaned up yesterday's basilisk? Don't forget that there's still half of me. Richard didn't worry too much. After all, it was a real small fortune. Although Snape didn't speak, but Richard saw that his face darkened instantly. It seemed that he didn't want to give it. How could this work? Why do you, a dignified potions professor, still keep your word and lose weight? Snape took a deep breath, so as not to be mad at the little wizard, and said, "Do you want the material or the galleon?" Richard thought for a while. If he wanted materials, if Snape asked him to borrow the materials, he would give them or not. If he chose gold galleon, he could ask Snape to borrow any materials he needed. The decisive thing is money. Give me galleon, but give me one of the basilisk's fangs. Okay, the galleon will be given to you when I'm done. With that said, Snape handed over a box. After Richard took it, he didn't check it either. After all, Snape's reputation was still good. By the way, I don't know the toxins in the fangs. Be careful when you use them. Snape said to Richard thoughtfully. Okay, Snape, you go back. We have something to talk about. Dumbledore said slowly. Snape left the office with a cold snort. Seeing that Snape was gone, Harry said to Dumbledore, "Professor, what are we going to do with that diary? Can't we just destroy it?" Harry seemed a little puzzled by this. In the future, the task of finding Tom's Horcrux is still entrusted to you, so I let you try to destroy it. When Harry heard Dumbledore's words, he first tried to pick up the diary and tore it vigorously, but he didn't know what material the diary was made of, but he couldn't tear it off at all. Then Harry took out his wand and cast the fire charm on the diary. The flames are raging. A group of flames instantly surrounded the diary. After a while, there was no effect, and the diary was placed there properly. To pieces, Harry tried the shattering charm again, but the diary was still intact. Now Harry had no choice but to turn to Richard for help. Although Richard has many ways, he still wants to try the original method. So Richard took out the box that Snape left just now, opened the box, snapped his fingers, the basilisk's fangs flew into the air, and then pierced towards Eugubin. With a terrible, sustained, ear-piercing scream, jets of ink spurted out of the diary and trickled down Dumbledore's desk onto the floor. At this moment, Tom's face suddenly appeared on the cover of the diary. He twisted and struggled, screaming, and then he disappeared. Harry looked at what happened in horror. He felt that the diary was like a real person. Looking at the damaged diary on the table, Dumbledore showed a look of relief. At this moment, suddenly the door of the principal's office opened. "Albus, Mr. Malfoy is here. He must talk to you. Talk to yourself. There are still a lot of things waiting for me." With that said, Professor McGonagall stepped aside and walked out of the principal's office. Lucius Malfoy stood there, looking furious. It was Dobby who was pinched tremblingly under his arm, with bandages all over his body. "Good morning, Lucius," Dumbledore said pleasantly. "Okay," said Lucius Malfoy, fixing Dumbledore with icy eyes. "Last time you were dismissed, our 12 directors let you come back, but look at the good deeds you have done. As soon as you came back, Draco was attacked and suffered such torture. I believe you will soon his term of office may end again." "Oh, that's right, Lucius," said Dumbledore, smiling calmly. "I was contacted by the other 11 directors last night. To be honest, the owls came one after another, as if there was a hailstorm. They heard that we had caught the murderer, and they seemed to think that, after a long time, I was the best fit for the job. And they told me strange stories. Some of them seemed to think that you once threatened that if they didn't agree to suspend me, you'd curse their family, and Draco was unharmed, just in a coma for a while. Lucius' face was paler than usual, but his eyes were still burning with anger. You caught the murderer? Why didn't anyone tell me? Yes, we did. As for why no one told you, maybe your friends forgot. Dumbledore answered him with a smile. Lucius asked sharply, Who? Who hurt Draco? It's the same man as last time, Lucius, said Dumbledore. But Voldemort is operating through a different man this time. With his diary, he held up the small black book with a big hole running through it, and watched Lucius' reaction closely. And Harry looked at Dobby. The house elf was behaving very oddly. His light, bulb-sized eyes stared thoughtfully at Harry, pointing to the diary and to Mr. Malfoy, then hit him hard with his fist. On head. So, it is, Lucius said slowly to Dumbledore. A clever plan, Dumbledore said flatly, still looking into Lucius' eyes. And you have to thank Richard and Harry. Lucius didn't dare to look at Richard, so he could only give Harry a quick stern look. If they hadn't found the diary, maybe Draco would have been scapegoated. After all, no one can prove what he did. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Lucius was taken aback. How could it be Draco? He obviously put the diary on the Weasley family's youngest daughter. How could it be on Draco? Could it be Dumbledore? It must be Dumbledore. He found the diary, and then secretly gave the diary to Draco. He must have known something. Then all the things that happened before, were they all set up by him? The only thing that can be positive about this, an old wizard who can stand up to Voldemort without falling behind, and even beat Voldemort. No one in the wizarding world dares to underestimate him, even though he is old now. 0. Thinking of this, Lucius' face became unnatural, and now he doesn't want to ask Dumbledore to blame him. He just wants to get out of here quickly. It's a blessing, he said awkwardly. Dobby, who was shrinking behind him, still pointed at the diary first, and then at Lucius Malfoy strangely, and then beat his head desperately. Harry suddenly understood. He nodded to Dobby, and Dobby flinched back into the corner, pulling his ear again as punishment. Mr. Malfoy, did you give this diary to Draco? Harry deliberately asked Lucius provocatively. He saw Malfoy's pale hands clenched into fists and then loosened again. Is there any proof? He said hoarsely. Oh, no one can provide evidence, Dumbledore said, looking at Harry with a smile. Now Riddle has disappeared from the book. Besides, Lucius, I want to give you a piece of advice. Don't distribute any more Voldemort students the old things of the times. If these things fall into the hands of innocent people again, the ending will not be as simple as this, and someone must pay the price. Lucius Malfoy stood still for a moment, and Harry clearly saw his right hand twitch as if trying to reach for his wand. He restrained himself, however, and turning to his house elf said, Here we go, Dobby. As he said that, Lucius unscrewed the door, and the house elf hurried over, and Mr. Malfoy kicked him out of the door. They could hear Dobby screaming in pain all the way down the corridor. Aren't you going to return the diary to Malfoy? Richard held the diary and handed it to Harry. Harry grabbed the diary and rushed out of the office, dragging his socks. Aren't you going to take a look? In case Lucius gets angry, Richard said to Dumbledore. He didn't dare. Dumbledore said flatly, And isn't there that house elf? Sometimes their magic is amazing. By the way, don't you have one too? You're talking about Phoebe. It was given to me by the Foley family. By the way, Professor, do you know the problems of the Foley family? 1.1. Dumbledore, who was always indifferent, also frowned at this moment. The Foley family. Yeah, I know their problems. I went there a few years ago. I hope I can help them solve their problems so that they can come out against Tom. But after I went there, I didn't have any clues, and I also heard from Nicholas May that he couldn't see anything. Basically, everyone who has outstanding talents in a certain aspect has gone to see it, but no one. It's so weird to be able to solve their problems. At this moment, there was a bang outside, and not long after, Harry ran back excitedly. Dobby is finally free, and now the Malfoy family can't abuse him. Okay, now this matter is finally settled. Professor Sprout told me that the mandrakes can be picked today. I remember Professor Snape seemed to ask you to refine the potion, Richard. Indeed it is. Richard nodded in reply. Then go and have a look. Harry should also learn more about potions. By the way, don't forget about the banquet tonight. Hearing that Dumbledore had issued an eviction order, Richard and Harry left the office. On the way to the third greenhouse, Richard asked Harry, seeing Harry's coy look. What's wrong with you, Harry? Richard, do you think it's really necessary for me to learn potion making? Snape often said that I have a human body and a troll's brain, so I'm not suitable for potions at all. Actually, it doesn't matter whether it's suitable or not. It mainly depends on whether you're interested. Regardless of what Professor Snape said, maybe in his opinion, all little wizards have the brain of a troll. Richard comforted. Did he say that to you too? Harry asked curiously. Of course not. Richard was still very confident about this. Richard could see that the current Harry really had no interest in potions, so he took the initiative to say so. If you don't want to go, don't go. After taking the mandrake from Professor Spratt, you must go to Professor Snape to refine it, and you definitely don't want to go there. Hearing Richard's words, Harry quickly nodded vigorously. Just kidding. Snape doesn't even go to dogs. Ronald came back last night, and Madame Pomfrey told him Percy would be waking up today, so I wanted to go and see. Richard waved his hand, telling Harry to disappear quickly. After Harry left, Richard rushed to the third greenhouse by himself. At this time, Professor Sprout had already packed up the mandrakes. Seeing Richard coming, he said hastily, Richard, you are finally here. I have all these mandrakes suitable for me, so hurry up and take them. Licha took the herbs that Sprout handed over, didn't say much, and went directly to Snape's office after saying a few words of thanks. Snape saw Richard coming with the mandrake and knew it was a very important matter, so he first asked Richard about the refining method of the resurrection potion. Richard explained the method perfectly, and Snape let Richard start refining with confidence. However, the difference is that in the past, Snape used to complete a stage regardless of what Richard did. Now Snape is the whole process. Watching from the side, Shin still put some pressure on Richard, even though he didn't say anything. Fortunately, this potion is not complicated, and Richard quickly refined the needed resurrection potion. The final resurrection potions were all qualified under Snape's inspection. Okay, you could go get it to Ms. Pomfrey. After checking, Snape packed all the potions and handed them to Richard. Richard came to the school infirmary with the potion and saw Madame Pomfrey examining Percy, and all the Weasleys came. Richard didn't bother them, and waited quietly for Madame Pomfrey to come out after the inspection, and then handed the potion to her. It's already been refined. The quality is good. Did you make it, Richard? Yes, ma'am. By the way, please give me a share. I think Filch needs some too. His cat is probably not here. That's right. He doesn't worry about others taking care of his Mrs. Norris. Madame Pomfrey took a glass bottle from the side and put some resurrection potions into it. That's enough. Is it all right after drinking? Richard asked. The little wizard is probably not good enough. He needs to be recuperated. There should be no problem with Filch's cat. By the way, if you are worried, you can let him feed some of this potion. Madame Pomfrey rummaged from a cabinet. Another vial came out and was handed to Richard. Okay, Ms. Pomfrey. Thank you. Then I'll go to Filch first. After speaking, Richard left the school infirmary with 2 bottles of medicine and came to Filch's workshop. When Richard knocked on the door, Filch's sullen voice came from inside. Who is it? Open the door. Filch, it's me, Richard. Hearing Richard's voice, Filch immediately opened the door, saw the 2 bottles of potions in Richard's hand, and immediately reacted. Could this be it? That's right. This is the resurrection potion. As long as you feed it to Mrs. Norris, it will be fine soon. By the way, give this bottle of medicine to Mrs. Norris as well. It will be good for it. With trembling hands, Filch took the potion. Although he wanted to hug Richard very much, he still didn't do anything after thinking about it. He could only thank Richard constantly. Richard didn't stay here too long and went directly to the library. Now Hermione must be reviewing in the library. After coming to the library, Richard saw Hermione in a corner. Why are you here? Seeing Richard approaching her, Hermione asked curiously. I heard from Harry that you have a lot of things to do in the morning, don't you? It's all been resolved, and the resurrection potion has been refined and handed over to Ms. Pomfrey. Then let's review quickly. Too much time has been wasted during this period, and the final exam is 1 week away. At this time, Hermione fell into pre-exam anxiety again. Exams? How does Richard remember that the original book seems to cancel the exams for this semester, isn't it now? However, whether or not to take the test has little effect on Richard. Anyway, he will not forget the things he memorized, but in view of Hermione's anxiety, Richard just picked up a book and read it. The time quickly passed while they were reading books, and the sky had dimmed before they knew it. At this time, Harry and Ronald also ran over. "I knew you must be here, but the celebration dinner is coming soon. Don't you need to prepare?" At this moment, both Richard and Hermione felt a little strange. Isn't the dinner just a more grand dinner? What else do you need to prepare? Don't you guys know that the theme of this dinner is pajamas, which means we need to wear pajamas to attend? No, wasn't the pajamas dinner held because it was too late at that time? Now that the time has come, why do we still have a pajamas dinner? That's right, Professor McGonagall specifically said that everyone should put on their pajamas and go to this dinner. Hearing this, Hermione finally became anxious. Girls always need to dress up well, even in pajamas. Hermione ignored the three of them and hurried back to the dormitory. Seeing that it was almost time, Richard went to the dormitory to change into his pajamas, and then went to the auditorium. At this time, the little wizards of Hogwarts had almost arrived. Although everyone put on their pajamas, they didn't seem to relax too much. It's strange that they don't know that the matter of the Chamber of Secrets has been resolved. But Richard felt relieved when he thought that Ronald should stay in the infirmary all the time. No, Richard, do you know why everyone came in their pajamas for this dinner? And why are you hosting this dinner? Penello's senior sister came to Richard's side at some point, looking at Penello wearing pink and white ice silk floral pajamas, and because Penello was close to a virgin fragrance also floated towards Richard. Immediately, Richard's eyes became straight, not to mention that Hermione at this time is still slightly inferior to Penello. Not to mention, the difference in bust is more than a notch. Penello didn't get a response from Richard, glanced at him, and found that Richard was looking straight at him at this time, smiled with satisfaction, and then said, "Does it look good?" What did you say? I didn't look at you." Richard blushed and argued. "Okay, why do you want to hold this dinner?" Penello asked again. "This is a secret. Let's see what Dumbledore has to say later." Richard didn't tell Penello directly. He knew that if he said it, he would definitely be in trouble later. So let's wait for Dumbledore to say it, and it will take a while to clear up. Soon, Principal Dumbledore in pajamas brought all the professors in pajamas to the auditorium and took the professor's seat. "I'm very glad that everyone can come to this dinner party. There are two main aspects to holding this pajamas dinner." Dumbledore, who was wearing a large pajamas, stood up and said to the little wizards below, "First, 547 would like to apologize to everyone. Due to various reasons, this school year has made everyone unable to study with peace of mind, and to those students who were attacked, especially Miles Bletch, Pansy Parkinson, and us Professor Lockhart, the Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts, I am deeply ashamed of the deaths of these people. First of all, let us observe a 3-minute silence for these victims." Dumbledore took off his nightcap first, and then lowered his head. The young wizards in the audience also fell into grief, and several young wizards in Slytherin shed tears. 3 minutes passed, and Dumbledore put his nightcap back on, speaking loudly. "The dead rest in peace, and the living must muster up the courage to face life again." Then I will say the second point. This is an exciting and good news. After Richard Harris of Ravenclaw, Harry Potter of Gryffindor, Ronald Weasley, Hermione Granger, thanks to the efforts of these 4 people, the Chamber of Secrets incident has been completely resolved, and the monsters in the Chamber of Secrets were beheaded by Richard Harris himself, and Hogwarts will never be attacked again. I will reward Richard with 400 points, and Harry, Ronald, and Hermione with 200 points each, and together they receive the Hogwarts Special Contribution Award. Hearing Dumbledore's words, the little wizards in the audience were completely blown away, and the emotions that had been suppressed for so long were released. Ravenclaw's side was fine. A group of little witches would rush up to hug Richard, but Richard was caught by Penello. "Hold it in your arms." On Gryffindor's side, Harry and Ronald had already been thrown up by the other little wizards. At this moment, Dumbledore didn't calm down the students. He knew that this was a good time to vent, so he planned to pour oil on it again. Dumbledore cast the loud voice charm on himself, and I announced that all exams for this semester will be canceled. Adding the scores just now, the Academy Cup winner for this school year is Gryffindor. In the end, there is no limit tonight. As long as you want, you can stay in the auditorium until tomorrow. Okay, let's start the banquet. The dinner party lasted all night, and even combined with breakfast the next morning. Although the whole banquet was very lively, Richard always felt that he couldn't get involved. So he went back to the dormitory early, lay on the bed, and waited for sleep peacefully. It seems that I am not suitable for this occasion. When Richard came to the auditorium for breakfast the next day, he found that almost all the Slytherin students had gone back. After all, only their academy had died, and I am afraid they were not interested in celebrating. They are still there. The seniors have all gone back. Some people from Hufflepuff are still there. Only Gryffindor really managed to celebrate all night. When Richard passed the Gryffindor dining table and walked towards the dining table of his college, he even saw many Gryffindor wizards sleeping on the dining table directly, which made the house elves who served the food very embarrassed and did not know should we wake them up. The rest of the summer semester was spent in a blinding sun. Hogwarts was back to normal, with only a few minor changes. Defense against the dark arts classes were canceled, and Lucius Malfoy was expelled from the school board. Draco no longer strutted around the school as if he owned it. On the contrary, he now has a gloomy face all day long and seems to be full of resentment in his heart. Only Hermione is quite dissatisfied with the cancellation of the exam. You know, she has already reviewed it 6 times. She originally thought that she could check Richard in this exam, but now that the exam is gone, she has no chance. Put your hopes on next semester. And after Richard had the soul attack of the basilisk, he finally got the magic weapon to subdue the hippogriff and thestral. As long as he operates it properly, he can extract the ability of magical animals without being discovered by Hagrid. On a dark and windy night, Richard put on the invisibility cloak he borrowed from Harry. Although he could also do it, it was too exhausting, and tonight he had to petrify those magical animals, of course saving a little is a little too. Richard quietly came to the outskirts of the forbidden forest by himself. First, he came to the habitat of hippogriffs. In this habitat, there were about 30 or so hippogriffs. Richard extracted and stored them all petrified one by one, took a break twice in the middle, ate some food, and Richard didn't undo their petrification until they were all extracted. Animals petrified by Richard's soul attack can be unpetrified by Richard himself. Seeing that it was getting late, and he could even see that the sky was much brighter, and the sun seemed to be coming out, Richard could only temporarily give up extracting the thestrals and return directly to the dormitory. Lying on the bed at the beginning, Richard is still full of energy, even a little impulsive to start the extraction first, but considering the thestrals behind, Richard still forcibly suppresses himself. I try to close my eyes, thinking of nothing, and then a strong sense of drowsiness came after I closed my eyes. It was not until the afternoon that Richard woke up from hunger, but there was still some time before dinner, so Richard could only take some snack mats from the storage and waited until the dinner started. Then Richard went directly to the auditorium. After wolfing it down, I returned to the dormitory again. With the experience of last night, this time Richard chose to sleep first and wait until midnight before going to the thestrals. Going back and forth like this, it took Richard 3 days to finally extract all the thestral from Hogwarts. After waking up the next day, Richard was not in a hurry to start the extraction. He went to eat dinner first, then went to the dormitory, took a shower, and changed clothes. After everything was ready, he sincerely turned on the system and started the extraction. After more than 10 minutes, Richard finally used up all the store draws. The result is self-evident, except that he got a passable skill on a thestral, which was as fast as the wind. This skill is a passive skill, which can increase Richard's speed, and it can enhance all aspects of speed, reaction speed, and running speed. It should also be a powerful skill in actual combat, and it is still passive. But because it is a passive skill, it will definitely not increase instantly like an active skill. But Richard, who was proficient in games in his previous life, knows that only passive skills are YYDS. So he has nothing to be disappointed about. But the probability of drawing nearly 100 magical animals and drawing hundreds of times for only one skill is also impressive. After raising Swift as the wind to level 2, Richard still has 7,731 experience points left. Seeing this experience value, Richard is quite satisfied and believes that he will soon be able to accumulate 10,000 points and then upgrade a super skill. It seems that we need to deal with those little spiders in the Forbidden Forest. And by the way, there's also that car. Richard slowly closes his eyes while planning how to gain experience as soon as possible. Tonight? Tonight is, of course, rest first. The workload of these few days is too great. Although Richard basically sleeps all day the next day, it is so black and white, and it is difficult to fall into a deep sleep during the day. So Richard's mental state is still somewhat lacking. The next morning, when Richard had finished his breakfast, Hermione came directly to him. "What are you doing these days? I can't see you in the morning and noon. I can only see you at dinner, and you disappear immediately after eating." "These few days," Richard said vaguely. "There are some things to do these days, but they're done now. Why do you want to ask me for anything?" "It's all right." After Hermione finished speaking, she turned around and wanted to leave. Richard hurriedly held her back, and after a lot of good words, Hermione was fooled. "Actually, it's not me looking for you. It's Percy, who has been discharged from the hospital now, and wants to thank you." "No need. It's just a matter of convenience anyway," Richard said. "Anyway, what you have to do has been done. Otherwise, come and play in our common room. Harry seems to have something to ask you." Hearing what Hermione said, Richard thought for a while and decided to go with her. After resting last night, now Richard is full of energy and there is really nothing to do. Go and listen to what Harry wants to say. Of course, the most important thing, the best thing, is to stay with Hermione. When Richard followed Hermione to the common room, there was basically no one there. After asking a little wizard to call Harry out, Richard and Hermione took out a set of wizard chess and started to play. As for wizard chess, Hermione was indeed not very good at it, but she couldn't stand it. Richard was a complete stinky chess player. It didn't take long for Hermione to eat a lot of chess pieces. That's when Harry and the Weasley boys and girls came out. Seeing the two playing wizard chess, Ronald rushed over excitedly. But seeing Richard's current disadvantage, he also frowned. But soon, under Ronald's guidance, Richard had the potential to come back from the dead. And Harry also ran to Hermione's side and began to advise Hermione. But Harry was not good at wizard chess. So even if the two of them had Hermione's early advantage, they couldn't stop Richard's counterattack. In the end, Richard won the game with a large advantage under the guidance of Ronald, which made Richard have to praise Ronald's talent. Asterisk, is there any professional wizard chess competition in the Ronald Wizard class? Professional wizard chess competitions? No, isn't wizard chess just for fun? But sometimes there are some entertainment games. Percy said on the side. By the way, I haven't had a chance since I was discharged from the hospital. Thank you. I've heard my father tell me everything about it. This time, I really thank you very much. If it wasn't for you, the school would have punished me. For Percy, who wants to be in politics, if he is really punished, it will directly ruin his dream. So this time Percy is sincerely grateful to Richard, not to mention that Richard saved his life. Senior Percy, you're really welcome. It doesn't matter. And the main thing is that Harry has been watching you, and I'm mainly responsible for fighting the basilisk. Because of the poverty of the Weasley family, they have nothing to give Richard, so I can only express my sincere thanks. Let's not talk about that. Let's talk about Ronald. Seeing that Percy wanted to say something with red eyes, Richard quickly changed the subject. Me? What's wrong with me? Ronald looked at Li, Zhao, Qian's, Cha in a daze. Ronald, your talent for playing chess is really amazing. It would be a pity if you just played for a while. Hearing Hogwarts' recognized genius praise his talent, even though he was playing chess, Ronald was still very embarrassed. His whole face and even his ears turned red. No, not as good as you said. Ronald stammered. Ronald, have you ever heard of chess? Richard continued to ask. Chess? What's this? Obviously, Ronald didn't know anything about it. Richard described the relevant knowledge of chess in detail. There is basically no difference between chess and wizard chess except that the pieces cannot move by themselves. No matter the way the pieces move or the conditions for winning, they are all the same. There are rumors it is said that at that time, a wizard thought chess was very interesting and copied it. Of course, this is not recognized by the wizarding community. After listening to Richard's explanation, Ronald was also quite interested. Since there are no relevant professional competitions in the wizarding world, Ronald, you could try to play chess with ordinary people. After that, Richard didn't continue to say anything. He just suggested it because he saw Ronald's chess talent is very high. As for whether Ronald listens or not, it has nothing to do with Richard. After all, it is not his father. Hogwarts, Gryffindor Common Room. At this time, Richard and the twin brothers were chatting about part-time jobs during the holidays, with Percy interjecting a sentence or two from time to time. Ronald and Harry were playing wizard chess, and Hermione and Ginny were whispering there. "Harry, didn't Hermione say you have something to look for me?" After talking to the twins, Richard suddenly remembered. Didn't Harry have something to look for himself? Hearing Richard's words, Harry suddenly showed embarrassment, then gave up his seat to George and dragged Richard into the dormitory. "Richard, I want to apologize to you." "Ah." Richard showed a puzzled look. "Apologize? What are you apologizing for?" Harry hesitated for a long time before speaking. "Last time in Dumbledore's office, I told Dumbledore that you look more like Voldemort than me, and I told him about what I thought Pansy." Harry didn't say the rest, but Richard also knew that Harry should have noticed something. "Is it because of this matter?" "It's okay." After all, Tom, who was studying at Hogwarts at the time, was indeed very good, and good people are similar. As for Pansy's matter, I don't deny it. Who told her to do it? Something that shouldn't be done. Hearing Richard's admission without hesitation, Harry didn't know what to say to express his condemnation. First of all, he didn't have the qualifications, and secondly, Dumbledore's words made him understand Richard last time, but he couldn't express his agreement. "Okay, in fact, you don't need to have any psychological burden. History will prove what kind of wizard I am. Did you decide to break up with me because of Pansy's matter?" "Of course it's impossible. I just want to apologize to you. I shouldn't have doubted you and said that to the principal. I told Harry, it doesn't matter. It's just that you are relatively young, so you can't understand some things. It will be fine when you're 180 and you are older." Hearing Richard say the same words as Dumbledore, Harry was puzzled. Obviously, Richard was about the same age as himself. Why did he say he had to be older to understand? "Harry, don't think about it anymore. Let's get out." How strange it is for two men to come running into the dormitory. "Then you don't blame me, do you?" "Of course I don't blame you. Don't worry, it's fine." Hearing Richard's words, Harry also felt relieved. "By the way, it's strange why two men came into the dormitory. Don't I often go back to the dormitory with Ronald?" Seeing Harry, who was like a little white rabbit in front of him, Richard didn't intend to say anything and left the dormitory directly. "What is Harry looking for you for?" Seeing Richard coming out, Hermione asked curiously. "It's nothing. It's just some teenager's mental problems." Hearing Richard's words, Hermione knew that it should be Harry's matter, so she didn't continue to ask, but talked about another matter. "By the way, Richard, Professor Lockhart is gone now, but isn't the dueling club still held? Why don't you come and teach us how to duel?" Hearing what Hermione said, both Harry and Ronald were excited, especially Harry, since last year the battle with Quirrell, to this year's Basilisk, Tom and Harry have all experienced it personally, and he has also witnessed how powerful Richard is. "That's right, Richard, you're much stronger than Lockhart. I don't think even Snape can beat you. Come and teach us how to duel." "Me? I can't, but when it comes to dueling, Hogwarts does have a dueling master. You can ask him to teach you, if he has time." "Who is it?" Harry asked immediately. "Professor Flitwick, our head of Ravenclaw." Hearing Richard's words, not only did Harry and Ronald show doubts, even the twins and Percy didn't quite believe it. Just a short Professor Flitwick who is usually very gentle in class. But Hermione, who is a know-it-all lady, immediately reacted. "That's right. I also remember reading in that book that Professor Flitwick won a fighting championship when he was young." Hearing Hermione's words, the others all exclaimed, "That's it. I'll ask Professor Flitwick first to see if he has time and is willing to teach us. If he has no questions, you should report to Professor McGonagall and post a duel on the notice board in the school. How about a message for the club to restart? Suggested Richard. Okay, let's ask together now. It should have been held tonight. If possible, we can start again tonight. The decisive Hermione immediately made a decision. Richard led the three of Harry out of the Gryffindor common room and came to Professor Flitwick's office, asking him to express his hope that he could attend as the instructor of the dueling club. Professor Flitwick did not disappoint them and immediately agreed. As the champion of the fighting competition, Professor Flitwick was very interested in wizard fighting, but Lockhart was a professor of defense against the dark arts. And at the beginning, the fight club was suggested by Lockhart. And it was Snape who was invited by Lockhart on his own initiative, so he didn't participate. Now that Lockhart is gone, since the little wizards want to keep this dueling club going, of course he has no problem. After getting Professor Flitwick's consent, Richard and the others went to Professor McGonagall. After all, Professor McGonagall is the vice principal of Hogwarts, and she must agree to these things. When Professor McGonagall heard that they invited Professor Flitwick to be their supervisor, he also praised that it was a wise choice, and there was nothing better than a suitable candidate. After Professor McGonagall agreed to post a notice on the bulletin board, he said that he would also attend the dueling club to let everyone know that Transfiguration is also very suitable for dueling. After Professor McGonagall wrote the relevant announcement, Harry immediately posted him on the bulletin board. By the time of lunch, everyone had already started to discuss Cage, and at the professor's seat, Professor Snape and Professor Sprout, after hearing that Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall would be present, also expressed that they would also participate. And so the whole thing intensified, and at night, when the dueling club started, all the students in the school participated. Even Headmaster Dumbledore came. It's really a lively event. Looking at the young wizards full of vigor, Dumbledore said happily, "Why don't you hold a competition or something?" "If there's a competition, what is the competition? Who could be the second?" Professor McGonagall said. Dumbledore was taken aback, then laughed. "That's right. I always felt that Richard was no longer a little wizard, and I even forgot him for a while, and with him, others can only take the second place. I'm going to talk to Richard to see if he is interested in participating in the fighting competition. If he is willing, he can also inherit my fighting championship." Professor Flitwick looked at this talented student in his college full of excitement. Pride. Then all the deans came to their colleges and began to guide the little wizards. The teaching methods of each house are full of the style of each house, and Snape still uses his ruthless tongue to mock and sarcasm when teaching Slytherin students. Professor McGonagall was extremely strict, and he asked the little wizard to practice the wrong spell dozens of times. Professor Sprout gently pointed out the difference in the little wizard. Finally, there's Professor Flitwick. His teaching style is unique, completely lacking the rigor of the usual class. That is, fighting, constantly fighting. Even if it is a wrong spell, he will not point it out. Just keep letting little wizards fight. And fortunately, Ravenclaw still is Richard, and Richard keeps dueling with the people appointed by Professor Flitwick. Soon 1 or 2 classes passed, and all the little wizards, no matter which college they belonged to, had made great progress in the duel. At the end, Professor Flitwick called Richard to the middle stage and told the little wizard the wizards performed what is called a high-level wizard duel. Although the duel was for show, the spells were all real. Fortunately, Richard got swift as the wind a few days ago. Otherwise, he really couldn't keep up with Professor Flitwick's spell casting speed. After the club activities, all the young wizards were discussing Richard and Professor Flitwick's performance. Richard is really amazing. If it was me, I would definitely not be able to last 2 rounds, but it is still Richard with the professor, said a young wizard of Gryffindor. It turns out that Professor Flitwick is so powerful. I saw him so small and thought he could just cast spells. I don't know how about our professor. A little wizard from Hufflepuff also commented. As expected of Richard, he can remain undefeated under Professor Flitwick's sharp attack and can continue to counterattack, especially the disarming spell. Have you seen it? Curse. The wise little wizard of Ravenclaw can always learn a lot. As for the Slytherins, They said they spent the whole night under Snape's death threats, and it was nice to see the show alive and leave the auditorium. And the professor is also whispering. After all, what they're saying now, if they're heard by the students, it will be a bit embarrassing. Has Richard grown to this point? I may not be his opponent. Professor Sprout said. Then you are too modest. Although Richard is indeed good, I am afraid he is not your opponent in your home court. Professor Flitwick hastily said humbly for his students. Although you do have some hole cards, don't forget that Richard only used normal spells today, and he didn't use any special spells of his own. If he used those spells, I'm afraid I can't help him. Thinking of the magic Dumbledore that suddenly disappeared in Richard's office a few days ago, he also had a headache, completely clueless. After hearing what Dumbledore said, the professors were all silent. He really is a pervert. Happy days always go by very quickly, and it is Hogwarts holiday in a blink of an eye. Richard came to the platform early, waiting for Hermione and the others to take the Hogwarts Express home. Soon, the three of Hermione also arrived, and after everyone boarded the train, Richard, Hermione, Harry, Ronald, and Ginny occupied a separate compartment. Suddenly, a figure looked inside, and then continued to move forward. And Ginny seemed to recognize that person and hurried out. Within a few minutes, she dragged a little witch in. There are no other vacant private rooms. Can Luna come with us? Ginny asked. Of course there is no problem. The whole box is Gryffindor except me. It's great to have another Ravenclaw now. Richard welcomed first. Senior Harris, do you know Luna? Ginny asked curiously. Our little genius at Ravenclaw. Of course I know him. I'm not a little genius. They all call me a crazy girl. Luna spoke for the first time after she came in. What? How could they do this? It was the first time Ginny heard such a statement. What is madness? What is genius? They are not qualified to say such things. After all, their achievements in their lives are gossiping about others. All the little wizards in Ravenclaw are only clever. They just want to find superiority in others. Instead of trying to improve themselves, they even think that they can improve themselves as long as they step down on others. Hearing what Richard said, except for Luna, the other little wizards were lost in thought. I don't care at all. Crazy girl or whatever. It's just a title. They just want to remember me. Luna said indifferently. Luna's performance made all the young wizards admire her. Hermione was very angry when she thought that she was called Miss Know-It-All. It was obvious that Miss Know-It-All was a mocking word, but she was much better than a crazy girl, and Harry thought, although I was said to be the heir of Slytherin for a short time, I've been tortured all the time, and this first-year little which has been called a crazy girl and still doesn't care. It's really amazing. Now everyone's sense of Luna is much better. Hermione hastily pulled Ginny and Luna over. And that's when the Weasley brothers opened the carriage door. Richard, Harry, we still have some fireworks to let off. Do you want to join us? That's right, if you bring it home, your mother will definitely take it away. Richard didn't want to go, but there was no way. Harry and Ronald just pulled him over. Ronald, we didn't invite you. For Ronald, the twin brothers always spared no effort. Ronald blushed and kept shouting, I am your brother. Once in the twins' cubicle, they set off Fred and George's last few strenuous fireworks, and when they felt that it wasn't enough, they played Thunder and Explosion. Then Richard went back to the previous cubicle, but Harry and Ronald didn't go back with them, but made full use of the last few hours that allowed magic to be used before the holiday, and practiced disarming each other with magic. When Richard returned to the cubicle, he saw Hermione and Ginny were talking about something indignantly, but Luna was in stark contrast to them. Seeing Richard back, Hermione was even angrier. Richard, why are all your Ravenclaw students like this? What's the matter? Richard looked at the suddenly angry Hermione with a confused face and said, What happened? Why are you still angry? Seeing that Hermione had no intention of speaking, Ginny said hastily. It turned out that Ginny just remembered that once she saw Luna not wearing shoes, but wearing a pair of long wool socks. At that time, Ginny was in a hurry to go to class, so she didn't have time to ask, but now she remembered and asked. It turned out that Luna's roommate often hid Luna's things, and that time she hid her shoes. Ginny said to Richard, Senior Harris, it's like this. Luna's roommate has been hiding her things, and sometimes even hides all her shoes. Luna can only go to class barefoot. Luna calmly tied her sideburn hair behind her ears and said softly, "It really didn't matter, probably because they thought it was fun, and they ended up giving me everything back. That's also why you posted the notice on the bulletin board." At this time, Richard also said in a timely manner, "It's okay. I'll tell Penello and let her take care of those little witches." At this moment, Luna showed a troubled look. "Okay, just listen to me. Don't worry about this matter. Just leave like this." Richard, who knew what Luna wanted to say, quickly decided. Hearing Richard's words, Luna had no choice but to nod her head. At this moment, Hermione's face looked better. As time passed, Harry and Ronald also returned. The Hogwarts Express gradually slowed down and finally stopped. Harry drew his quill and a piece of parchment and turned to Ronald and Hermione. "It's called a phone number," he said to Ronald, scribbling the number twice, then tore the parchment in two and handed it to each of them. "I told your dad how to use the phone last summer, and he'll understand. Call me at the Dursleys, will you? I can't stand talking to Dudley for 2 whole months. Richard, can you still come and play with me?" After speaking, Harry looked at Richard with expectant eyes. "No problem, of course, but you can't leave the Dursleys for too long, especially not before your birthday." Hearing Richard's words, both Hermione and Ronald showed strange expressions and asked questions quickly. "Okay, this issue can't be discussed too much. It's not good for Harry. Harry, don't say it. This is what Dumbledore meant. If it wasn't for various reasons, you shouldn't know." Hearing that Harry's safety was at stake, Hermione and Ronald didn't press on further. Hermione thought of something and said to Harry, "Your aunt and uncle will be proud of you when they hear what you've done this year, won't they?" "Proud? Are you confused? They'll be P**********D if they hear that I've nearly died so many times, only to have narrowly escaped death." At this moment, the train stopped completely. After everyone packed their luggage, they got off the train, joined the crowded crowd, and walked slowly towards the enchanted partition wall. Then they passed the entrance together and returned to the Muggle world. After leaving the station, Richard saw Wilson and Mr. Weasley standing together, and Wilson kept introducing the facilities of the station to Weasley. "Ask for flowers." It was fun to hear Mr. Weasley's voice from a distance away from them. The other parents stayed away from the two of them one after another, but Wilson didn't show any impatient expression. He just thought the father of his son's classmate was so interesting. Ronald blushed and quickly ran to Mr. Weasley's side, stopping his father from yelling. The other little wizards of the Weasley family also walked over awkwardly. Percy walked away apologizing to Richard for being so embarrassing. "My father is just curious about Muggle things." Richard was not dissatisfied, and even comforted Percy, who was about to die. Hermione looked around as she followed Richard forward. "Richard, help me find out why I didn't find my dad. Did he forget to have a holiday today?" "I told him." At this moment, Wilson's voice came over. "Hermione, Richard, come here. I'm here." Wilson shouted and walked towards them. And when he came to them, Wilson first said to Hermione, "Hermione, I received a call from Harris this morning when I was leaving the house. He has an urgent patient, so please let me pick you up and go to the house with you. You haven't met Richard's sister yet. Let's go together, let's see." "Okay, I'll trouble you then, Uncle Harris." Hearing Wilson's words, Hermione also showed a moved look. "Thank you. Sooner or later, why are you pinching me, Richard?" Knowing that Wilson was about to say some gossip, Richard quickly pinched Wilson. He really said everything outside, so he couldn't go home and talk about it. Hermione also understood what Wilson hadn't finished speaking, and her little face was flushed with embarrassment. "Isn't Mom here?" Richard said. At first, she wanted to come, but you also know that Ariana is too young to be a car for a long time, so she didn't let them come. "Hey, Richard, if you don't have anything to do during your vacation, you are welcome to come to my house as a guest. And of course you, Hermione. Harry, you probably won't have a chance." Ronald walked over and said. While speaking, Ronald saw that Harry had been snatched away by Dursley. "It seems that he has no chance," Richard said gloatingly. When Harry was being dragged away, he still gestured for the phone to Ronald. "Okay, we should go too." Wilson said hello to Mr. Weasley, and then took Richard and Hermione into the car back to Harris Farm. Along the way, Richard and Hermione looked to both sides of the street. The world of ordinary people is developing too fast. Hermione sighed when she saw the advertisement on the street. That's right, compared to the world of ordinary people, the wizarding world is like an old machine. Although it has been running all the time, there are always various problems. Then do you think we will come back after graduating from Hogwarts, or continue to stay in the wizarding world? Hermione asked. I don't think it is necessary to separate the two worlds. If we are interested in magic, we can work in the wizarding world and then live in the ordinary world. These two worlds have always been closely connected. Hermione and Richard chatted casually in the back seat and arrived at Harris Farm too after chatting. Britain, Surrey, Harris Farm. As the car came to a slow stop, Richard pulled Hermione and quickly opened the car door, then rushed into the room. At this time, Olivia was holding Ariana in the living room and waiting for the few people to come back. Mom, Richard just spoke, but was stopped by Olivia. Keep down, your sister just fell asleep. Hearing Olivia's words, Richard and Hermione immediately slowed down their steps and slowly came to Olivia's side, looking at the baby. Good afternoon, Hermione. You are here. How are you tired from the journey? Good afternoon, Aunt Harris. The road is fine and not at all tired. Can I give her a hug? Wait a minute. Let me process it for you first. Richard snapped his fingers at himself and Hermione respectively, and in an instant Hermione felt a lot better on her body. Cleansing spell? How dare you cast a spell outside the school? Hermione responded immediately and said in surprise. Before Richard could respond, Ariana opened her eyes in fright because of the sudden voice. Just when she was holding her mouth and was about to cry, Olivia quickly coaxed her, and she continued to sleep. Hermione also quickly made an embarrassed expression 043 and then gave Richard a hard look, which meant that it was all your fault. Richard shrugged innocently. What does this have to do with me? But Richard still explained to Hermione in a low voice. You can't use magic spells because you all have traces in your body. The Ministry of Magic can judge whether there is a magic reaction around you based on the magic reaction on the traces, and I don't have traces on me. So even if I use the magic spell, I can't use it. It won't matter. Will the trace on my body detect that you used the spell just now? Hermione asked suddenly. I wiped it. Richard was dumbfounded. According to the principle of Zongxi, it must be detected. How could he forget this? At this moment, Phoebe walked over, controlling the floating teacup with her fingers. Phoebe, remember that when we came back today, you cast the cleansing charm on me and Hermione first. You should say that to anyone who asks. Richard suddenly thought, isn't there Phoebe? House elves can use spells, so let Phoebe take care of it. Okay, Master. Phoebe understands. Master, and this lady came back. Phoebe cast a cleansing spell on you. Hearing Richard's order, Phoebe replied solemnly. What is this? Why does it call you Master? Hermione was very worried at first, but asked curiously when she saw Phoebe. This is Phoebe, the house elf, just like Dobby. Didn't it mean that only pure-blood noble families have house elves? Hermione asked curiously. Normally, Phoebe was given to me by the Foley family. As for why it calls me Master, it's because Phoebe thinks it's a slave of our family, but I always treat it as a family member. Understanding Hermione, Richard quickly explained. When Phoebe heard Richard say that she was a member of the Harris family, tears filled her eyes immediately, and she was still muttering that the Master is the best host in the world. However, to be on the safe side, Richard still wrote a letter to Dumbledore, informing him of the current situation. Of course, Richard meant that Phoebe used magic. Just when Richard asked Barnaby to deliver the letter, a strange owl flew over. After Richard took the letter carried by the owl, he opened it and took a look, and there was something impressively written on it. Mr. Harris, we have received reports that you cast a cleaning charm on your residence at 1620 this afternoon. You know underage wizards are not allowed to use magic outside of school. If you do this again for such behavior, you may be expelled from the school. The Act on the Reasonable Restraint of Underage Wizards, 1875, paragraph 3. Please also remember that according to Article 13 of the International Wizarding Confederation of Secrecy, Any magical activity that draws the attention of non-members of the wizarding community, muggles, is seriously illegal. Have a great summer holidays. Mafalda Hopkirk Ministry of Magic prohibits misuse of magic division. It's going to be nothing. Hermione looked at Richard worriedly. Don't worry, there will definitely be some things, but they're all small things. I will take care of them. You can play with Ariana here for a while. By the way, don't tell them about it. I will take care of it. Saying so, Richard left the house under Hermione's worried gaze, went outside, and waited for the second warning letter to arrive. Sure enough, Richard was not disappointed, and soon the second owl also came. Mr. Harris, we have received information that you used a levitation spell in your residence at 1621 this afternoon. This behavior is a serious violation of the Reasonable Restraint of Underage Wizards Act. You have therefore been expelled from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Representatives from the Ministry of Magic will be sent to your residence shortly to destroy your wand. Whereas you have previously been arrested for violating Article 13 of the International Confederation of Wizard Secrecy, having been formally warned, we regret to inform you that you must appear at the Ministry of Magic tomorrow, July 2nd, at 9 o'clock in the morning. I hope you will take care of yourself. Your faithful Mafalda Hopkirk, the Ministry of Magic prohibits abuse Department of Magic. After Richard finished reading the second letter, he threw it aside and ignored it. It didn't take too long for two adult male wizards in wizard robes to fly over on broomsticks. When they saw Richard standing there, they flew over directly. Son, you should be Richard Harris. I am Henry from the Department of Misuse of Magic, Ministry of Magic. This is McGonagall. I believe you have received the warning letter. We are here to destroy your wand. Please send your wand handed over. A black-looking wizard said to Richard. Mr. Henry, good afternoon. I think this is a misunderstanding. I didn't use the spell, but my house elf did it. Richard called Phoebe out. My lord wizards, the spells I used, a cleansing spell and a floating spell, were not used by my master. Phoebe stammered. How can a Muggle family have house elves? Henry looked very surprised after seeing Phoebe, and then looked at his fellow McGonagall. McGonagall was a little surprised, knowing that house elves can be said to be a representative of nobility, and an ordinary Muggle family should not have house elves even if they have a little money. At this time, the Foley family gave it to me. If you don't believe me, you can ask. I have already written to Headmaster Dumbledore, and I believe he will reply immediately. Hearing Richard's words, the two wizards became even more afraid to act rashly. Why are all the young wizards acting so wildly? It's okay for Dumbledore to say that although he is the #1 wizard in the world, he is also the headmaster of Hogwarts. All wizards of the right age will know point zero. But the Foley family is beyond the reach of ordinary wizards. Thinking of the two people in the Foley family, they shuddered. This is not a family to be easily messed with. At that time, there was a pure-blooded noble wizard who had been a Death Eater. The people in the family knew that they had sent someone directly to the Ministry of Magic to kill the man with the killing curse. After killing the man, the murderer left the Ministry of Magic in a big way and threatened to go to the welfare village if he wanted someone. Later, something seemed to happen, but it was not something that low-level wizards like them could know. Anyway, the final outcome was unknown, and there were rumors that the welfare family should not be messed with, which was spread in the wizarding world. Henry and McGonagall looked at each other and said to Richard, "Since it's a misunderstanding, let's wait." Seeing that the two were surprisingly easy to talk to, Richard couldn't say anything, so he could only invite the two to sit in the room, but he didn't expect the two to refuse and insisted on waiting outside. At the time of the stalemate, suddenly the sound of a thunderbolt exploded from the air. It turned out that it was Dumbledore who came. After receiving Richard's letter, Dumbledore didn't dare to delay. It wasn't that he was worried about Richard's comfort. He was worried about following the behavior of the Ministry of Magic staff, in case something bad was left for Richard. The impression is that Richard couldn't bear to do something bad on the spot, and it's over. Isn't the Ministry of Magic that was so hard to build going to be replaced? So Dumbledore didn't dare to delay, and came over right away. Then I saw a scene of stalemate between the two sides. Let's have a good talk. Richard will save me and let them go. Dumbledore said to Richard immediately after he appeared. Richard's face was full of question marks. What does it mean to let 1.5 let me let the two of them go? What does this mean? But the two wizards were facing a big enemy at this time, and immediately drew out their wands, looking around. Did Dumbledore's words mean that there were wizards from the Foley family lying in ambush around them? Professor Dumbledore, what are you talking about? I just want two staff from the Ministry of Magic to drink a glass of water at home. What do you mean, let me let them go? Richard rolled his eyes at Dumbledore. Those who don't know think how bad they are. Huh? Dumbledore was taken aback by Richard's explanation. Is that so? Are the current Ministry of Magic employees so close to the people? After explaining, Dumbledore sent Henry and McGonagall away, telling them that he would talk to Fudge, the Minister of Magic, and leave them alone. Henry and McGonagall also breathed a sigh of relief. It's best not to take care of themselves. This little wizard is definitely not simple. I didn't hear Dumbledore tell him to let them go. It seems that they must have left themselves strength. The two of them just apparat and walked away without much thought. I'm afraid they won't be able to walk if they slow down a step. Look at you scaring people, Richard said grimly to Dumbledore. Britain, Surrey, Harris Farm. At this moment, Dumbledore and Richard stood at the door and did not go in. Richard told Dumbledore what happened just now. Of course, he still insisted that Phoebe put the spell on, although his relationship with Dumbledore is still good. But Richard's intuition told himself that this matter should not be too serious. Many people know better. After listening to Richard's words, Dumbledore tugged at his beard and asked Richard, "Then is your wand detectable? What was the last spell you cast?" Richard was taken aback. Holding the last spell cast by the wand? I really don't remember this, and I have been habitually casting spells without a wand recently. After racking his brains to think, Richard was reluctant to confirm that the last time he cast a spell with his wand was at the dueling club. When he was facing off with Flitwick's cult, he cast a curse at the end. It should be a thunderbolt explosion, or it was used when performing with Professor Flitwick. Richard said, "Have you not used a wand for such a long time?" Dumbledore asked in amazement. "You know this time is not short. How could someone not use a magic spell for such a long time?" At the beginning, I also thought holding a wand was cool, but for some reason later, I found it a bit silly to point at people with a small stick, so I generally don't use the wand except when fighting. Hearing Richard's words, Dumbledore didn't know what to say. Is this what people say? You must know that casting spells without a wand is very difficult and consumes a lot of magic power. If you're a fool with a magic wand, you will always cast spells without a wand. Can you really do whatever you want if you have a high talent? If this is the case, then you can give me your wand first, and I will take you to the Ministry of Magic tomorrow morning to make it clear. Richard obediently handed the wand to Dumbledore, and Richard said, "Would you like to come in and see Ariana?" Hearing the name, Dumbledore froze for a moment, then realized that Richard was talking about his sister Ariana. "Forget it, I'll contact a few old friends first, and come to see her after I go to the Ministry of Magic tomorrow." Saying that, Dumbledore immediately apparat away. Seeing that Dumbledore was gone, Richard also returned to the room. "Well, I saw Headmaster Dumbledore coming too." Hermione hurried forward and asked, "It's nothing, just go to the Ministry of Magic and explain it tomorrow," Richard said in relief. After hearing Richard's words, Hermione didn't say anything more. Since Dumbledore has come, there should be nothing wrong. Then the two went to see the baby. Soon the Grangers also came over. Under Olivia's command, Phoebe quickly prepared a big meal. After the guests enjoyed themselves, Mr. Granger drank too much, and Richard was also dumbfounded. Didn't it mean that doctors, especially those who need to operate a scalpel, should drink less alcohol to avoid shaking hands? Why is Mr. Granger so often drunk? In the end, the Granger family stayed at Richard's house, but it will be much more convenient now that there are house elves. In the evening, Richard and Hermione first played with Ariana for a while, and did not return to his room until Ariana fell asleep. Dumbledore came over around 8 o'clock the next morning, and first greeted the Harris couple and the Granger couple. The parents didn't know what happened yesterday until they saw Dumbledore. Fortunately, Dumbledore said that this was just a small problem. Just explain it. Soon Dumbledore took Richard and Phoebe to the Ministry of Magic. On a bleak side street in London consisting of a few seedy-looking offices, a tavern, and a dump truck almost overflowing, there was a crackling explosion in the air, followed by a big, two small, or in other words, three figures, one big, one small, and one smaller appeared on the street. "Is the Ministry of Magic here?" "It's hidden enough," Richard said, looking around. "There's no way. There are too many people in the city, but there are fewer people here." Dumbledore continued as he walked forward. "I could have taken you directly to the Ministry of Magic, but this is your first time here. It's more interesting to walk through it in its entirety." While talking, Dumbledore took Richard and Phoebe to a red telephone booth with several pieces of glass missing and behind tin walls that were smeared in a mess. Dumbledore didn't pick up the receiver, but directly dialed the number on the phone. As the dial whirred back to its original position, a woman's indifferent voice sounded from the phone booth. It was loud and clear, as if a man watching the missing woman stood beside them. "Welcome to the Ministry of Magic. Please state your name and what you are going to do." Albus Dumbledore, who accompanied Richard Harris, was asked by the ministry to stand trial. "Thank you," said the woman's indifferent voice. "Guests, please pick up the badge and pin it on your clothes." Ding-ling-ling, clattering, saw something slipping out of the metal chute that is usually used to withdraw coins. He picked it up, a square silver badge that read, "Richard Harris on trial." He pinned the badge on the front of his t-shirt, and the woman's voice sounded again. "Visitor of the Ministry of Magic, you will need to be checked and register your wand at the security desk. The security desk is at the end of the main hall." The ground of the phone booth trembled suddenly. They sank slowly into the ground. Richard watched the sidewalk rise higher and higher outside the glass window of the phone booth until it was dark above them. He couldn't see anything anymore. Song could hear the monotonous, harsh, grinding sound of the phone booth as it sank into the ground. After about a minute, a thin golden light hit his feet, and then the golden light gradually widened and expanded to his body, and finally hit his face directly, and he had to blink his eyes hard to keep the tears from flowing. "The Ministry of Magic wishes you a pleasant day," said the woman's voice. The door of the phone booth slammed open, and Dumbledore walked out with Richard and Phoebe. In the Ministry of Magic, Richard had never been here before, and he was quite excited when he came here for the first time, without the anxiety and uneasiness that a person under trial should have at all. At this moment, they were standing at the end of a long, resplendent hall with a polished, dark wooden floor. The peacock blue ceiling is inlaid with gleaming gold symbols, constantly moving and changing, like a giant high-altitude bulletin board. The walls on all sides were paneled with dark, glossy black wood, and many gilt fireplaces were built into the wood panels. Every few seconds, with a soft pop, a wizard popped out of one of the fireplaces to the left. And on the right, there are several people waiting to leave in front of each fireplace. In the middle of the foyer is a fountain. A group of pure gold statues stood in a circular pool, bigger than real people. The tallest of them all was a dignified wizard, with his wand raised high, pointing directly at the sky. Surrounding him are a beautiful witch, a centaur, a goblin, and a house elf. The centaurs, goblins, and house elves all looked up at the two wizards with admiration. Glittering jets of water shot from the tip of the wizard's wand, from the centaur's arrow, from the tip of the goblin's hat, and from the ears of the house elf. There were ding-dong, splashing water, popping and popping apparition figures, and the chaotic footsteps of hundreds of witches and wizards. With the dead morning expression on their faces, they strode toward the set of golden doors at the far end of the hall. "This way," Dumbledore said. They joined the crowd, and the already very crowded crowd flowed out of the aisle in the middle without knowing when. "It's Professor Dumbledore. Get out of the way." Richard heard such voices from the crowd on both sides from time to time. Dumbledore, on the other hand, kept saying hello to the people on both sides. When passing the fountain, Richard saw many sparkling silver sickle 573 and copper gnat at the bottom of the pool, and a small stained sign next to it read, "All proceeds from the Magic Brothers fountain are donated to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical injuries." Soon they were leaving the stream of ministry staff heading for the Golden Gate. At a table on the left, under a sign that said "Security Check," sat a very unclean-shaven wizard in peacock blue robes. As they approached, he looked up and put down the Daily Prophet. "Professor Dumbledore, why are you here?" The security wizard quickly put away the newspaper, then stood up and saluted Dumbledore. "I've brought a guest." Dumbledore pointed to Harry. "You can just go there directly. There's no security check. After all, the person you brought will definitely not have any problems." The security wizard said courteously. Dumbledore glanced at him twice, then nodded without refusing, and took Richard away. "Pass through the Golden Gate and come to a smaller hall over there." There were at least 24 elevators there, blocked by elaborate golden grille doors. Dumbledore and Richard walked into the crowd surrounding an elevator. When the wizards standing in front of them saw Dumbledore approaching, they quickly stepped aside and saluted Dumbledore respectfully. Soon, with the sound of ding ding dang dang and rattling, an elevator descended in front of them. The golden grille door slid open slightly, and Richard and Phoebe followed Dumbledore into the elevator. But none of the wizards who had just stood by the elevator came in. It seemed that they didn't intend to take this elevator. The gate slammed shut, and the elevator slowly ascended, its chains rattling. "Professor Dumbledore, it seems that your prestige is still very high," Richard said to Dumbledore teasingly. "If you've been a professor for decades or headmaster for 50 years, they'll treat you the same way." Dumbledore said indifferently. "Britain, London, inside the Ministry of Magic elevator." The Ministry of Magic's elevator wobbled slightly and went up, stopped quickly, and then the door opened and the cold voice that Richard heard in the telephone booth just announced, "Second floor, Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Contains prohibited misuse of the Department of Magic, Order Command, and Wisengamot governing body. Go down, we're here." Dumbledore walked out of the elevator after saying that, and Richard followed with Phoebe. "Albus, why are you in the department?" Suddenly, a deep male voice came from outside. "Connolly, there's no way. There's a little wizard in the school who's been accused of using spells outside the school, so I brought him here. It turns out that Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic, is also here." Fudge looked in Dumbledore's direction, and sure enough, he saw a little wizard and a house elf. There are house elves who should be pure-blooded. How could such a little wizard be accused of using a spell? Fudge looked at a squat, ugly woman beside him. "Umbridge, what's going on? You go and ask." Hearing Fudge's order, the fat woman hurried towards an office, and after a short while, she came back, lying next to Fudge's ear, and said something. In an instant, Fudge's eyebrows frowned. "It's not easy, Albus. It's true that the magic wave came from his home first. If it wasn't him, it was another little witch. Hermione Granger." Umbridge said Hermione's name just in time. Of course it wasn't the little wizard. It was actually his house elf who cast the spell. You know, house elves aren't covered by the International Confederation of Magicians' Statute of Secrecy. "You mean he has a house elf?" Just now Fudge heard Umbridge say that Richard was a little muggle-born wizard and thought that the house elf was brought by Dumbledore, but he didn't expect it to be Richard's. "Yes, there are house elves," Dumbledore said deadpan. "How come? How did he have this house elf? How could a non-wizard family have a house elf? You gave it to him. How is that possible? And I don't have house elves. Don't Hogwarts have a lot of house elves?" Fudge dug a hole for Dumbledore. "That's Hogwarts property, not mine, and I have no right to give them away." Dumbledore recognized it right away. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Fudge was a little unhappy. For Dumbledore, Fudge's mentality has always been complicated. He has always had a grudge against Dumbledore's authority in the British wizarding community. Fudge knew that if Dumbledore didn't want to be the Minister of Magic, then the position is definitely not his turn. Although he has a solid foundation in the Ministry of Magic now, if Dumbledore swings his arms, his position is likely to be lost, so he has been focusing on how to restrain Dumbledore. But losing Dumbledore now is not what Fudge wants. It has been Dumbledore who has escorted him for so many years so that he can sit safely on the throne of Minister. So there is no way to accept that Lucius deposed Dumbledore last time. "Can you tell me, kid, how you got this house elf?" Fudge asked Richard. "Phoebe was given to me by Rod Foley. You can go to him." Richard said directly. "Rod Foley?" Fudge looked at Umbridge again. The name is so familiar. Why can't I remember it? Rod Foley is the patriarch of the Foley family. Seeing Umbridge's unfamiliar look, Dumbledore said directly, "Welfare family." At this time, even the wizard working nearby heard it, and the whole corridor fell silent instantly, as if Dumbledore had said something terrible. Seeing this situation, Richard was also very surprised. It seems that the Foley family still has something he doesn't know. "Let's go to the office and talk," Foley said to Dumbledore and Richard with an ugly face. Instead of going to Fudge's office, they came to an empty office nearby. How could he have anything to do with the Foley family? After arriving at the office, Fudge first gave Umbridge a look. Umbridge immediately reacted and hurried out. Then Fudge said to Dumbledore, "Then I don't know." Anyway, the Foley family liked Richard so much that they gave him a house elf. Richard ignored them and looked at the window. This place should be underground, but the sunlight outside the window was very dazzling. "These are enchanted windows. I remember it was run by a department called the Magical Maintenance Service, and they determined the weather in the Ministry of Magic," Dumbledore explained to Richard, seeing that he had been looking at the windows. "It's not something they could decide, but I approve it." Fudge wanted to show his authority in the Ministry of Magic in front of Dumbledore all the time. At this time, Umbridge came in again, handed a stack of documents to Fudge, and then walked out under Fudge's instructions, and before leaving, Umbridge looked at Richard curiously. After reading all the information, Fudge already had a preliminary understanding of Richard. He is simply a monster, and even though he has not graduated yet, he has a good relationship with the Foley family, especially seeing that the Foley family arranged for Richard. An immediate person goes to warn Lucius. At this time, Fudge suddenly had an idea. If the little wizard can obey his orders, then when he grows up, will he not be bound by Dumbledore? As for the little wizard who wants his own seat when he grows up, Fudge didn't need to worry. After all, he must have been very old at that time, and he might have already abdicated. Richard, right? Don't worry, the relevant department in the ministry made a mistake. Don't worry, these are not your problems. I will explain it to you when the interrogation is over. Looking at Fudge with a kind smile on his face, Richard didn't hold it on purpose. Even if someone took the initiative to show him his favor, there was no need to do anything about it. But Dumbledore couldn't laugh or cry when he saw Fudge's actions. He saw Fudge's intention at a glance. Did he put so much pressure on Fudge for so many years? If Fudge knew what Dumbledore was thinking, he would definitely ask him, "Don't you have points yourself? Richard, what are your plans after graduation? Do you want to work in the ministry?" Fudge directly invited Richard without hesitation. "I'm only in the 3rd grade now, so it's a bit too early to talk about graduation." Fudge also knew that he was a little too hasty, so he said hastily, "It's okay, I'll wait a few years, but you can think about it now. Working in the Ministry of Magic is also the dream of many wizards." Before Fudge exchanged too many pleasantries, it was almost time for Richard to be tried. Umbridge knocked on the door and came in to remind Fudge. Fudge nodded and said to Umbridge, "You take Mr. Harris over there and Principal Dumbledore, and I need to go there in advance to make arrangements." Listening to Fudge's words, Dumbledore also nodded to Richard. So Richard took Phoebe and followed Umbridge to the interrogation room. This interrogation room is much better than the one that Richard saw Harry go to in the original book. The room is brightly lit, but it is more like a defense or lecture room in a university. Under the guidance of Umbridge, Richard sat on the middle seat, not to mention quite comfortable, while Phoebe stood obediently beside Richard. After sitting down, Richard looked around, and there were almost 50 wizards sitting around. They were wearing purple robes with a delicate silver W embroidered on the left chest. These people were looking at Richard, some with stern expressions, some with undisguised inner curiosity, but more with kind smiles. "Why are you being tried here?" "I don't know. Is he Richard Harris?" "It should be. Didn't he just approve his proposal for the 2nd-class knighthood a few days ago?" "Yes, it's him. It seems to be because of him casting magic continuously outside the school." "Why is there a house elf with him? Isn't he Muggle-born?" The uninterrupted discussions around reached Richard's ears. At this moment, Richard stretched out his hand suddenly, and Umbridge walked over from nowhere. "Mr. Harris, what can I do for you?" Hearing Umbridge's words, the surrounding discussions became louder. They all knew how arrogant and domineering Umbridge, as Fudge's confidant, was. How could he be so polite to a little muggle-born wizard now? Please bring a chair here. Richard ignored the comments of the people around him and said directly to Umbridge. Umbridge didn't ask any more after hearing what Richard said, and directly arranged for someone to bring a chair in and put it beside Richard. Phoebe, sit down too. Hearing Richard's words, Phoebe was moved beyond measure. Although she felt that she should not have a seat in front of her master, she couldn't refute what the master said. So under the watchful eyes of everyone, Phoebe sat beside Richard. July's second trial, said Fudge in a booming voice. In the case of Richard Harris of Harris Farm, in Surrey, for violations of the Reasonable Restraint of Underage Wizards Act and the International Act of Secrecy. Interrogators: Minister for Magic Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Secretary of Magical Law Enforcement Amelia Susan Burns, Senior Undersecretary Dolores Jane Umbridge. It is now up to the defendant to state what happened. Then Richard went home and told him about letting his house elf cast cleansing spells on him because he was underage and serve him tea with a levitation spell. Before Fudge could say anything, an old wizard said suddenly, "He's a little muggle-born wizard. Why would there be a house elf?" Just when Richard was about to say something, Fudge suddenly said, "This has nothing to do with this case. No explanation is needed. What about his wand? Can't you just cast a flashback spell on his wand? Britain, London, an interrogation room of the Ministry of Magic. His wand is with me now." After receiving the warning letter from the Ministry of Magic yesterday, Richard handed over his wand to me. As the first wizard of the Wisingamot, I can attest that the last one sent by his wand-charmed thunderbolt. Dumbledore's voice came from behind. The wizards of the Wisingamot who saw Dumbledore at the scene all nodded to him. Now it seems that it has been confirmed that it is indeed not a spell cast by Richard Harris. Now we will vote by show of hands. Raise your hand if you agree with the acquittal, Ms. Burns said in a booming voice. Fudge raised his head, smiled at Richard, and raised his hands first. After seeing it, the ministers all refused to accept it, and they all raised their hands one after another. Richard also looked around. He wanted to see if anyone didn't raise their hands before he finished reading. Ms. Burns immediately said, "Please raise your hand if you agree with the establishment of the crime." No one raised their hand. Fudge nodded in satisfaction. "Very well. Now I announce that the accusation is not established. By the way, Burns made a note of Harris Farm. They have a house elf there. Don't make any mistakes when there are any magic fluctuations in the future." Ms. Burns nodded to indicate that she had written it down. Richard saw that the wizards around him stood up one after another, and they were about to leave. "Everyone, wait a moment." Fudge stood up suddenly and said, at this time, everyone present turned their attention to Fudge. And Fudge seemed to enjoy this kind of attention very much, and tidied up his collar, and then said slowly, "Since everyone is here, let's directly award Mr. Harris's 800th Order of Merlin, second class. Look, Mr. Harris." Of course, Richard agreed to this. Otherwise, it would be too much trouble to come again. One visit to the Ministry of Magic is enough. Too much is meaningless. Seeing that Richard agreed to his proposal, Fudge was even happier. At least he thought it was a sign of being close to him. "Albus, you are the headmaster of Hogwarts and the head wizard of the Wisingamot. What do you think?" Dumbledore knew Richard's character. He definitely didn't want to trouble him again. What would happen if he didn't come next time? So although it was in line with the rules, he still agreed. Seeing that Dumbledore also agreed to his suggestion, Fudge instantly felt that he had reached the pinnacle of his life. "Umbridge, come on, let them set up the venue. We're going to award our little heroes medals." Seeing that his master was in such a hurry, Umbridge, who was a dog's leg, immediately trotted all the way to the outside and was about to greet his subordinates when he heard his master's voice again. "And don't forget to call the reporter from the Daily Prophet." After finishing speaking, Fudge ignored Umbridge and said to Dumbledore and Richard, "It should take a while. Do you want to go to my office for a while?" Dumbledore nodded in agreement. It seemed that he really had something to look for Fudge, and Richard thought about it and let it go. These tricksters are dirty, and they can't let them stain him. "Well, you can go around. If anyone asks you, you tell them I sent you." Fudge knew that Dumbledore must have something to ask for himself, and Kafka didn't want Richard to know, but fortunately he let him went for a stroll. After Richard came out of the interrogation room, he wandered around in the corridor. When Richard was only looking at the office, he suddenly bumped into a wizard. "I'm sorry I didn't knock you over, Richard." "Mr. Weasley? Do you work here too?" "Yes, I work in a misuse of Muggle artifact division of the Ministry of Magic, and I'm on this floor." "By the way, why did you come to the Ministry of Magic?" Richard told Mr. Weasley all about being warned by the Ministry of Magic for house elves using magic. "Then you have nothing to do now." Hearing that Richard was warned by the Ministry of Magic, Mr. Weasley asked quickly, "There is nothing wrong now. It has been declared a detection error." "That's good. Then why are you still here now?" "They said they would award me a second-class medal and let me wait here." Hearing Richard's words, Mr. Weasley didn't know what to say anymore. The Order of Merlin second-class medal is not something ordinary wizards can get. "You have nothing to do now. Do you want to go and see where I am?" Hearing Mr. Weasley's words, Richard was also interested and quickly agreed. "Then go this way. My office is on the other side of this floor." Mr. Weasley accepted the zoning of this floor to Richard as he walked. This level is the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Contains the Misuse of Magic Department, Auror Command, and the Wisengamot governing body. "By the way, you see these windows, they are all enchanted." Richard nodded, and then told Mr. Weasley that Dumbledore had told himself. Then Principal Dumbledore must not know that last time we had a hurricane for 2 months, it was because they wanted to raise wages. Here it is, almost here. They turned a corner, passed through 2 heavy oak doors, and entered a chaotic, noisy open area divided into cubicles, full of conversation and laughter. Messaging notes flew in and out of the cubicles like miniature rockets. A sign hung crookedly on the nearest cubicle, Auror Command. Aurors plastered the walls of their cubicles with everything from portraits of wanted wizards, to pictures of their families, to posters of their favorite Quidditch teams. And the Daily Prophet, the articles cut from the internet, are really varied and all-encompassing. A man in a purple robe, with a ponytail on the back of his head longer than Bill's, was dictating a report into his quill with his boots up on the desk. "Do go forward a little, go through the second oak door, go into another passage, then turn left, come to another corridor, turn right again, enter a dimly lit and dilapidated corridor, and finally came to the end of the corridor and could no longer go forward." A door to the left was slightly ajar, revealing a broom closet, and on the side door was a faded brass sign, "Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Division." Mr. Weasley's office is dark and shabby, and seems to be slightly smaller than a broom closet. 2 desks were crammed inside, and there was a row of overflowing filing cabinets along the wall, with precarious packages of papers piled on top of the cabinets, and there was little room to move around the desks. Judging from the little usable space on the wall, it can be seen that Mr. Weasley has a soft spot, a few car advertisements, one of which shows a disassembled engine, 2 illustrations of letterboxes. See, he had cut it out of a Muggle children's book, along with a diagram of how to install the socket. Mr. Weasley's in-basket was full, and at the top was an elderly toast, belching sullenly, and 2 empty leather gloves, twiddling his thumbs. Next to the in-basket is a family photo of the Weasleys. "There's no windows here," said Mr. Weasley apologetically, taking off his bomber jacket and throwing it over the back of a chair. "After what happened, I haven't thanked you properly yet." Just then, a note whizzed through the open door and slowly landed on the head of the hiccuping toast. Mr. Weasley opened the note and read it aloud. "A 4th reported case of a Muggle sighting someone flying on a broomstick in the Burlington Arcade. Hurry up and investigate." "This is hell. Have wizards been seen flying?" Richard asked. "It should be, but I don't know if it was an unintentional or conscious exposure. If it was conscious, it would be troublesome. Would that make the Aurors go after them?" "Oh, there is no need for the Aurors to be dispatched at this stage. Let the ordinary magic law enforcement reconnaissance team be able to deal with it first. If it is found out that it is intentionally exposed, then the Aurors must be dispatched. By the way, Mr. Weasley, have you found Lucius Tell?" Richard asked suddenly. Hearing Richard's words, Weasley was taken aback for a moment, then walked to the door, checked left and right, and closed the door. You know, Lucius Malfoy has some allies in the Ministry, so we all try not to talk about him in the Ministry. As for the Malfoy family, you also know that they are well hidden. Although we know that there must be black magic items in his house, we did a surprise inspection twice, but we couldn't find them. Later, Minister Fudge didn't allow us to check Malfoy at will. Fu Manor. No, Richard carefully recalled the content of the original book. He remembered that when Harry and Ronald transformed into Goyle and Brack, it should be the place where Draco Malfoy blew himself up in his secret room. Why isn't it here? By the way, why did you suddenly mention Lucius? Weasley asked curiously. It suddenly occurred to me that the diary should belong to the Malfoy family, so I wanted to ask you. That's right, that's what I thought too, but there is no way, we have no evidence. Just as Mr. Weasley was sighing, there was a sudden knock on the door, and then the door was pushed open. I guess you should be here, come on. They have arranged the venue. It's time for you to appear. Dumbledore's figure appeared outside Weasley's office. Britain, London, Ministry of Magic Hall. Fudge, who had just dressed up, once stood in the center of the stage. Distinguished guests and friend from the press, good morning, everyone. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend this award ceremony. I am your old friend, Minister of Magic Fudge. Then Fudge started talking at length, until Dumbledore coughed twice before Fudge got to the point. We all know that Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is the best wizarding school in Europe and even in the world, and the recipient of this award today is Mr. Richard Harris from Hogwarts School, Ravenclaw College. I believe everyone knows his name to some extent. It is true that he bravely hunted and killed the monsters in the Hogwarts Chamber of Secrets last semester, protecting the safety of the little wizards in Hogwarts. At the same time, according to the evaluation of Professor Watts, Richard is also the most talented wizard in history. In this regard, I, the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, tried my best to argue against all arguments, and finally, with my unremitting efforts, Wizenga Moore has agreed to award him the Order of Merlin, second class, and now let us welcome Richard Harris to the stage. Richard, who had been waiting backstage for a long time, stepped onto the stage under the guidance of Umbridge. At this time, the wizards in the audience began to discuss one after another. They didn't have any objection to Richard's award. They all felt that Richard was young and promising. Seeing that Richard came to the stage, Fudge put on the purple ribbon on Richard with a kind smile on his face, and then hung the second-level medal on Richard's neck, and then pulled Richard towards Lee, a reporter from Daily Prophet. Tuskite kept posing in various poses, while Umbridge kept beckoning Rita to take pictures. After finally taking the picture, Fudge asked Richard, "Mr. Harris, would you like to say a few words?" "Forget it. Let's come, Minister. I think you seem to be very good at speech." Hearing Richard's words, Fudge was even more happy. He thought that Richard must admire his speech ability. Fudge cleared his throat and spoke again. Under the leadership of the Ministry of Magic headed by me, Cornelius Fudge, the wizarding world has flourished, and talented wizards like Richard Harris have emerged. I believe that in the future, seeing that Fudge started a long speech again, Richard walked directly down from the podium and came to Dumbledore's side. Although Fudge was not very happy when he saw it, he didn't say anything. After all, he also knew that Richard probably had no acquaintances here, so he came to Dumbledore. "We'll come to Dumbledore." Seeing Richard coming to his side, Dumbledore began to lead him to introduce the wizards around him nonstop. The wizards that Dumbledore can introduce basically have outstanding achievements in various fields, and it is also beneficial for Richard to get to know these people. After the introduction, Dumbledore chatted with his old friend. Seeing Richard, who was alone, the patriarchs of several wizarding families gathered around one after another. Richard looked at all the wizarding families whose descendants were not in Slytherin. "Hello, Mr. Harris. I am the patriarch of the Macmillan family, and my son is Ernie Macmillan, and he is at Hufflepuff College." "Hello, Mr. Harris. I am the patriarch of the Shacklebolt family, and my name is Kingsley Shacklebolt. Arthur told me about you, Arthur Weasley." The others also greeted Richard one after another, and Richard had no choice but to return the salute. Finally, After these people left, an old friend of Richard came over. "Mr. Harris, although I know that you will definitely achieve extraordinary things, but it's so fast before you arrive first. Mr. Ollivander, this is not an achievement. By the way, I don't know how your new wand research is doing." The person who came over was the owner of the Ollivander wand shop, and also the patriarch of the Ollivander family, one of the 28 pure-blood nobles. It is also possible that there is only one person in the Ollivander family. Hearing Richard's inquiry, Ollivander frowned in distress. This is obviously not a simple problem. Although I have changed the magic pattern on the core of the wand now, there is no way to make the wand continue to work. Hearing what Ollivander said, although Richard didn't understand it, he knew that it meant that there was no progress. "By the way, Mr. Harris, I wonder if I could trouble you to process a few wands?" When people around heard Ollivander's words, they all showed puzzled expressions. Ollivander is one of the 3 major masters of cane making in Europe. Is there only 3? Why does Richard need to process it? Could it be that Richard is making canes? Do you have extraordinary talents? But Richard understood the meaning of Ollivander's words, thought about it for a while, and agreed to it since there was no loss for him anyway. Seeing that Richard agreed, Ollivander's goal was achieved, and he left Richard happily. There was no agreed time, but both knew that Ollivander would be in the wand shop whenever Richard came. I don't know when Fudge has finished his speech and walked off the stage. At this time, he is chatting with Lucius Malfoy for some reason, with a very serious face. Richard was so bored, he planned to tell Fudge and leave directly. When Richard came to Fudge's side, Lucius, who was talking, stopped immediately and looked at Richard cautiously. "Minister Fudge, if there is nothing else, then I will go." Hearing Richard's words, Fudge also agreed. Anyway, he has already done the show he wanted, and it doesn't matter whether Richard is there or not. Although Fudge wants to win over Richard, he is not in a hurry. If he is too eager, it will not be good. So Fudge said that there was nothing else to do in the future, and an exclusive interview was needed, but Rita could find time to ask Richard alone. Then Richard was about to say something to Dumbledore, but Lucius stopped him. "Minister Fudge, let's leave what we said just now. I have some personal matters to discuss with Mr. Harris." Lucius first talked to Fudge, and then came to Richard's side. Fudge was stunned for a moment. The Malfoy family is a supporter of the theory of blood. Why does Lucius still have an intersection with Richard? At this moment, Foley suddenly thought of the fact that the Foley family sought out Lucius, probably because he wanted the Foley family to subdue him. Fudge at this time, he was in the midst of a crazy brainstorm, and after making a decision, Fudge paid more attention to Richard. And the other pure-blood families saw that the famous Lucius Malfoy took the initiative to find that little muggle wizard. Could it be that there is something unknown about him? At this time, everyone thought of the Welfare family, and they didn't go to say hello to Richard just now. The family has some regrets. Zero looking for flowers. "Chief Malfoy, I don't know what you want from me." "Mr. Harris, can we go out and talk?" Richard didn't think that Lucius Malfoy would cause him any danger, so he agreed. After coming outside the auditorium, Lucius whispered, "Did you give that diary to Draco?" Originally, Lucius always believed that Dumbledore gave the diary to Draco, but after so many days of repeated thinking, Lucius finally determined that Dumbledore should not have done it. He wouldn't shoot Draco. Of course, Lucius didn't ask Draco. He knew that no matter who it was, Draco couldn't detect it. Originally, Lucius was not sure who did it, but today he suddenly received an invitation letter from the Ministry of Magic, and the name of Richard Harris appeared in his mind. Remembering that outside the Lehan bookstore, Richard said to in his own words, now he has won the second-class medal of the Knights of Merlin for eliminating the monsters in the secret room. 0. Now he's almost sure that it must be Richard who gave the diary to Draco, which is why he will be there. Otherwise, he must be as far away from Richard as possible. How could he take the initiative to appear in front of him? In order to leave Richard earlier, Lucius asked bluntly, "Mr. Malfoy, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand?" Richard pretended to be stupid. "You know what I'm talking about. You can't blame me. I did this in full compliance with the Master's request, and it's also for the Master's good." For the first time, Lucius had no pretense in front of Richard, acknowledging the fact that Voldemort was his master. "Then you go and tell your master. Tell me what you are doing. I am not the one who took Draco to the secret room. You should have heard something about what happened. It was not your master who took your son to the secret room, is it? Richard prevaricated. But the master has disappeared for a long time, and I don't know how to find him. I know. If you really want to find it, you can ask me to tell you. Richard said to Lucius with a pure face. How could Lucius want to go to Voldemort? What he just said was just an excuse. Seeing Richard, who was so reticent, Lucius showed a look of daring to speak out. Seeing Richard looking at him playfully, Lucius had to give in for his son. Mr. Harris, I beg you, stop thinking about Draco. I only have one son, and he's just a kid who doesn't know anything. Mr. Malfoy, the more you talk about it, the more confused I become. Why is Draco a child? He is not young anymore, and I seem to remember that his birthday is June 5th. He should be a little older than me. Looking at the little wizard who was younger than his son, Lucius felt like he was about to collapse. Richard knew that Lucius should have reached the limit, so he didn't plan to continue, and said directly, Okay, no kidding, don't worry. As long as Draco doesn't die, I won't be looking for him. Guess, do I know the whereabouts of your master? Britain, London, Ministry of Magic. In the corridor, facing Lucius hesitating to speak, Richard ignored him and went straight back to the auditorium to find Professor Dumbledore. Professor, if there is nothing else, let's go. It's really boring here. I'm really sorry. I forgot. For a little wizard of your age, it's still too early to participate in this kind of occasion. So let's go now. By the way, can the professor go to Ollivander's wand shop first? Mr. Ollivander, please contact me if you have anything to do. No problem. Dumbledore talked to a few old friends and then led Richard out of the auditorium. After all, it seemed a bit disrespectful to directly apparate in the auditorium. After leaving the auditorium, Dumbledore took Richard by the arm and apparat directly to Ollivander's wand shop. Richard opened the door and went in, and sure enough, he saw Ollivander was already sitting in that familiar position. Hearing someone coming in, Ollivander raised his head, glanced with his eyes without a side mirror, and saw that it was Richard and Dumbledore. He hurried over. Mr. Harris, you're here, aren't you? That's right. There is no delay anyway. Let's come to 390 now. Hearing Richard's words, Ollivander quickly took 5 wands from the workbench. Richard didn't have any ink marks either, and directly took the wand and used the dragon's breath that had been exposed in front of Dumbledore. Of course, Richard intentionally controlled the intensity of the cast and controlled it to Chengdu, which was only level 1. Richard used each wand and was about to hand it back to Ollivander. Dumbledore suddenly took one over and then tried to cast a spell through the wand himself, but it didn't work. But he didn't say much and handed the motorcycle to Ollivander. Ollivander put the 5 wands on the workbench, then took out a money bag from a cabinet and handed it directly to Richard. Richard was not humble either, so he accepted it directly. Okay, there's nothing else. I'll leave now. After that, Dumbledore took Richard directly back to Harris Farm. After sending Richard back, Dumbledore left directly. He wanted to go in to see Ariana, but when he got to the door, Dumbledore still couldn't calm himself down. He didn't know what dangerous things he would do if he didn't calm down, so just picked it up and it was gone. Seeing that Dumbledore left directly, Richard could only shake his head helplessly. Everyone has their own hurdles, and this hurdle can only be overcome by oneself. I'm back, Richard said as he pushed open the door. Welcome back, Master. What do you need Phoebe to do? The hardworking house elf was the first to greet her. After the interrogation, Richard let Phoebe apparate back by himself. Anyway, it is useless to stay there, and it is discriminated against by some wizards. Make me a cup of black tea. I'm a little thirsty. Where's my mother? Lady Olivia is taking Ariana in the back garden with Miss Hermione. Okay then, after you make tea, serve it to the back garden. While giving orders, Richard walked towards the garden behind the house. When he came to the back garden, Richard saw that Ariana was already awake, Olivia was hugging her, and Hermione was teasing her nonstop. Hermione's constant teasing made Ariana a little irritable, and she kept waving her little hands, trying to take this annoying sister away. You're good or bad? Richard said to Hermione in a strange tone. The sudden sound startled Olivia and Hermione, but instead Ariana grinned when she heard Richard's voice. Richard reached out and hugged his sister and kissed her lightly on her pink face. "Richard, you are back. How is it? I heard Phoebe said that you have accepted an award. Didn't you go to stand trial?" No matter how I ask, Phoebe always talks about the master's affairs. You can't just say it. It's really annoying up. As Hermione talked, she pouted her little mouth under the sunlight. It looked so crystal clear, it made Richard a little itchy. Not hearing Richard's response to her, Hermione looked up at Richard, only to realize that Richard had been staring at her. Hermione blushed instantly, then gave Richard a hard look. Only then did Richard react and scratched his head in embarrassment. Just as he was about to speak, Phoebe came over dragging the tea tray. "Why don't you want magic, Phoebe?" Richard asked curiously, seeing Phoebe was out of breath. "It's all because of Phoebe's use of magic that caused trouble to the master. From now on, Simbi will try not to use magic." "How is it possible?" "It's not because of you, Phoebe. It's because I forgot to report to the Ministry of Magic. That's why this happened. Now that I have reported to you, you can use magic with confidence." Hearing Richard's words, Phoebe's ears twitched with joy. After dismissing Phoebe, Richard continued the topic just now. "There is nothing to do, and after the trial, there will be no magic monitoring at Harris Farm, so it doesn't matter if Hermione casts a spell here now." Hearing Richard's words, Hermione was ready to move with her wand. For a wizard, not being able to cast spells for 2 months is really a torment. But what Hermione was thinking about was that if she didn't cast spells for 2 months, would she be punished by others? Students surpassed. But it was very difficult for the law-abiding Hermione to take the first step against the rules. You see, Hermione struggled for a long time, and then took back her wand. Richard didn't say anything either. He knew that sooner or later, there was no need to urge Hermione to cast a spell outside the school soon. Richard directed the silver teapot with his fingers to automatically fill the 3 cups with tea, and the teacups flew to Olivia and Hermione's hands by themselves. Richard was afraid to drink tea with one hand, because he was still holding Ariana. "You haven't said yet. What award you won?" Hermione continued to ask after taking a sip of her tea. "Medal of the Order of Merlin, 2nd class." "What? Order of Merlin, 2nd class?" Hermione was completely shocked to hear Richard's words. "What's the matter? You know I saved the whole school last semester, so don't I deserve a 2nd-class medal?" Richard said triumphantly. No matter when he heard that he won the award or when Fudge gave when presenting the awards to himself, Richard always held an indifferent attitude. But in front of Hermione, he didn't know why. So it was like that. Zero. "What saved the whole school? Is your school so dangerous? What about those teachers? What are they doing to save a child like you?" When Olivia heard what Richard said, she first became nervous and then asked Richard dissatisfied. "I haven't heard you say it. Do you have something else to hide from us?" Richard was so preoccupied with pretending in front of Hermione that he forgot that Olivia was right in front of him, and Olivia heard what he said just now. Hearing Olivia's words, Richard rolled his eyes and said immediately, "Mom, it's not a dangerous thing. It's just that the student activities at Hogwarts stopped. It's like an Olympic competition. It's not dangerous at all. And I'm talking about saving. I'm the only one who has done it and save Hog the face of all the students at Watts. And that's why I got the medal. It's like a math competition." Hearing Richard's lie without batting an eye, Hermione felt admiration, and then she silently wrote down Richard's words. Maybe she could use them one day. At this moment, Ariana started to cry, and Richard couldn't coax her, so she had to hand it back to Olivia. "Richard, you stay here with Hermione first. Ariana must be hungry. I'll go in and feed her." Speaking of which, Olivia took Ariana into the room. "I'll be more careful in the future," Hermione whispered to Richard after seeing Olivia leave. "Be careful of what?" Richard was very puzzled. "Look, you are so good at lying. You can tell lies as soon as you open your mouth. I have to be careful about you, lest I don't know when I'm cheated by you. How can I blame me? It's not because of you. If it wasn't because you slip your mouth, I wouldn't have to lie to Olivia. Besides, would you tell Mr. Granger about the school? Tell him, Dad, there is a secret room in the school, and there is a monster in the secret room, and the monster kills people randomly. Would you say that? Anyway, you are very good at lying." Hermione couldn't say no to Richard and directly forcibly pulled his respect. I won't talk to you at 1.5. Seeing Hermione like this, Richard quickly started to coax her up. After Richard's unremitting efforts, Hermione also let him go. Seeing Richard continue to use the floating spell to pour tea, she said enviously, "Is it really possible to use charms in your home?" "Of course, you see. I have used the spell so many times. Hasn't the Ministry of Magic sent me a letter all this time? Then can I do it too?" "Okay, didn't I say that the Ministry of Magic relies on traces to detect, and they must have sensed a magic reaction on the traces on your body, but now they will only think that it is the spell cast by Phoebe. You can use it with peace of mind." Hearing Richard's words, Hermione hesitantly picked up her wand and cast a levitation charm on the cup, causing the cup to fly back to the tea tray and quickly put it down. Seeing Hermione's cautious performance, Richard almost laughed, but considering that he provoked her just now, if he laughed at her now, he would be critically hit, so he reluctantly held back. After waiting for a while, Hermione saw that there was indeed no owl coming to deliver the warning letter, so she was relieved. The afternoon was spent in Hermione's constant practice of disarming spells. It was evening, and after dinner, the Grangers came and brought Hermione back. Richard went back to his room alone. Because of yesterday's incident, after Richard came back, he hadn't packed the things he brought back properly. Although there were not many, Richard still took the trouble to take out one by one from the storage. After returning to their respective positions, Richard, who saw the whole room full, was satisfied. Lying on the bed, Richard casually flipped through the sundries in the storage. Some of them came from Richard's first year in the Room of Requirement. At that time, he was just exposed to the wizarding world, and he was very curious about many things. Now it's different. This glasses seems to be able to grow a beard by wearing it, but it can only grow one side of the beard. Forget it or not, but can be given to Brother Weasley. This stool should only be able to put things on, not sit on people. As long as people sit on it, they will definitely fall down. It feels pretty good. Forget it, give it to them. What is this? While talking to himself, Richard took out a box, shook it, and there seemed to be something inside, and an important item was attached to it. After opening it, Richard saw a few photos and wondered when he got this thing and why the photos are so important. After Richard approached, he suddenly found that several photos were exactly the same, with 4 large characters, rune characters on them. At this time, a dusty memory slowly awakened in Richard's mind. All kinds of things during last year's holiday also made him remember 20 fresh. Richard sat up quickly. This thing is a bit interesting. At that time, he tried every means to prevent it, but he didn't expect that he would forget it. And the Fully family has never mentioned this matter. It seems that they must be right. Richard first copied all the photos directly and then pasted them in the whole room. Of course, Richard also ran out specifically to find Wilson and reminded him to tell himself the 4 words rune text tomorrow morning. For Wilson to remind himself, Richard mainly wanted to see if the magic power of this kind of text would have any effect on ordinary people without magic power. Not only Wilson, but even Phoebe, Richard also reminded him to remember the 4 words he told himself tomorrow. Character. After everything was arranged properly, Richard went back to sleep directly. If he still made himself forget, then he really had no choice but to resign himself to fate. Thinking of this, Richard fell asleep without any psychological burden. On the second day, Richard miraculously remembered the runes clearly, which made Richard a little confused. Why? Then Richard went downstairs after washing up. Because it was still relatively early, Olivia and Wilson hadn't come down yet, and Phoebe had already started preparing breakfast in the kitchen. "Good morning, Phoebe, by the way. Do you remember what I asked you to do yesterday?" "Good morning, Master." Phoebe remembers that yesterday, the Master asked Phoebe to remind the Master of the 4 words rune text today. Phoebe replied right away. Phoebe remembers too. Ask Wilson later. Richard first asked Phoebe to heat a glass of milk for himself, and then came to the living room and read the newspaper of ordinary people, while drinking the milk very leisurely. After a while, Olivia went downstairs with Ariana and Wilson in her arms. "Mom, are you started sleeping now?" "Oh, there's no way. Since I have Phoebe, It is so convenient, and it could do a lot better than me. Of course, I don't need me. Richard teased Ariana for a while, then pulled Wilson aside and asked him what he had reminded him of last night, but he didn't expect Wilson to remember it. Having no clue, Richard asked Phoebe, who had already prepared breakfast, to go to the Foley family and tell him that he would be there around 9 o'clock. After breakfast, Richard took the backed-up photos with him, followed Olivia and Ariana to watch TV for a while, and seeing that the time was almost up, he asked Phoebe to apparate to the Foley family with him. After a crackling sound in the open space in front of the house of the patriarch of the Foley family, Richard and Phoebe appeared on the spot. "Richard, welcome to the Foley family. Chief Rhodes, sorry to bother you. There, it's too late for us to welcome you. By the way, I read the Daily Prophet. It really is a heroic boy, and he won the second-class medal at a young age. This is the youngest ever recipient of the bar in The Witcher." After admiring each other, the two came to the reception room of Rhodes' house. "Chief Rhodes, do you remember that I wrote you a letter after visiting Welfare Village last year?" "Letter? What letter? Why don't I remember receiving your letter?" Sure enough, Rhodes had completely forgotten about it. "Rune text," Richard said directly. At this moment, Rhodes was at a loss for a while, then slowly came to his senses and stood up abruptly. "How come? How could I suddenly forget such an important thing? I don't have any memory at all." "Richard, wait a moment. I'll go and call Joseph and Frank over. They should have known about it at the time." After Richard sent Phoebe to find Thatcher, he visited the meeting room. After a while, Rhodes brought Joseph and Frank over. They all forgot too. We all went to see it after I reminded it just now, and the copied letter mysteriously disappeared. Sure enough, if I hadn't kept these things in a special place, I should have completely forgotten about them. Then why are the trees in the village and the characters formed by the trees preserved? Frank asked a question that puzzled everyone. At this time, everyone present fell into silence. Let's not talk about this issue for now. The first problem we need to solve now is how to write down the name of the runic script, so as not to forget it. Richard said, after taking a sip of tea. "That's right. Now we can't even remember, let alone decipher the content." Rhodes affirmed Richard's words. "By the way, I tried it yesterday. I told my dad and Phoebe the information about the rune text, and they didn't forget it today." 11. Hearing Richard's words, the older Joseph first frowned. Then suddenly his eyes lit up, and he made a hypothesis. "I remember reading some literature, and there is an interesting hypothesis. In ancient times, words were all magical, and the gods made special restrictions in order to control the power of human beings. The spread of words cannot exceed the limited number of people. If the number exceeds this number, then everyone will forget everything related to it. You said, is there any limit to this runic text?" Hearing Joseph's words, the eyes of the rest of the people lit up. "It's possible. I learned from some sources that Voldemort also explored this text back then, and there were a few people in the wizarding world who knew this text. Could it be that the number of people exceeded the limit because of my accidental joining?" Rhodes said after thinking for a while. "It shouldn't be. I remember that when you came to Welfare Village, you first saw the shape of the trees in our village and realized the runes. But didn't you forget it when you left the village?" Ronald thought for a moment and continued. "If you are beyond, then when you forget, everyone who knows begins to forget, and you tell us after you remember, then we should be the new rememberers, and we should not forget, right? So I don't think it's a question of a number of people. You say it's a question of odd and even numbers." Richard was also quite surprised to hear odd and even numbers from the mouth of Rhodes, a member of the wizard family. In Rhodes 6:7 he saw Richard's surprise explained. "Although our Foley family is a wizarding family, we are not those old antiques. We study many Muggle sciences, especially mathematics." After Frank smiled wryly, he interjected, "Anyway, I'm trapped in the village, so learn more and just pass the time." Hearing their explanation, Richard also gave up on connecting with Rhodes. Odds change, and even stay the same. Symbols look at the quadrant, which is a secret phrase of the Traversers. This possibility is more likely. Yesterday, my father and Phoebe knew about it. Is it possible that only an odd number of people can remember it? It is very possible that the insiders of this text have always been in the range of odd numbers, and because of your sudden addition of Richard, the odd number has become an even number, so the text limit has been triggered, making this text want to disappear again. In history, Joseph also analyzed. That's right, it should be like this. Now, let's assume that the number of people who knew it before is an odd number. Add me, the three of you, Chief Rhodes, and Hagrid, so that it happens to be an even number. Yesterday, there were only 3 people who knew it, which is an odd number. So it's not forgotten. Then what now? Now there are 3 on Richard's side and 3 on our side, and it becomes an even number again, so we need to notify one person. Tell Gemma. Joseph and Frank said in unison. Gemma will be the next patriarch, and I think she should know some things. You said to Rhodes. After thinking about it for a while, Rhodes also agreed. Then I'll call Gemma over first. I'm going to ask Phoebe to take me back first, and tell Dad. I can't tell anyone else about this. Everyone else nodded after hearing Richard's words. Phoebe, Richard called out. Immediately Phoebe was directly in front of Richard's eyes. Take me back. Phoebe immediately helped Richard disappear from the Foley family. Britain, Surrey, the Foley family, Gemma Foley's room. Gemma, come out, by the way, dress up, hurry up. Gemma was taken aback when she heard Rhodes' words, and then quickly replied, Okay, Dad, I'll be fine soon. While talking, Gemma opened the closet, chose a dress she thought was acceptable, and changed into it, then put on a simple light makeup, opened the door, and walked out. At this time, Rhodes was still standing at the door, waiting for her. Go and wait outside. Richard will be back soon. After speaking, Rhodes went downstairs directly. The obedient Gemma came to the open space in front of the house and waited for Richard to come back. And Richard had just returned to Harris Farm and specifically told Wilson not to tell anyone, not even Olivia, the runes he had memorized yesterday. Although Wilson didn't quite understand, seeing Richard with a serious face, he agreed without asking any further questions. Then Richard asked Phoebe to bring herself back into the Foley family. The moment Richard appeared in the Foley family, he saw Gemma Foley at first sight. The girl in front of her has a slender figure, soft jade arms like snow lotus roots, graceful and round slender jade legs, slender and smooth calves, coupled with delicate, smooth and tender jade bones. She is really ting-ting Yuli. Good morning, Richard, you're back. Senior Gemma, good morning. After Richard and Gemma greeted each other, they walked into the house side by side. Richard inhaled a young girl's fragrance into his nose and immediately felt refreshed. After coming to the meeting room and sitting down, Rhodes and Frank told Gemma everything, and Joseph said that he thought of something and hurried to his study to check the information. After listening to it, Gemma was no longer as calm as before, and her small mouth was slightly bluffed. Is this true? Why does it feel like listening to a fairy tale? But Gemma soon accepted this fact. She knew that the 3 Rhodes brothers had devoted their all to this problem for several generations, but she never thought that a little wizard younger than herself would actually see it. The clues are really incredible. Now Gemma's perception of Richard is very complicated. From what her father said just now, she can know that his father is very optimistic about this Richard, and he should hope that he and himself can have further development. To be honest, Gemma is quite satisfied with Richard besides his age. Naturally, he doesn't need much in terms of appearance. Now that he is sought after by many little witches in Hogwarts at a young age, as long as he is not disabled, he will definitely look good. Needless to say, in terms of strength, just from the previous performances at school and Professor Flitwick, it can be seen that Richard now has the strength of an outstanding Hogwarts graduate, and she believes that Richard must have whole card. As for the family, although their welfare family is a pure-blood family, they are not those stubborn families. Of course, they're also forced to change. If they don't change, I believe that the welfare family is gone now. At this time, Joseph Foley rushed back suddenly, holding a stack of materials. Look here. As he spoke, Joseph pointed to a document in the materials and said to several people. Immediately, everyone's eyes turned to the document. This is an archaeological document of the Muggle world. The general content of the document is that a mysterious character was found in an ancient pyramid in Egypt, and there are photos taken with a camera. Although the characters on the photo are different from those in Welfare Village, but judging from the change inertia of many glyphs, there are similarities with the characters of Welfare Village. But Richard could tell at a glance that it was indeed a rune text, because there are a few characters in it that are exactly the same as those in that broken book. There are indeed some similarities, but I can't be sure now. Rhodes said, "This is the runic script." Although Richard didn't want to expose the broken book, he didn't want to waste too much time. So he said directly to everyone. Everyone except Richard looked at Richard in shock, but seeing that Richard didn't mean to explain, they didn't say much. After all, he had already told him such a secret thing, so he couldn't ask for too much. Seeing that the welfare people didn't ask any questions, Richard also felt relieved, so he should just speak clearly so as not to cause any misunderstanding in the future. So Richard continued. "As for how I know it, I'm sorry I can't say it bluntly. After all, this is also my secret. I can only tell you that this is indeed a rune text. Since this is really a rune, why does it exist in the literature all the time? Shouldn't it just disappear?" Gemma asked suddenly. "I speculate. Of course, it's just my speculation. If others don't know what these graphics mean, then it will appear all the time. Now we know that it is a rune. If we forget the rune in the future, then this articles will disappear with it." Hearing Richard's speculation, Rhodes and the others nodded in agreement. "Actually, I was also thinking about the symbol made up of those trees in your village just now." Richard paused, and the others looked at Richard nervously. "Of course, these are my guesses. I don't know if it's right. Tell me, is it possible that the magic power and life force that you lost due to the curse have been swallowed up by this character to consolidate your own strength and to fight against the rune characters themselves?" Limit. After the three Rhodes brothers looked at each other, Rhodes said directly, "This guess is very possible. Maybe that's why the trees are intact, even though we all knew the runes last time, and then forgot them. By the way, what are you going to do next?" Richard asked. "Now that we know that there are runes in the pyramid, of course we have to try our best. Then who are you going to do?" "I think it's better not to spread the information of rune texts. The more people who know about it, the worse it will be for us. Indeed, this information cannot be spread anymore." The three of them once looked at each other. "Let Gemma go. She is not yet 18 years old, and she will not be affected outside. So let Gemma lead the team." In the end, Rhodes made up his mind and let his daughter go, although there will definitely be influence in the pyramid. But who made her his daughter, and who made her the next patriarch of the Foley family? Gemma also knew that it was her responsibility, so she didn't refuse, but readily agreed. "When do you plan to go? Let me know when you go, and I will go and have a look." Hearing Richard's words, the three men in the Foley family were overjoyed. They all knew that Richard was much higher than Gemma in terms of strength and ability, and Richard's knowledge of runes was obviously better than everyone else's. They are all higher. If he can go together, it will be more hopeful for deciphering the runes, and it can also protect Gemma's safety. It would be better if their relationship can go further. How about this? Let people get through the relevant joints first. The pyramid is not something we can enter if we want to. We still need to apply with the Egyptian Ministry of Magic, and everything has been done. I am asking Gemma to inform you. What do you think, Sample? Richard has no objection to this. He has never experienced such a thing. It is better to be obedient. Declining the lunch invitation from the Foley family, Richard directly asked Phoebe to take him back to Harris Farm. When they returned to the farm, Olivia was yelling in the kitchen, while Wilson was cheering outside with Ariana in his arms. "What's wrong with you?" Richard asked curiously. "Phoebe, my dear Phoebe, you're finally back. I don't know what to do without you." Seeing Phoebe at home, Olivia immediately cheered, ignoring Richard completely. "The rest is for you, Phoebe, come on." Olivia took off her apron and said to Phoebe. Richard hugged Ariana from Wilson, which was strange to say. As long as Richard stretched out his arms to hug Ariana, no matter who was holding her at that time, she would jump into Richard's arms. This made Olivia very jealous, often saying that Ariana and her were not the best, and Richard was. Honored, "Dad, Mom, I'm going to take a long trip in a few days." "Where are you going?" Wilson and Olivia asked in unison. "It's going to Egypt. There's also a school for wizards there." At that time, senior sister Gemma Foley, and I will be the one who came to our house last time. She is the prefect of a college in Hogwarts. Let's go to that school to experience their experience. The course is like a summer camp. In order not to worry his parents, Li Fu still chose to keep it a secret from them. Then does Hermione know? Olivia said suddenly. Know what? Richard asked strangely. Does Hermione know that you're going to summer camp with another girl? Richard was taken aback by Olivia's brain circuit, but thought about it carefully. Should he tell Hermione? Seeing Richard's expression, Olivia knew it, but Hermione certainly didn't know it. Could it be that her son is a scumbag? But the son is her own after all, Olivia still decided. Don't worry, we will help you hide it from Hermione, but you can't go too far. Well, I haven't decided yet, so my parents helped me decide. But Richard himself didn't know why, and suddenly thought that he was going to act alone with Gemma, and he was a little excited and looking forward to it. Soon, the Foley family completed all the formalities. After consulting Richard, they arranged a private jet, allowing Richard and Gemma to travel to Egypt comfortably. Please forgive Richard's stupid behavior. Although they can directly use the portkey to reach Egypt in an instant, Richard still chose the plane. The portkey does not feel like traveling far away at all, and Richard, who has been a man for 2 generations, has never experienced private jets, so Richard resolutely chose to travel by plane. Before leaving, Richard first went to Diagon Alley behind the leaky cauldron and gave all the things he wanted to give up to the twin brothers. And then he took Hermione to his home to accompany him. She practiced the spell for a day. After the practice, Richard told Hermione that he had something to go out for a few days. Of course, such an unimportant matter as who he was with didn't need too much introduction. Although Hermione was a little disappointed when she found out, she quickly returned to normal. Anyway, even if Richard didn't go out, they wouldn't be together all the time. So in the end, Hermione just told Richard to be more careful outside and come back early. Then she happily went to play with Ariana, which made Richard, who had already prepared many sets of arguments, feel a little stuck in his throat. On the early morning of July 13th, Gemma came to Richard's house. Under Olivia's warm hospitality, Gemma had to eat another piece of cheese even though she had already had breakfast, and then Richard got into the car arranged by the Foley family and drove towards the airport. Because it is a direct flight by private jet, the time is about 7 hours, which is acceptable to Richard at 900. If it is too short, it will be boring, and if it is too long, it will be too tiring. After arriving at the airport, Gemma took a small suitcase and came to the VIP room with Richard. Of course, she could not just salute this little, and the other salutes have been brought to Cairo by the entourage through the portkey. Why do you want to fly? Gemma asked curiously. We have already arrived in Cairo by this time. Why are you in such a hurry, sister? We should learn to slow down, pay attention to the soul, environment, and traditions, and slow down appropriately in learning and life. Balance, a degree of relaxation, a combination of work and rest, improve the quality of life, and enhance the sense of well-being. Hearing Richard's big bowl of poisonous chicken soup, Gemma thought for a while, and then said to Richard calmly, Maybe you can slow down, but I can't. I'm 16 now, and I won't be able to come out in less than 2 years. Your world is big, but mine is so small that there's only one welfare village is so big. Sister, don't worry. 2 years is enough for us to solve all the mysteries so that you can freely live where you want. I hope. But it has been hundreds of years, and the people of the Foley family have always been like this. Without waiting for Gemma to say anything, Richard grabbed Gemma's hand and said, Has anyone discovered that text in hundreds of years? No, but we have discovered it now. Ignorance is the biggest problem. We have a direction now. Even if we can't solve it in 2 years, in 3 to 5 years, as long as we continue to, it will definitely be solved if you work hard, and you won't stay in a welfare village and can't come out. Mr. and Madam, hello, your plane has been inspected. Do you need a board now? A staff member with no eyesight came over and said to the two of them, Board the plane now. Gemma took her hand from Richard's with a blank expression and said to the staff, but Richard saw that Gemma's ears were already red at this time. After Gemma finished speaking, Richard stood up without caring, walked towards the boarding gate, and followed without hesitation. Mr. Harris, Miss Foley, Good morning. Welcome to Take This Flight. I'm the flight attendant, Mary. If you have any questions, you can tell me. This flight is from London to Cairo. The time needs 7 hours. It is estimated to arrive at Cairo Airport at 1600 hours local time. We will take off in 10 minutes. After speaking, Mary came to Richard, and another flight attendant came to Gemma. Mr. Harris, hello. Do you need something to drink now? There are specially prepared drinks and meals for this flight. Bring me a cup of black tea. I don't need the meal for now. I'll let you know when I need it. Okay, Mr. Harris. Then I will prepare black tea for you now. Please wait a moment. After Richard adjusted the seat, he lay directly on the seat of the plane, quietly listening to the roar of the plane when it took off. Soon the engine roared, and the entire plane left the runway, causing a huge shock. Gemma was sitting opposite Richard. At this time, she had already taken out the relevant information of the trip and began to check it. While Richard was looking at the scenery outside the window, he was also looking at the scenery inside the cabin. It was so beautiful. The plane was flying above the clouds, and Richard watched himself slowly get above the clouds, picked up the black tea, and took a sip. Senior sister, stop looking at something. Let's enjoy the scenery outside the window together. Gemma glanced at Richard. Although she didn't say anything, she also put down the documents in her hand and turned her gaze to the window. By the way, Senior, why have I never met your mother? Richard chatted casually with Gemma. That's because of the time you went. She happened to be away the 2 times you went. Calf, sister, what do you plan to do after graduation? As soon as he said this, Richard regretted it. What else can Gemma do other than go home after graduation? Sure enough, Gemma didn't reply to Richard's question, but just sighed softly. After that, Richard gradually became sleepy. After all, he got up too early today. After asking the flight attendant for a small blanket, Richard fell asleep. I don't know how long he slept, but Richard woke up slowly, stood up, and stretched. At this time, Richard found that Gemma fell asleep at some point. The curvaceous girl is lying on the seat. Her long black hair is spread out beside the pillow. Her eyes are closed, and the eyelashes as long as butterfly wings cast a beautiful shadow on her delicate face, and the long silk dress is tight attached to the graceful curves. The slender legs overlap gracefully, with a trace of charm in the purity. Just when Richard was fascinated by watching, suddenly a voice came over. Mr. Harris, would you like something to eat when you wake up? It turned out that the flight attendant saw that Richard was awake and hurried over to serve him. Give me a steak, and you can wash the side dishes. Hearing the flight attendant's inquiry, Richard also felt a little hungry and said to her. While Richard was talking to the flight attendant, Gemma was also woken up and asked the flight attendant to prepare a vegetable salad for her. How did you sleep, senior sister? It's okay. I feel much better after a night of sleep. Sister, can I ask you a question? Richard suddenly thought, what is the problem? Why do you feel that you are different from what you were in school, and that you were more lively in school? At Hogwarts, I was just a student, and I didn't have any burdens. It often made me forget the curse on me, but it was different in the Foley family. Looking at the people in the family, although they didn't say anything, I always feel like they keep reminding me that my time is running out. Richard, do you think we can really break the curse? Gemma at this moment didn't know why she looked extraordinarily weak. I said that even if this trip to the pyramids can't solve the mystery, it will be of great help to our research on the curse of welfare, and as long as we don't give up, we will succeed. I hope what you said is true. Gemma stared out the window blankly. After they finished their meal, they watched a documentary, Top 10 Discoveries of Ancient Egypt, prepared in advance. This documentary is not very long, only a short 1.5 hours. During this 1.5 hours, the latest archaeological discoveries are shared with the general public. Not only is the content rich and timely, but the picture quality is quite exquisite. And through this documentary, Richard also learned about the daily life of the pyramid workers and the apotheosis of imperial power with Egyptian characteristics brought out by the tomb of Pharaoh Seti I and the temples of Amiim and Abu Simbel. I believe that when many people mention the construction of the Egyptian pyramids in their minds, the following picture will more or less emerge in their minds. A tall overseer with a whip in his hand, and a group of slaves or workers pushing a group of slaves or workers. The big rock is walking, and anyone who is lazy will wave his whip at each other. However, this documentary uses scientific verification to eliminate illiteracy for the audience. The workers who built the pyramids actually received good care, a complete medical system, and welfare measures. What do you think? After reading it, Gemma asked Richard. The documentary was well shot, and I learned more or less about the pyramids, but I'm afraid we are not going to explore these superficial phenomena. Richard thought for a moment and continued. Senior sister, I think our main purpose this time is to figure out the characters in the pyramid and see if they are related to the characters in your home. Of course, it would be best if there is a chance to decipher them. However, I think there is a high probability that we will only be able to print those characters, and I am afraid that we will not be able to lift your curse, so you have to be prepared. I know all of this, but my father also said that as long as there is a 1 in 10,000th possibility, we all have to put in 10,000 efforts. Having said that, Gemma showed a determined look in her eyes. Egypt, Cairo, before an unknown pyramid. Is this the pyramid? Richard asked a middle-aged man. That's right, Mr. Harris. According to the information Mr. Joseph gave us, it is this pyramid. However, because this pyramid has just been excavated not long ago, the inside is not open to outsiders, so we may have to come here at night. Haven't you communicated with the Egyptian Ministry of Magic? Gemma took the topic and asked. Miss Gemma, we have already confirmed with the Egyptian Ministry of Magic. They said that as long as we're not discovered by muggles and do not cause damage to the pyramid, they can let us go in and explore and allow us to use magic wands. As for the muggle government, but you also know how stupid the muggle government is. They said that they need to hold a meeting to study it. I have already reported it to the owner. The owner told us not to worry about the muggle government. As long as the Ministry of Magic agrees, go ahead and explore. Just now, the plane that Richard and the others took landed at Cairo Airport because the airport is not very far from the pyramid. So after Richard and the others got off the plane, they went directly to the pyramid in Egypt on a camel. Riding on a camel and riding on a horse are two different feelings. As the camel's feet step on the soft sand, the ups and downs are constantly bumping. The hump behind him and the blankets under his body made Richard feel very comfortable. At least much more comfortable than riding a horse. The camel suddenly grunted, just like the sound of the horses drinking water in the Harris farm. And then the camel stopped not far from the pyramid. A middle-aged male wizard walked towards them. It was the middle-aged man that Richard had met a few times, and then the above-mentioned conversation began. Looking at the pyramid in front of him, Richard recalled the pyramid he had just seen in the documentary, and had to say the documentary cannot reflect the magnificence of the pyramid at all. The pyramid in front of me is like 3 golden mountains floating in the sea. It seems that all the golden light sources are emitted from it. The sky and the earth are yellow and golden, a dazzling hue, which is presented in the sunset, an alluring shade of gold. According to data, the pyramid is composed of about 2.3 million limestone and granite stacks, without any adhesive material in the middle, and the stones fit seamlessly. Not even a sharp knife can be inserted between the stone cracks. Each square stone has an average of 2.5 tons, and the heaviest reaches more than 100 tons. With the labor force of the ancient Egyptians at that time, how did they mine the huge stones and transport them here? How did they build them up? How did they resist the erosion of time until today? Moreover, the 4 sides of the bottom of the pyramid are almost facing the square. East due west, due south, due north, the error is less than 1 degree. How did the ancient Egyptians calculate this accurately? For many years, the Great Pyramid has been a mystery that people have been exploring but cannot be confirmed. Not knowing how to explain these phenomena, modern man has exhausted his imagination and powers of reasoning. Some people say that the pyramids were built by aliens as a landing point for them to come to the Earth, and others say that the pyramids were built by the lost ancestors of Atlantis Island. However, the wizard community has always believed that the pyramid must be built by wizards, and it is the result of the cooperation of many wizards. At first, Richard always thought that this was just a prince selling melons and boasting. But when he came here, he also began to think that if it was built by wizards, the pyramid, so many things have been said in the past. Mr. Harris, Miss Gemma, It's still some time before it gets dark. Do you think we should go back to downtown Cairo to live first, or just set up a tent near here?" Richard and Gemma discussed it, and there was no need to waste time going back. Just set up a tent here. Walson, just set up a tent here. Hearing Gemma's order, Walson immediately called the staff to take action. With the help of the magic spell, the 3 tents were quickly set up. Because of the existence of the traceless expansion spell, it didn't need much, and it was quite spacious for the 2 of them to live in. After setting up the tent, Walson began to cast muggle-repelling spells around it to prevent muggles from straying into it. "Mr. Harris, Miss Gemma, the tents have been set up. You could go to rest first. The tent in the middle is for you. We live in the tents on both sides." Richard and Gemma came to the tent in the middle. The space inside is quite large, like a super large flat with more than a dozen bedrooms. Not only the bathroom and kitchen are all available, but there's even a rockery fountain in the living room. The only thing that has really been achieved is unexpected. Nothing is impossible, and the temperature inside the tent is suitable, which completely isolates the hot and dry outdoors. "Let's take a rest first. We should enter the pyramid at night," Gemma said to Richard. Then she directly chose a bedroom and walked in. Richard also randomly chose a bedroom. After entering, Richard took a shower in the bathroom first, then lay on the bed, and took out the torn book from the storage box. Although he couldn't read it, he still read it. Comparing the characters in the broken book with the characters in the literature one by one, after reading it for a long time, I can only see that those characters are indeed the same, but Richard has no idea what the specific meaning is. Richard, lying on the bed, slowly fell asleep. Suddenly, Richard heard a burst of shouting, which seemed to be coming from far away, and he couldn't understand what the shouting was about. Although Richard tried his best to listen, it was still useless. He had no choice but to swim towards the place where the sound came out. That's right, it's swimming. I don't know why this time when Richard woke up, he found himself floating in the air, and the air around him was like water with quality at this moment, so he couldn't stand and run. So he could only rely on the primitive instinct swam towards the place where the sound came from. Richard swam and swam in the air. I don't know how long he swam. The sound was still so hazy. It seemed to be here soon, and it seemed to be far away. Richard could only just swim like this. Gradually, he felt that he was getting more and more tired. My limbs seemed to be filled with lead, getting heavier and heavier. But Richard didn't want to give up. He always felt that as long as he could see that person a little bit ahead, he could know what she slash it was calling. Richard, who has never been stubborn, didn't know why it was like this at this moment persistence. Just when Richard was about to lose his hold, suddenly he found that the voice became clear. "Zero looking for flowers. Go. Get out of here. Stay here, and he will notice you. Go away. Get out of here. Stay here, and he will..." The voice repeated this sentence over and over. Although Richard didn't understand what does it mean, but the clear words undoubtedly gave him hope and strength again, making him seem to be born again, and his limbs became much easier immediately. So Richard immediately accelerated to swim in the direction of the sound. Not long after, Richard saw a small house in front of him, or maybe a box is more accurate, because this house has neither doors nor windows, just a square box, and the sound seems to come from inside. Soon Richard swam to the vicinity of the small house. He circled around the small house, but it seemed that there was no way to get in. Unwilling, Richard put his hand on the wall, trying to see if he could push the small house. But the moment Richard put his hand on the wall, he immediately felt that the wall seemed to have a kind of suction, trying to suck Richard in. Richard immediately struggled as hard as he could, but for some reason, it was like falling into a swamp normally. The harder you struggle, the faster Richard will sink in. Soon Richard's hands are completely sucked in, and the next thing is the arms. Seeing that Richard's face is about to be pressed against the wall, although I don't know what will happen things, but it always gave Richard a bad feeling. But just then Richard seemed to suddenly remember that he is a wizard. He could try the spell. Torn apart. There was no response. Thunderbolt, explosion, blazing flame, shun foam wooing. Richard cast several spells in succession, but there was still no response. No, Richard also reacted at this time. Not because he didn't react at all, but because he didn't cast a spell at all, or he didn't even have magic power. It wasn't until Richard's face was within a centimeter of the wall that he realized that he still had system skills. Shanine launched. Immediately, the feeling of being stuck in the quagmire just now disappeared, and a sense of relaxation struck. Richard immediately pulled his hands out of the wall, and then lifted the aura. So what should we do now? Richard crossed his arms and thought about it. The voice still came from the small house without stopping. Richard was very curious at this time. If he was told to give up now, he would definitely not do it. Why don't you go in and have a look? Thinking that I have hidden spirits, there is no danger. Thinking of this, Richard activated the hidden space, entered the hidden space, and then walked towards the small house. Without the slightest obstacle, Richard entered the small house in one go. After entering it, it was not pitch black. On the top of the small room, there was a bead suspended in midair, emitting a faint blue light. This blue light was very similar to the light emitted by Ms. Gray, but the color was slightly lighter. Catching the blue light, Richard quickly saw the surrounding scene clearly. In fact, there was nothing there. Apart from the pillar, there was only a mirror inside, a bit like the mirror of Ariste, but there were runes around the mirror of Ariste. And the surrounding of this mirror is indeed engraved with runic characters. That's right, the runes. Seeing these words, Richard knew that he hadn't wasted his time. There should be something he wanted here. A realm of mysterious locations, inside what appears to be a small house made of stone. After Richard looked around, he canceled the hidden space and let himself actually come to this small house. The moment Richard appeared, the mirror in the small house suddenly had a lot of fog in the mirror. At this time, the voice just now appeared, but the content was completely different from the previous one. Who are you? Why did you come in? Richard followed the sound, and suddenly found that the sound came from the mirror. The mirror surface has also changed now. A figure slowly walked out from the weapon, but she is still surrounded by mist, so it can only be judged from the voice and figure that it should be a woman. Richard cautiously came to the front of the mirror and asked towards the mirror, "Who are you? Where's this place? Why am I here? And were you calling just now? Who is he?" At this time, Richard was full of doubts and urgently needed someone to answer him. Who am I? I have asked myself this question many times, but I don't know. As for where this place is, I only know that 240 was put in an Egyptian pyramid building when I was imprisoned. I don't know if it's still here now. As for the voice you said, that's not what I said. It's that glowing ball. I don't know why its voice is the same as mine. I don't know what it means. Richard was very speechless after listening to the reply of the figure. What did he mean? Then what do you know? Me? I knew it. I was locked in the mirror when I was conscious. Then how long have you been locked up? Richard asked curiously. How long? I don't know. Is it just in the mirror anyway? Come on, it doesn't make sense at all. Forget it, let's go out. Thinking of this, Richard directly activated the god hidden. The man in the mirror saw that Richard disappeared suddenly and immediately became anxious. Are you leaving? Can you talk to me again? Don't go. Hearing the voice, Richard ignored her but walked out of the small house directly. After leaving the small house, the voice appeared. Come on, get out of here. Stay here, and he will notice you. Just when Richard was about to take a good look at the surrounding environment, a distant voice reached Richard's ears. Boom, boom, boom. Just when Richard was about to listen to the sound, suddenly a strong suction came from above, and Lucien was just sucked over. When Richard struggled again, he found himself lying on the bed, and the thumping sound just now was someone knocking on the door outside. It turned out to be a dream, but it was so real. While shaking his head, Richard got up from the bed and opened the door. At this time, Gemma had already changed into smart clothes and stood outside the door. It's almost time. Let's have a meal first and then go in. After speaking, Gemma led Richard to the outside of the tent, and at this time, there were already stars hanging in the night outside. People from the welfare family outside have already taken action, preparing all kinds of equipment. Although the magic spell is indeed very convenient in some aspects, some equipment in the Muggle world can play a very powerful role in special circumstances. After eating the supper prepared by Walson, Richard followed Gemma to the vicinity of the pyramid. Mr. Harris, Miss Gemma, we are ready. Can we begin now? After confirming with Richard, Gemma directly issued an order to start exploring. Richard and Gemma are in the middle of the team heading towards the inside of the pyramid. As soon as he entered the pyramid, because the pyramid was still in the state of excavation, there was no lighting equipment inside, and it was a pitch-black scene. At first, Richard thought that someone would use the lighting spell, but unexpectedly, someone immediately turned on the miner's lamp he was carrying. Open. Intense beams of light irradiate from the 4 miners' lamps, and it has to be said that they are indeed more practical than magic spells. Fortunately, wooden pedals have been installed on the front road, and there's basically no problem walking on it, but at the back, without the pedals, it is all stones. Although it is not as convenient as wooden boards, it is still relatively reliable to walk on. At least don't worry about landslides. But the rocks are more steep as you go to the back, and you have to use the floating spell to pass in many places. You said they built it like this at the time. Could it be that wizards really did it? After flying over a huge stone, Gemma asked Richard curiously. Who knows, but no one can tell the wisdom of the ancient Egyptians. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become a miracle in the world. Richard replied after standing firm. At this time, the exploration team suddenly stopped, and Walson walked over from the front and said to Richard and the two, Mr. Harris, Miss Gemma, the front is the main tomb of the pyramid, and the documents provided by Mr. Joseph were excavated from here. The owner said that only the 2 of you can enter. Rhodes had negotiated with Richard about this matter. In order to ensure that the rune text was not leaked to the greatest extent after arriving at the place, only Richard and Gemma went in to check, and no one else was allowed to enter. I know, Walson, you guys should be vigilant outside and be careful. This is not acceptable. I must follow you. Suddenly, a woman wearing a headscarf in the crowd said immediately, Who is she? Gemma asked Walson expressionlessly. Miss Gemma. She's a member of the Egyptian Ministry of Magic. At that time, they only said to leave a contact person, so I didn't say anything. I will immediately ask her what she means. Miss Isis, this is about the secrets of our welfare family, so I hope you don't do unnecessary things. I don't know if it's the ignorant fearless or the Axis. This so-called Isis didn't seem to notice the difference in strength between the 2 sides and said to Walson unceremoniously, This is Egypt, and the pyramids are our national treasures. It is the greatest sincerity of our Egyptian Ministry of Magic to let you in. I don't care what family you are. As long as you want to enter the main tomb, I must follow. But we have already made an agreement with your Minister of Magic. As long as we don't have too many problems, we can move freely. Zero. It's just that the minister is being polite to you. How come you can't even be accompanied by the master when you go to someone else's house? Under the constant argument between the 2, Richard suddenly came to the side of the 2. Isis saw that Richard was a little wizard and did not hold a wand, so she was not wary of him, but she didn't expect that Richard snapped her fingers directly. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Richard directly attacked the staff of the Egyptian Ministry of Magic and cast a stun spell on her. Okay, we don't have time to waste. Walson, you watch her here. We'll go in first. Gemma said to Walson, and then walked in without the surprise of the others, holding Richard's hand grave. And why does Richard, who has always been peaceful, suddenly make a move? Just when Richard was watching Walson and Isis arguing with great interest, a voice suddenly came from the main tomb. Go away. Get out of here. Stay here, and he will notice you. That's right. The voice in Richard's dream actually appeared in the real world. Sister, did you hear another sound? Richard immediately asked Gemma. Voice? Are you talking about Walson's? No, listen. It's this voice. It's coming again. Did you hear it? Gemma tried hard to listen to the listener, but in the end she didn't hear anything except Walson and the 2 of them arguing. No, I didn't hear anything. Did you hear it wrong? Maybe it was the sound of the wind. No, definitely not. Forget it. That Isis is too troublesome. Can I let her sleep first? Richard said directly to Gemma. It's really troublesome. You can do it. Don't worry. Our welfare family will take care of everything. That's it. Richard attacked outrageously, and a stun spell solved Isis. Then the 2 walked directly into the main tomb. The main tomb chamber and the tomb passage just now are completely different concepts in terms of space. In the tomb passage just now, there are many places even Richard at 1.7 had to bend over pass through, but the entire tomb chamber is quite wide. In the huge tomb, there is a golden human-shaped sarcophagus in the middle. There seems to be an inexplicable fragrance floating in the entire tomb. Richard knows that ancient Egypt used spices when making mummies. Could this fragrance come from mummies? Richard walked towards the sarcophagus, while Gemma took a miner's lamp and pointed at the murals on the surrounding walls, and then she seemed to find something and ran over. When Richard came to the human coffin, the voice appeared again. "Go away. Get out of here. Stay here, and he will notice you." The sound should come from inside the sarcophagus. Do you want to open the sarcophagus? Although Richard is extremely curious now, it must be irrational to directly open the coffin of an ancient Egyptian pharaoh just when Richard was still hesitating. "Richard, come here." At this moment, Gemma suddenly shouted, "Let's see if this is what we're looking for this time." When Richard came to Gemma, Gemma pointed to the writing on the wall and asked Richard, "Egypt, Cairo, inside the main burial chamber of an unknown pyramid." Richard stared at the mural that Gemma pointed to just now and carefully studied it. Yes, some of them are indeed runic characters in the documents provided by Joseph, but some of them are not recorded in the documents. "That's right, these are what we're looking for. Hurry up and print them down." Hearing Richard's words, Gemma immediately took out her wand, ready to cast a spell. But at this moment, Richard stopped him. "Wait, sister, do you dare to feel that there seems to be a magical flow on these murals and these words?" Hearing Richard's words, Gemma took a closer look. Isn't it just some murals and texts? What kind of magic flow? But she also knew that this exploration was dominated by Richard, so she asked, "Now what? Do you have a camera? First use the camera to take pictures, and then try to use the peeling spell to peel off the wallpaper and text. By the way, I need 2 miner's lamps." Hearing Richard's words, Gemma didn't refute and went out to ask Walson for 2 cameras and 2 miner's lamps. Then he returned to the tomb again. Richard took the miner's lamps first, and then used the floating spell to float them into the air. In this way, the whole tomb was illuminated by the lamps of the 3 miner's lamps, like daytime. Then Richard and Gemma each took a camera and photographed everything in the tomb in detail. After all the shooting, Richard put all the 2 cameras into the storage. Gemma thought that Richard had some traceless expansion preparations and didn't ask much. "Okay, senior sister, you stand at the door of the tomb. I'll try with the stripping spell. If there is any problem, you don't have to worry about me. Just run out." But Gemma stood there without moving, just looked at Li Sheng quietly. "Don't worry, senior sister. I have the means to escape, so there will be no problem." Hearing this, Gemma said with concern, "Forget it anyway. What we want has already been obtained. Let me try first. It's really not safe to keep this mural here. Don't forget this kind of text restriction in case someone recognizes it." Hearing Richard's words, Gemma couldn't say anything more, so she could only tell Richard to be careful, and then came to the door of the tomb. And Richard cautiously took out his wand and carefully cast the peeling spell on the mural. The moment Richard's magic spell touched the wall, Richard felt that his own magic power flowed along the wall in a strange way, following a messy vein. Gradually flowed to the middle position. Just as Richard was looking towards the middle position, a sudden exclamation came. It was Gemma, and Richard hurried to the door, but Gemma was ejected from the tomb in an instant. And the moment Gemma was ejected, the original door of the room disappeared. At this moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the mural, and this figure kept growing in size in front of Richard, and immediately it occupied most of the space in the tomb. How could it be a sphinx? Richard looked at the sphinx in surprise. It is true that the one that appeared in front of Richard was not a living sphinx. It is recorded in Where Are the Magical Beasts that this is a magical animal in Egypt. But a sphinx, the human face, is a statue. The only difference from the one outside is that its nose is intact. At this moment, the stone-carved human face opened its mouth slowly, and a sound that seemed to be caused by stone friction resounded throughout the tomb. What has 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs in the afternoon, and 3 legs in the evening? Man, Richard replied hastily. What starts out long, then gets short, and finally gets long again? Shadow. What broke it once you said it? This answer is also very simple. But Richard suddenly wanted to try if he didn't answer and see what would happen. Just when Richard was hesitating, the eyes of the Sphinx gradually glowed red. Seeing that the red light was about to burst out, Richard finally decided to answer. Indigo attacks. Silence. Just after Richard finished his answer, the red light in the eyes of the Sphinx in front of him disappeared, and then its mouth closed with a rumbling sound. Then it began to shrink, getting smaller and smaller, and finally shrunk to the size it just came out, and floated back to the wall again, and the murals and text on the wall disappeared at some point. Richard observed carefully after a long time. The wall with the original rune characters was even peeled off a layer. At this moment, the aroma inside the tomb became more and more intense. At the beginning, Richard didn't take it seriously, thinking that because the door disappeared, the air could not circulate, so the scent of the mummy couldn't evaporate. But as time passed, when Richard finished answering the questions about the Sphinx, the entire tomb, it is so strong that it burns the eyes. Seeing that there was nothing left to explore around, when Richard was about to enter the hidden space and pass out of the tomb, his body tilted and fell directly to the ground and passed out. At the moment when Richard was in a coma, the upper, lower, left, and right walls were all compressed towards the middle, and a ball suddenly floated out from the golden sarcophagus in the middle and floated into the midair of the tomb, emitting a faint blue light. Richard, who was fainted on the ground, was supported by an invisible force and floated up and came to the top of the golden sarcophagus and slowly merged into the sarcophagus without opening the sarcophagus. After Richard entered the sarcophagus slowly stood upright. At this time, the mummy portrait originally carved on the coffin board retreated and turned into a mirror, and the surrounding walls stopped compressing. If Richard could see it now, he would definitely find that the condition of the tomb is exactly the same as the little house in his dream. Looking inside from a mirror of the sarcophagus, Richard was already lying on a piece of green grass, surrounded by mist. And after the fog on Richard's left surged, a figure slowly walked out of the fog, came to Richard's side, knelt down on the grass, gently hugged Richard's head, and put it on his own. Then gently stroked Richard's hair, followed Richard's folded hair, and slowly stroked Richard's face. At this time, Richard seemed to have regained some sanity and wanted to speak, but he could only see his mouth moving twice, but no sound came out. Don't worry. Take your time. You are very tired now. Take a rest first. The figure whispered in Richard's ear. It was a very gentle voice, which made Richard involuntarily want to obey her order. Because she just got down on the ground, the face of that figure was revealed, but she was indeed wearing a veil, so that people could not see her real face and could only be seen from the gap of the veil. The delicate lips of the woman were slightly uplifting, seemingly satisfied. Richard stopped the quivering of his lips, and then she spoke again. This is the destination of your soul. Don't be so tired. Just live here. Here you can get everything you want. Richard, who was lying there very comfortably, suddenly felt a little familiar when he heard these words. Where did he hear them? By the way, when he put on Ravenclaw's crown, Voldemort's Horcrux said the same thing. Thinking of this, Richard immediately regained his senses, but he didn't open his eyes immediately, but began to think. Could it be that he is also inside a Horcrux now? The owner of this voice is also a separated remnant soul? Thinking of this, Richard first tried to use his magic power, but there was number 920 response at all. Richard is now like a muggle. There is no magic power. However, Richard was not in a hurry, but directly cast his system skills. Purifying lightning. At this time, a miserable howl came from the mouth of the woman who had been speaking softly. When she retreated quickly, Richard also took the opportunity to roll and stand up on the ground. You can't use magic spells here. What did you do just now? At this time, the woman no longer matched the gentleness and virtuousness just now, but asked sharply, Hey, big sister, what's wrong with you? You are so scary now. Richard showed a scared expression. At this time, this strange woman was also puzzled. Could it really not be him? You must know that there is a magic barrier set up here, and no spells will work here. Why don't you try again? I'm sorry, little brother. My sister may have misunderstood you just now. The woman walked towards Richard cautiously while recovering from the gurgling water and whispering softly. Just when he was about to come into contact with Richard, Richard didn't get used to her and directly increased his horsepower and cast a more powerful purification lightning at the woman. The moment the purifying lightning came into contact with the mysterious woman, she was immediately thrown out, lying on the ground and wailing bitterly. Even the anger that had been surrounding her dissipated. Richard didn't continue to attack her. Right now, he has too many doubts to answer. The mysterious woman in front of him is obviously a very good breakthrough. Is it dead? If not, let me know. Seeing that the woman had stopped moving, Richard asked habitually. After speaking, he was stunned. It was so familiar. Sin, how can you ask a big sister like that? Then Richard released a small amount of purification lightning, and the moment the mysterious woman was about to come into contact with, she turned into mist and disappeared. Inside a sarcophagus in the main chamber of a pyramid, Cairo, Egypt. When Richard saw the mysterious woman who had dissipated into smoke, he didn't relax his vigilance. Although his system skills did cause some damage to the mysterious woman just now, it was definitely impossible to eliminate this person directly. Although Richard can directly enter the Shanine space and leave here, but where will he find the answer after leaving here? Now I can only fight her, just wait here. Thinking of this, Richard sat cross-legged on the ground, then closed his eyes as if taking a rest. Although Richard's eyes were closed, he diffused his mental power. He first diffused his mental power to the maximum, and then observed every move around him. But this situation did not last for too long. After all, the consumption of doing so was too great. So Richard withdrew his mental power and only kept it within a distance that allowed Richard to react and activate the hidden spirit. Then Richard began to meditate, and the spiritual recovery and diffused spiritual power brought by meditation became a perfect closed loop. I don't know how long it took, but at a place not far from Richard, the mist surged, and then a white and flawless arm slowly stretched out from the mist and slowly moved towards the place where Richard was sitting cross-legged. Float over. Seeing that this hand was about to touch Richard's neck, suddenly a white and flawless lightning shot out from Richard's back and wrapped around his hand. Sudden injury caused the mysterious woman to howl suddenly. The sound of howling could not stop coming from all directions, and the surrounding fog boiled like boiling hot water. Seeing this sign, Richard suddenly had an idea. Could it be that the surrounding fog is part of the mysterious woman? Thinking of this, Richard divided the purification lightning into several small lightning bolts, allowing the surrounding fog to continuously attack. Sure enough, whenever Richard's lightning touches the fog, Yuan Howling's voice can be heard in the space. Soon, more than half of Richard's physical strength was consumed, and the surrounding fog also dissipated a lot. At this time, Richard's attack stopped. He must retain the physical strength to open the hidden space. Richard took out the potion for recovering stamina that Ms. Pomfrey had given him from the storage box, drank it all in one gulp, and then said to the surrounding mist, "As long as you show up and tell me everything, then I will stop attacking you. From then on, we will never cross the river. You go your way, and I cross my single plank bridge. Dream, although I don't know why you can cast that strange spell, but you must not cast it endlessly, and when you can't cast it again, I will definitely tear you to pieces." Seeing that this thing was so stubborn, Richard didn't give her time to continue scolding himself. So let's continue to attack with purified lightning. As the mysterious woman continued to howl, the surrounding fog began to shrink again. When the surrounding fog reduced to 3/4 of the initial volume, Richard's physical strength was consumed by half again. At this time, he took out a bottle of medicine and drank it directly, and then continued to ask around. "What do you say now? Do you want to confess? I can't believe you still have a lot of potions." "That's right, I don't have a lot of potions, but it's enough for me to wipe out all the mist." As he spoke, Richard took out more than 20 bottles of potions from the storage and immediately refilled them, then began to cast the boring purification lightning again. Still the same recipe, still the same taste, and the wail is exactly the same. When the fog had dissipated halfway, Richard also stopped, then took out another bottle of potion and drank it down. This time Richard didn't say anything and started to cleanse the lightning again. Wait first. At this time, the mysterious woman obviously couldn't hold on anymore and shouted directly. The corner of Richard's mouth raised slightly, but just in case, he directly cast a purification lightning. Damn, I said wait. Can't you hear me? Didn't you want to chat with me? Oops. I'm really sorry. I'm used to it. It's fine. Don't worry about me. I can't live. At this time, the image of a woman slowly condensed out of the mist. And now this woman has long since lost the gentleness and virtuousness she had just now, but she doesn't have any expression of fear either. Come on, what do you want to talk about? There are still those questions. Who are you? Where is this place, and why can't I use ordinary spells? The woman looked at Richard with a constipated look. Didn't I tell you? I don't know who I am. I have been sealed here since I became conscious. I just remember that someone took out a mirror and sealed me inside. Seeing that Richard was about to make a move, the woman hurriedly continued. However, I do know why you can't use the magic spell, because there's a magic circle here, so all the magic power will be gradually extracted and integrated into the magic circle. So you can't use the magic spell at all? Yes, I can't use charms at all. This is very strange. It should be possible to use the spell, but the magic power in the spell will be absorbed into the magic circle, making the spell invalid. Richard thought for a while, what is the difference between himself and ordinary wizards? Then Richard suddenly thought that he has a memory, and a magic power is the expression of spiritual power communicating with external factors in the world, and spiritual power, it is stored in the brain. Could it be that the memory protects itself? The more Richard thought about it, the more he felt that his guess should be correct. Of course, he would not tell others about these things, so Richard changed the subject and asked, "Where's the magic circle?" "I don't know about this, but I'm sure it's not here. It should be outside." At this time, Richard suddenly thought of his dream and asked, "Did you summon me before this, and let me come here in a dream?" "What? You have been here in a dream?" The mysterious woman looked very surprised and asked hastily. Seeing this woman's appearance, Richard also knew that it should not be her. So why did he come here suddenly? Is there anyone here besides women? Has anyone else been here besides me? Yes, very few people were able to come in a long time ago. As time goes by, more people have come in recent years than before. What happened to those people who came in? They were all directly sucked out of their magic power, and then their vitality was also sucked up, and then they all turned into smoke around here. By the way, why hasn't your vitality been sucked away? My magic power has not been sucked out at all. How can I absorb life force? And when Richard heard that the magic power was extracted first, and then the life force was. Hogwarts, inside the Gryffindor common room. Harry held the diary and hesitated. He knew that it was just Ronald or Hermione who were very wary of something that appeared suddenly and could communicate, but neither of them was here at this time, and Harry was very concerned about the things that appeared and communicated. Things were just too curious, and Harry thought there was a good chance that what was happening now was related to what happened 50 years ago. Just when Harry was hesitating, new content appeared in the diary. I think the attack that is happening now is likely an extension of the incident at that time. I'm not sure if he's still in Hogwarts now. I'll take you to have a look. Seeing the words in the diary, Harry finally made up his mind and wrote in the diary. Okay. When Harry wrote these two words, the diary seemed to be blown by a strong wind. The pages flipped over and stopped at a certain page in mid-June. Harry stared dumbfounded at what seemed to be a miniature TV screen on June 13th. With slightly trembling hands, he lifted up the notebook and put his eyes on the small window. Before he could react what was going on, he felt himself falling forward. The window was getting bigger, and he felt his body leave the bed and fell headlong into the gap of that page and entered into 10 swirling colors and light and shadows. At this moment, Ronald walked in from the outside and saw Harry holding the diary without moving. "Harry, are you still working on this diary?" Seeing that Harry didn't move at all, Ronald thought Harry was obsessed with his research and ignored 853. He was still talking to himself, and kept saying how much Percy hated him and so on. At this moment, Harry suddenly called out, "No, definitely not Hagrid's." The sound almost made Ronald pee. "I said it. I said Percy, not Hagrid." At this time, Harry also came back to his senses, looked around, and found that he had already returned to the dormitory. Harry looked at Ronald solemnly, wanted to say something but didn't know how to say it, and finally just asked, "What time is it now?" Ronald looked at the time stupidly and told Harry that dinner was about to begin. Then Harry didn't say anything, just stood there in a daze without moving. Hagrid was the first person in the wizarding world that Harry actually met, the first person who gave him a birthday cake, and the first person who rescued him from the Dursley's house, although he was not as big as his father. It's an exaggeration, but Hagrid is definitely the person Harry trusts the most, so emotionally he doesn't believe that Hagrid is the murderer who opened the Chamber's secrets. But Harry also knew that he was not the kind of person who was good at analyzing, and Ronald was even worse. So if he wanted to find Hermione or Richard, in Harry's opinion, there was nothing wrong with Richard. Thinking of this, Harry dragged Ronald to the auditorium, did not eat, originally wanted to go directly to Ravenclaw's table and wait for Richard to come over, but was stopped by Ronald. After all, Harry is not a popular existence now, so they still sat. He walked up to the desk of his college, staring straight at Ravenclaw's dining table. And our protagonist, Richard, is still sound asleep in the dormitory at this time. Catch! Until someone knocked on Richard's door. "Who is it?" Richard asked sleepily. "It's dinner time for Richard. Do you want to go with me?" Terry's voice came from outside the door. "Wait a minute, I'll be fine soon." Hearing the sound of dinner, Richard immediately jumped up from the bed like a cat seeing a fish, got dressed in a hurry, opened the door, walked out of the common room with Terry, and walked towards the auditorium go. As soon as he entered the gate of the auditorium, Richard was stopped by two big black mice that rushed over quickly. "Stop eating, Richard. I've made a big discovery. Let's go find Hermione now." No. Don't be in a hurry. Eating is the biggest thing in the world. You go first. I'll go find you as soon as I'm done eating." Just kidding. Eating is the most important thing for Richard, and it's absolutely impossible not to eat. Thinking of Richard's foodie nature, Harry also knew that he would not be able to persuade him, so he had no choice but to drag Ronald away. Ronald looked sadly at the various delicacies on the table, quickly took out 2 cloth factories, while Richard was happily eating dinner. In the ward where Hermione was, Harry told Hermione and Ronald everything in the diary. The trio had long known that Hagrid had a penchant for gigantic monsters. During their time at Hogwarts last year, Hagrid had tried to feed a dragon in his cabin, and the big 3-headed dog he'd called Fluffy had been something they couldn't forget for a long time. Back then, when Hagrid was a teenager, if he heard that there was a monster hidden somewhere in the castle, Harry knew that he would definitely try his best to take a look at it. Hagrid probably thought it was a disgrace to keep the monster in captivity for so long, and that it should be given a chance to move its legs. Harry could just imagine 13-year-old Hagrid trying to strap and collar the monster. But Harry also believed that Hagrid would never intentionally kill someone. At this point, Harry even kind of wished he hadn't discovered how to read Riddle's diary. Ronald and Hermione asked him over and over to tell what he had seen and heard, and eventually he got tired of it, and got really tired of the endless wheel-on-wheels talk that followed. Riddle may have found the wrong person. Maybe another monster hurt people. But how many monsters do you think Hogwarts can keep? Ronald asked listlessly. We already knew that Hagrid was expelled. Since Hagrid was expelled, the attacks must have stopped. Otherwise, Riddle would not have won the award. Harry also said distressed. This was the last thing he wanted to face. Ronald bit his lip and then said tentatively, "You met Hagrid in Nocturne Alley last time, didn't you, Harry?" "He's buying a potion to repel flesh-eating slugs," Harry said quickly. All three were silent. After a long silence, Hermione hesitantly asked the toughest question. "You see, shouldn't we ask Hagrid about these things?" "But how to ask? Are you going to say that Hagrid was the one who released the monster from the Chamber of Secrets? Obviously, that won't work." Thinking of this, the three of them were all stunned. At this moment, Richard pushed open the door of the ward, walked in, and found a person with a dull expression. "What's the matter with you?" Richard waved his hand in front of Hermione. Harry told us that it was Hagrid who opened the Chamber of Secrets. Hermione came back to her senses, showing an indescribable expression. No, I mean Tom told me. Harry retorted hastily. Tom, is the diary. Ronald slammed down a pudding and whispered to Richard. So, if it's this matter, I know it too, but it shouldn't be Hagrid. Hearing Richard's words, Harry, Hermione, and Ronald all looked at Richard, and the three said in unison, How did you know? Headmaster Dumbledore told me. Richard lied calmly, but it wasn't really that much. Dumbledore really showed him memory. Seeing that several people still looked puzzled, Richard started to make up nonsense. Hogwarts, inside the Gryffindor common room. Harry held the diary and hesitated. He knew that it was just Ronald or Hermione who were very wary of something that appeared suddenly and could communicate, but neither of them was here at this time, and Harry was very concerned about the things that appeared and communicated. Things were just too curious, and Harry thought there was a good chance that what was happening now was related to what happened 50 years ago. Just when Harry was hesitating, new content appeared in the diary. I think the attack that is happening now is likely an extension of the incident at that time. I'm not sure if he's still in Hogwarts now. I'll take you to have a look. Seeing the words in the diary, Harry finally made up his mind and wrote in the diary. Okay. When Harry wrote these two words, the diary seemed to be blown by a strong wind. The pages flipped over and stopped at a certain page in mid-June. Harry stared dumbfounded at what seemed to be a miniature TV screen on June 13th. With slightly trembling hands, he lifted up the notebook and put his eyes on the small window. Before he could react what was going on, he felt himself falling forward. The window was getting bigger, and he felt his body leave the bed and fell headlong into the gap of that page and entered into 10 swirling colors and light and shadows. At this moment, Ronald walked in from the outside and saw Harry holding the diary without moving. Harry, are you still working on this diary? Seeing that Harry didn't move at all, Ronald thought Harry was obsessed with his research and ignored 853. He was still talking to himself and kept saying how much Percy hated him and so on. At this moment, Harry suddenly called out, No, definitely not Hagrid's. The sound almost made Ronald pee. I said it. I said Percy, not Hagrid. At this time, Harry also came back to his senses, looked around, and found that he had already returned to the dormitory. Harry looked at Ronald solemnly, wanted to say something but didn't know how to say it, and finally just asked, What time is it now? Ronald looked at the time stupidly and told Harry that dinner was about to begin. Then Harry didn't say anything, just stood there in a daze without moving. Hagrid was the first person in the wizarding world that Harry actually met, the first person who gave him a birthday cake, and the first person who rescued him from the Dursley's house, although he was not as big as his father. It's an exaggeration, but Hagrid is definitely the person Harry trusts the most, so emotionally he doesn't believe that Hagrid is the murderer who opened the Chamber of Secrets. But Harry also knew that he was not the kind of person who was good at analyzing, and Ronald was even worse. So if he wanted to find Hermione or Richard, in Harry's opinion, there was nothing wrong with Richard. Thinking of this, Harry dragged Ronald to the auditorium, did not eat, originally wanted to go directly to Ravenclaw's table and wait for Richard to come over, but was stopped by Ronald. After all, Harry is not a popular existence now, so they still sat. He walked up to the desk of his college, staring straight at Ravenclaw's dining table. And our protagonist, Richard, is still sound asleep in the dormitory at this time. Catch, until someone knocked on Richard's door. Who is it? Richard asked sleepily. It's dinner time for Richard. Do you want to go with me? Terry's voice came from outside the door. Wait a minute, I'll be fine soon. Hearing the sound of dinner, Richard immediately jumped up from the bed like a cat seeing a fish, got dressed in a hurry, opened the door, walked out of the common room with Terry, and walked towards the auditorium go. As soon as he entered the gate of the auditorium, Richard was stopped by 2 big black mice that rushed over quickly. Stop eating, Richard. I made a big discovery. Let's go find Hermione now. No. Don't be in a hurry. Eating is the biggest thing in the world. You go first. I'll go find you as soon as I'm done eating. Just kidding. Eating is the most important thing for Richard, and it's absolutely impossible not to eat. Thinking of Richard's foodie nature, Harry also knew that he would not be able to persuade him, so he had no choice but to drag Ronald away. Ronald looked sadly at the various delicacies on the table, quickly took out 2 cloth factories, while Richard was happily eating dinner. In the ward where Hermione was, Harry told Hermione and Ronald everything in the diary. The trio had long known that Hagrid had a penchant for gigantic monsters. During their time at Hogwarts last year, Hagrid had tried to feed a dragon in his cabin, and the big 3-headed dog he'd called Fluffy had been something they couldn't forget for a long time. Back then, when Hagrid was a teenager, if he heard that there was a monster hidden somewhere in the castle, Harry knew that he would definitely try his best to take a look at it. Hagrid probably thought it was a disgrace to keep the monster in captivity for so long, and that it should be given a chance to move its legs. Harry could just imagine 13-year-old Hagrid trying to strap and collar the monster. But Harry also believed that Hagrid would never intentionally kill someone. At this point, Harry even kind of wished he hadn't discovered how to read Riddle's diary. Ronald and Hermione asked him over and over to tell what he had seen and heard, and eventually he got tired of it, and got really tired of the endless wheel-on-wheels talk that followed. Riddle may have found the wrong person. Maybe another monster hurt people. But how many monsters do you think Hogwarts can keep? Ronald asked listlessly. We already knew that Hagrid was expelled. Since Hagrid was expelled, the attacks must have stopped. Otherwise, Riddle would not have won the award. Harry also said distressed. This was the last thing he wanted to face. Ronald bit his lip and then said tentatively, You met Hagrid in Nocturne Alley last time, didn't you, Harry? He's buying a potion to repel flesh-eating slugs, Harry said quickly. All 3 were silent. After a long silence, Hermione hesitantly asked the toughest question. You see, shouldn't we ask Hagrid about these things? But how to ask? Are you going to say that Hagrid was the one who released the monster from the Chamber of Secrets? Obviously, that won't work. Thinking of this, the 3 of them were all stunned. At this moment, Richard pushed open the door of the ward, walked in, and found a person with a dull expression. What's the matter with you? Richard waved his hand in front of Hermione. Harry told us that it was Hagrid who opened the Chamber of Secrets. Hermione came back to her senses, showing an indescribable expression. No, I mean Tom told me. Harry retorted hastily. Tom is the diary. Ronald slammed down a pudding and whispered to Richard. So, it's this matter. I know it too, but it shouldn't be Hagrid. Hearing Richard's words, Harry, Hermione, and Ronald all looked at Richard, and the 3 said in unison, How did you know? Headmaster Dumbledore told me. Richard lied calmly, but it wasn't really that much. Dumbledore really showed him memory. Seeing that several people still looked puzzled, Richard started to make up nonsense. Hogwarts, inside the Gryffindor common room. Harry held the diary and hesitated. He knew that it was just Ronald or Hermione who were very wary of something that appeared suddenly and could communicate, but neither of them was here at this time, and Harry was very concerned about the things that appeared and communicated. Things were just too curious, and Harry thought there was a good chance that what was happening now was related to what happened 50 years ago. Just when Harry was hesitating, new content appeared in the diary. I think the attack that is happening now is likely an extension of the incident at that time. I'm not sure if he's still in Hogwarts now. I'll take you to have a look. Seeing the words in the diary, Harry finally made up his mind and wrote in the diary. Okay. When Harry wrote these 2 words, the diary seemed to be blown by a strong wind. The pages flipped over and stopped at a certain page in mid-June. Harry stared dumbfounded at what seemed to be a miniature TV screen on June 13th. With slightly trembling hands, he lifted up the notebook and put his eyes on the small window. Before he could react what was going on, he felt himself falling forward. The window was getting bigger, and he felt his body leave the bed and fell headlong into the gap of that page and entered into 10 swirling colors and light and shadows. At this moment, Ronald walked in from the outside and saw Harry holding the diary without moving. Harry, are you still working on this diary? Seeing that Harry didn't move at all, Ronald thought Harry was obsessed with his research and ignored 853. He was still talking to himself and kept saying how much Percy hated him and so on. At this moment, Harry suddenly called out, "No, definitely not Hagrid's." The sound almost made Ronald pee. "I said it. I said Percy, not Hagrid." At this time, Harry also came back to his senses, looked around, and found that he had already returned to the dormitory. Harry looked at Ronald solemnly, wanted to say something but didn't know how to say it, and finally just asked, "What time is it now?" Ronald looked at the time stupidly and told Harry that dinner was about to begin. Then Harry didn't say anything, just stood there in a daze without moving. Hagrid was the first person in the wizarding world that Harry actually met, the first person who gave him a birthday cake, and the first person who rescued him from the Dursley's house, although he was not as big as his father. It's an exaggeration, but Hagrid is definitely the person Harry trusts the most, so emotionally he doesn't believe that Hagrid is the murderer who opened the Chamber's secrets. But Harry also knew that he was not the kind of person who was good at analyzing, and Ronald was even worse. So if he wanted to find Hermione or Richard, in Harry's opinion, there was nothing wrong with Richard. Thinking of this, Harry dragged Ronald to the auditorium, did not eat, originally wanted to go directly to Ravenclaw's table and wait for Richard to come over, but was stopped by Ronald. After all, Harry is not a popular existence now, so they still sat. He walked up to the desk of his college, staring straight at Ravenclaw's dining table. And our protagonist, Richard, is still sound asleep in the dormitory at this time. Catch! Until someone knocked on Richard's door. "Who is it?" Richard asked sleepily. "It's dinner time for Richard. Do you want to go with me?" Terry's voice came from outside the door. "Wait a minute, I'll be fine soon." Hearing the sound of dinner, Richard immediately jumped up from the bed like a cat seeing a fish, got dressed in a hurry, opened the door, walked out of the common room with Terry, and walked towards the auditorium go. As soon as he entered the gate of the auditorium, Richard was stopped by two big black mice that rushed over quickly. "Stop eating, Richard. I made a big discovery. Let's go find Hermione now." No, don't be in a hurry. Eating is the biggest thing in the world. You go first. I'll go find you as soon as I'm done eating." Just kidding. Eating is the most important thing for Richard, and it's absolutely impossible not to eat. Thinking of Richard's foodie nature, Harry also knew that he would not be able to persuade him, so he had no choice but to drag Ronald away. Ronald looked sadly at the various delicacies on the table, quickly took out two cloth factories, while Richard was happily eating dinner. In the ward where Hermione was, Harry told Hermione and Ronald everything in the diary. The trio had long known that Hagrid had a penchant for gigantic monsters. During their time at Hogwarts last year, Hagrid had tried to feed a dragon in his cabin, and the big three-headed dog he'd called Fluffy had been something they couldn't forget for a long time. Back then, when Hagrid was a teenager, if he heard that there was a monster hidden somewhere in the castle, Harry knew that he would definitely try his best to take a look at it. Hagrid probably thought it was a disgrace to keep the monster in captivity for so long, and that it should be given a chance to move its legs. Harry could just imagine 13-year-old Hagrid trying to strap and collar the monster. But Harry also believed that Hagrid would never intentionally kill someone. At this point, Harry even kind of wished he hadn't discovered how to read Riddle's diary. Ronald and Hermione asked him over and over to tell what he had seen and heard, and eventually he got tired of it, and got really tired of the endless wheel-on-wheels talk that followed. Riddle may have found the wrong person. Maybe another monster hurt people. But how many monsters do you think Hogwarts can keep? Ronald asked listlessly. We already knew that Hagrid was expelled. Since Hagrid was expelled, the attacks must have stopped. Otherwise, Riddle would not have won the award. Harry also said distressed. This was the last thing he wanted to face. Ronald bit his lip and then said tentatively, "You met Hagrid in Nocturne Alley last time, didn't you, Harry?" "He's buying a potion to repel flesh-eating slugs," Harry said quickly. All three were silent. After a long silence, Hermione hesitantly asked the toughest question. "You see, shouldn't we ask Hagrid about these things?" "But how to ask? Are you going to say that Hagrid was the one who released the monster from the Chamber of Secrets? Obviously, that won't work." Thinking of this, the three of them were all stunned. At this moment, Richard pushed open the door of the ward, walked in, and found a person with a dull expression. "What's the matter with you?" Richard waved his hand in front of Hermione. "Harry told us that it was Hagrid who opened the Chamber of Secrets." Hermione came back to her senses, showing an indescribable expression. "No, I mean Tom told me." Harry retorted hastily. "Tom is the diary." Ronald slammed down a pudding and whispered to Richard. "So, if it's this matter, I know it too, but it shouldn't be Hagrid." Hearing Richard's words, Harry, Hermione, and Ronald all looked at Richard, and the three said in unison, "How did you know?" "Headmaster Dumbledore told me." Richard lied calmly, but it wasn't really that much. Dumbledore really showed him memory. Seeing that several people still looked puzzled, Richard started to make up nonsense. "Hogwarts, inside the Gryffindor common room." Harry held the diary and hesitated. He knew that it was just Ronald or Hermione who were very wary of something that appeared suddenly and could communicate, but neither of them was here at this time, and Harry was very concerned about the things that appeared and communicated. Things were just too curious, and Harry thought there was a good chance that what was happening now was related to what happened 50 years ago. Just when Harry was hesitating, new content appeared in the diary. "I think the attack that is happening now is likely an extension of the incident at that time. I'm not sure if he's still in Hogwarts now. I'll take you to have a look." Seeing the words in the diary, Harry finally made up his mind and wrote in the diary, "Okay." When Harry wrote these two words, the diary seemed to be blown by a strong wind. The pages flipped over and stopped at a certain page in mid-June. Harry stared dumbfounded at what seemed to be a miniature TV screen on June 13th. With slightly trembling hands, he lifted up the notebook and put his eyes on the small window. Before he could react what was going on, he felt himself falling forward. The window was getting bigger, and he felt his body leave the bed and fell headlong into the gap of that page and entered into 10 swirling colors and light and shadows. At this moment, Ronald walked in from the outside and saw Harry holding the diary without moving. "Harry, are you still working on this diary?" Seeing that Harry didn't move at all, Ronald thought Harry was obsessed with his research and ignored 853. He was still talking to himself and kept saying how much Percy hated him and so on. At this moment, Harry suddenly called out, "No, definitely not Hagrid's." The sound almost made Ronald pee. "I said it. I said Percy, not Hagrid." At this time, Harry also came back to his senses, looked around, and found that he had already returned to the dormitory. Harry looked at Ronald solemnly, wanted to say something but didn't know how to say it, and finally just asked, "What time is it now?" Ronald looked at the time stupidly and told Harry that dinner was about to begin. Then Harry didn't say anything, just stood there in a daze without moving. Hagrid was the first person in the wizarding world that Harry actually met, the first person who gave him a birthday cake, and the first person who rescued him from the Dursley's house, although he was not as big as his father. It's an exaggeration, but Hagrid is definitely the person Harry trusts the most, so emotionally he doesn't believe that Hagrid is the murderer who opened the Chamber of Secrets. But Harry also knew that he was not the kind of person who was good at analyzing, and Ronald was even worse. So if he wanted to find Hermione or Richard, in Harry's opinion, there was nothing wrong with Richard. Thinking of this, Harry dragged Ronald to the auditorium, did not eat, originally wanted to go directly to Ravenclaw's table and wait for Richard to come over, but was stopped by Ronald. After all, Harry is not a popular existence now, so they still said he walked up to the desk of his college, staring straight at Ravenclaw's dining table. And our protagonist, Richard, is still sound asleep in the dormitory at this time. Catch! Until someone knocked on Richard's door. "Who is it?" Richard asked sleepily. "It's dinner time for Richard. Do you want to go with me?" Terry's voice came from outside the door. "Wait a minute, I'll be fine soon." Hearing the sound of dinner, Richard immediately jumped up from the bed like a cat seeing a fish, got dressed in a hurry, opened the door, walked out of the common room with Terry, and walked towards the auditorium go. As soon as he entered the gate of the auditorium, Richard was stopped by 2 big black mice that rushed over quickly. "Stop eating, Richard. I've made a big discovery. Let's go find Hermione now." No. Don't be in a hurry. Eating is the biggest thing in the world. You go first. I'll go find you as soon as I'm done eating." Just kidding. Eating is the most important thing for Richard, and it's absolutely impossible not to eat. Thinking of Richard's foodie nature, Harry also knew that he would not be able to persuade him, so he had no choice but to drag Ronald away. Ronald looked sadly at the various delicacies on the table, quickly took out 2 cloth factories, while Richard was happily eating dinner. In the ward where Hermione was, Harry told Hermione and Ronald everything in the diary. The trio had long known that Hagrid had a penchant for gigantic monsters. During their time at Hogwarts last year, Hagrid had tried to feed a dragon in his cabin, and the big 3-headed dog he'd called Fluffy had been something they couldn't forget for a long time. Back then, when Hagrid was a teenager, if he heard that there was a monster hidden somewhere in the castle, Harry knew that he would definitely try his best to take a look at it. Hagrid probably thought it was a disgrace to keep the monster in captivity for so long, and that it should be given a chance to move its legs. Harry could just imagine 13-year-old Hagrid trying to strap and collar the monster. But Harry also believed that Hagrid would never intentionally kill someone. At this point, Harry even kind of wished he hadn't discovered how to read Riddle's diary. Ronald and Hermione asked him over and over to tell what he had seen and heard, and eventually he got tired of it, and got really tired of the endless wheel-on-wheels talk that followed. Riddle may have found the wrong person. Maybe another monster hurt people. But how many monsters do you think Hogwarts can keep? Ronald asked listlessly. We already knew that Hagrid was expelled. Since Hagrid was expelled, the attacks must have stopped. Otherwise, Riddle would not have won the award. Harry also said distressed. This was the last thing he wanted to face. Ronald bit his lip and then said tentatively, "You met Hagrid in Nocturne Alley last time, didn't you, Harry?" "He's buying a potion to repel flesh-eating slugs," Harry said quickly. All three were silent. After a long silence, Hermione hesitantly asked the toughest question. "You see, shouldn't we ask Hagrid about these things?" "But how to ask? Are you going to say that Hagrid was the one who released the monster from the Chamber of Secrets? Obviously, that won't work." Thinking of this, the three of them were all stunned. At this moment, Richard pushed open the door of the ward, walked in, and found a person with a dull expression. "What's the matter with you?" Richard waved his hand in front of Hermione. "Harry told us that it was Hagrid who opened the Chamber of Secrets." Hermione came back to her senses, showing an indescribable expression. "No, I mean Tom told me." Harry retorted hastily. "Tom, is the diary." Ronald slammed down a pudding and whispered to Richard. "So, if it's this matter, I know it too, but it shouldn't be Hagrid." Hearing Richard's words, Harry, Hermione, and Ronald all looked at Richard, and the three said in unison, "How did you know?" "Headmaster Dumbledore told me." Richard lied calmly, but it wasn't really that much. Dumbledore really showed him memory. Seeing that several people still looked puzzled, Richard started to make up nonsense.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.